we were a little bit bemused that Jason Holder didn't come into the attack a little earlier. Craig Rafford opted for Gudakesh Moti to replace Jaden Seals. He switched ends with Kemar Roach and Jaden Seals, but one would have thought he would have brought Jason Holder as the first change. And as it stood, when he did give Jason Holder the ball, the very first delivery to Markram, a beauty of a delivery, pitched, hit the seam and cut back at Markram and hit the off stump. And so it really an excellent bit of bowling. And there's umpire Gregory Brathwaite. You know, I'm not too sure what he's doing. He's walking around the field. I think he's looking for wet spots as he's walking around the field. I've never seen the umpires do that. But Gregory Brathwaite, he has a lovely relationship here with the Queen's Park Oval. Seems to favor Queen's Park Oval more than anybody else. Especially when it rains, he doesn't want to play at all. Anyway, that's for another discussion. Liam, I wouldn't bring you into that. I'm Colin Murray. I could say things like that, and I wouldn't get in trouble. You might say something like that, and you might get in trouble. But a wonderful day for cricket here, and let's, as I said, we only had 15 days, 15 overs, 15 days. Seemed like 15 days the way that rain was falling. We only got 15 overs in yesterday, and I was making the point, just about when West Indies got that wicket, and you know, they may have wanted to push on at that stage. The heavens opened up, and that was the end of that.
Yeah, and that's how it is sometimes. You know, there's nothing you can do about the weather. It's not in your control. But I think what the West Indies will want to do better today, and it's something that we discussed a lot yesterday, was they were too wide outside the off stump on to both left-handers and right-handers. So I think coming into this morning, they would have had the discussions last night at the hotel. They'd want to be a lot straighter. They'd want to be a lot more attacking to the Zozie, especially. He's on 32 off around 52 deliveries, I believe it is. So you want to be a little bit more aggressive to make things happen. You're not going to get much success wide outside the off stump. And it's going to be interesting to see if they start with Holder or if they start with Kemar Roach and Jaden Seals again.
Let me put you on the spot. What would you do?
I would continue with what's been working. I think Holder came in and got a wicket off his first delivery. So if it was up to me, I think Holder should be the man, and it does seem to be Jason Holder.
Well, you're on the ball early this morning. I know, I agree with you totally. You know, he's had the one over, picked up the wicket. His confidence must be a little high. We were talking about the series he had in England. I mean, by his standards, really and truly, it was a poor series. Picked up just 3 wickets in the 3 test matches. And especially in English conditions, a player of the ability of Jason Holder with that ball moving. When you look back at Atkinson picking up 23 wickets or 22 wickets and Wokes, you would have thought that those conditions would have been ideal for Jason Holder. He never looked himself. You know, I looked at him bowling, and you know, he just, how should I put it? He was just running up to me, just running up and bowling and hoping that the pitch would do the rest of the work. But you still have to bend your back. I don't care. I mean, you're a quick bowler. You know, you got to bend your back no matter how the pitch is, or even if the conditions overhead seems to give you the impression that the ball would swing. You still got to put effort into it. And to me, he just wasn't putting that extra effort.
I think a lot of it has to do with he picked up an injury right before the World Cup when he was playing county cricket, and I think maybe it was something to do with a lack of cricket for a while. Yeah. He pulled out just before the World Cup. He just had that one practice game. And as we spoke about yesterday, that one game in England, that one warm-up game doesn't really do much for you. You need a couple of games to reacclimatize to the position, to your feelings and stuff like that.
Well, he's operating from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, and the first delivery is outside the line of the off stump, not well lined to Stubs, and he's allowing it to go through. Now, let's give you the field place in here. Very important. There's 3 slips. There's a point, just backward of point. Then there's a short cover. There's a mid-off, because it's a right-hander. Then there's a wideish mid-on. There is a mid-wicket that's pretty straight, not the orthodox. Well, yeah, I think he's a little bit straightish. And then there's a man down at long leg. So that's a 6-3 field for Holder as he runs into bowl to Tristan Stubs. This one again outside the line of the off stump. And it's left alone, and De Silva takes it. And you know, that's, to me, that's the difference. And I'm going back to the English series. That's the difference in the bowling department. Too many deliveries that is allowing the batsman to leave alone. That's what Stubbs wants to do. The more he can leave alone, get the bounce and the pace of the pitch, better for him.
Exactly, it's going to be a lot easier for him later on now, and especially in new batsman. He just faced
5 deliveries.
Yeah, 5 deliveries yesterday.
Yeah.
You want to be as straight as you want him to play as much shots as possible early on.
Here's Holder. That's much better, but it peels off the thick outside edge. It's going running down to third man. The field is a little bit heavy from yesterday. I don't think it's going to reach. Doesn't reach the boundary rope, and they come back for 3 runs. So a much better delivery from Holder, getting a little closer to the off stump. Pitched and may have just hit the seam and left him slightly. So it came off more the outer part of the bat, but all along the ground, beating the third slip. There are 3 slips really, no gully. And it went to the right of third slip, and I think it was Hodge who had to run it down and stopped it just inside the ropes. And actually it was Moti, and they picked up 3 runs. So South Africa off and running this morning. Stubs, he goes to 5. The total on to 48 for 1. Brings the Zosi in to strike. He's on 32, faces his first delivery. And struck on the pad, but a little bit high up. He seems to be coming on the front foot. And a very similar field for the left-hander, except that they're more 2 slips and a gully rather than the 3 slips. 2 slips and a gully. There's a point, cover mid-off, a mid-on. Then there's that short mid-wicket in a catching position and a man at long leg. So again, a 6-3 field for the left-hander. But I think, interestingly, he's gone with a gully as opposed to 3 slips. As Holder goes past the umpire, bowls again, and this time on the pads of the Zosi. He places it down towards a backward square leg, and Moti has to come in from that long leg position, does the fielding, limits the scoring just to a single. So total goes up now to 49 for 1. Again, not many spectators in. I think Mr. Mamchan yesterday described it as a gathering. And then he went on to a crowd. So at the moment, there's just a gathering. I will take a leaf out of his book and say it's a gathering. Here is Holder. That's a good delivery. Pitching just outside the off stump. And Stubbs played at it, giving the impression he withdrew the bat. But I think he played at it, beat the outside edge, and went through to the keeper. So we see Holder getting some movement as that delivery. Pitching. He should have left it, really and truly, because wide at the off-stump pitched and left him. And he had a little bit of a nibble at it. Luckily, he didn't get an edge. End of the over from Holder, the end of the first over. It's 49 for 1 South Africa.
Yeah, good first over there from Holder. A couple of deliveries early on, just a bit too wide, but I think he got his bearings a bit more towards the end of that over. It's going to be Kemar Roach to take things over from the media centre end. We saw Seals switch ends yesterday and bowl pretty well when he came back from this end, so it's going to be Roach now. 5 overs, 3 made and 6 runs, no wicket just yet, but he as well towards the end of his spell started to pick up a bit more, started to get a little bit closer.
Well, he comes in for his first delivery of the morning, and he bowls, and this is a good delivery, pitched right up, and the Zosi gets forward, bat and pad very close together as he pushes it out to cover, and there is no run. 3 slips, point, cover mid-off, and then mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at long leg. So again, a 6-3 field for Roach, bowling round the wicket. This is a man, 82 test matches, 270 wickets. He's been a good servant for West Indies cricket, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he's one of those players who's been injury affected throughout his entire career, and he still managed to always pick himself up and get back into the squad.
Well, here he goes again to bowl to the left-hander, and this is a delivery angled into him. And the Zosi plays it backward of square. They've gone for 1. They're going to come back for the second. No, they will not, because Warrican has to run from mid-wicket towards that backward square leg position, just to the left of the umpire. And they pick up an easy single. So he goes 1 more. He goes to 34. Remember, he started the day on 32. And the South Africans, they're now 50 for 1. So the 50 is up. Getting from 40. They were 43 for none at one stage, and Markram and the Zosi had looked so comfortable, and that pitch of a delivery from Holder sent the dangerous Markram back to the pavilion. And you could see Markram yesterday, Liam, concentrated, looking like if he wanted a big one. Here's Roach. It's a good delivery, but again, not much movement. And Stubbs gets right behind the line and pushes it out towards cover. And there's no run. Yeah, you could have seen from his mindset and how he was playing, he was looking for a big one.
Yeah, he started off pretty watchful. He had that one out of character shot, I would say, when he went onto his back foot to try to punch Roach and got an edge over the slips. But other than that, he seemed to be in for a big one. He seemed to be very well focused and well settled, and then that delivery from Jason Holder just got the better of him.
So here is Roach. Nice sunny conditions and delivery. Just again, this one angled into the right hand. They're making a little bit of height, not alarmingly, but he's easily over it and pushing it out towards cover. And there is no run. Score remains on 50 for 1. Stubbs played 5 test matches, 562 runs. And would you believe it? Well, that's it. The 4-day series in the South Africa 4-day series, has 5 first-class matches, 562 runs. This is for the 2023-24 season, and averaging a healthy 80. And that was for the South Africa domestic competition. That's a lovely ball. That's his best delivery so far from Roach, pitching and leaving Stubbs. He had to play at it, and that's where you want it. Maybe slightly closer to the off stump, but it's the type of delivery, nice movement, nice away movement from Roach, and Stubbs playing at it. Again, you have to question, maybe he could have left it alone, but then the danger, they always say, is if that ball nips back at you.
Yeah, and Roach does have the tendency to nip the ball back into the right hander as well, so I think a lot of that is playing on the mind of Stubbs.
Well, here he faces up to Roach again, and this time a good delivery. So this is a good over again from Roach. He's now completed his 6th over, none for 7. So he's not, the thing about Roach, he's economical, but he's also, he's a dangerous bowler because he gets the ball to move and so easily could get the outside edge. The end of the over, however, 50 for 1, South Africa.
Yeah, it's been a good start for the West Indies. Yeah, I think South Africa would be a bit concerned with this start. I think the West Indies bowlers have been on it for the first 2 overs, and as Holder comes in.
Yep, Holder again into this time starting his 2nd over of the morning, 1 for 6 so far, and this delivery just outside the off stump to Dezorzi, making a little bit of height, and you could see him being very tentative and just opening the face of the bat, guiding it out towards point. There is no run, so field stays as a 6-3 field. Brathwaite surprisingly is at first slip. Haven't seen him very much in the slip region, especially if you only have 2 slips. He tends to be more mid-off, mid-wicket, those type of positions. Here's Holder, and pitching outside the line of the left leg stump. You could see De Silva going down the leg side. There was a half-hearted appeal as that ball struck him on the pad. Dezorzi, as he was looking to work it through the onside, doesn't make contact, and there is no run. Score remains on 50 for 1.
Yeah, I think the concern for South Africa would be Stubbs has already come in. He's played and missed out a couple. He's going to be a bit concerned about that, but he still looks to be in complete control of his innings. He's looks so comfortable out there, 34-58.
Well, here is Holder into Dezorzi. Again, a good delivery. Pitching outside the off stump and leaving the left-hander. He thought of playing at it, but give him credit. At the last moment, he just withdrew the bat and allowed it to go through to the keeper. So 50-1. So different conditions yesterday. It never stopped raining, did it? My word. Somebody said to me, well, that's when you want to play cricket in August. But, you know, here is Holder, and I'll get back to that in a minute. But that's a good shot. That's going to run away for the point boundary. It was a delivery just short of a length outside the line of the off stump, and Stubbs got right in line, opened the face of the bat nicely, got it square on the offside. He beat the man at point down to the boundary for 4. So the total goes up to 54 for 1 now, just giving him that little bit of room, and Stubbs was opening the face, guiding it down nicely. Yes, just opening the face of the bat, and 4 good looking runs for him.
Yeah, got on top of it nicely there and placed it well. Good timing as well. So Exactly what Tony Dezorzi would have wanted early on this morning, just to get himself going a bit. He moves on to 38 now.
And he faces up to Holder again, and this time, that delivery that you could see him being a little tentative. He wasn't sure if he should have left it alone. It was just outside the line of the off stump. He started to play at it, and I thought he was a little late trying to withdraw the bat. And it seemed to just, he was trying to withdraw the bat, but it had already hit the face of the bat and went out towards the slip region. You could see him very concerned that it may have come back onto the stumps, but it went out towards the slip region. Yeah, you know, people talk about cricket in August, but that's the way of the world now. You know, you can't worry about the weather conditions. Here's a good delivery from Holder, pitched up to Dezorzi, maybe middle and leg, and he came into him, and he had to just get on the front foot, pushed it out on the onside towards Seals, who is at mid-on, and there is no run. The end of the over from Holder. 18 overs have now been bowled. It's 54 for 1, South Africa.
Yeah, 54 for 1. Better over again from Holder. Just that one delivery. That was a really well-timed shot from Dezorzi. You gotta expect that in Test cricket, that you bowl a couple of good deliveries. There's gonna be a couple of boundaries easily because of the attacking nature of the field. There's no one out on the boundary really. It's gonna be Roach to continue. 6 overs, 7 runs. He's been so good. Just needs to be a bit more aggressive, a bit more attacking now.
Well, here he is into Stubs. That's a lovely shot. That's a beauty of a straight drive. Is it going to get into the boundary ropes? It does. That deserved 4. It was pitched up to him and half volley length, and he got onto the front foot and he drove it beautifully on the onside of the pitch. The man at mid-on had absolutely no chance. That's Brathwaite at mid-on. He actually gave chase together with Moti from mid-off, and neither could have overhauled that ball. It was struck so beautifully. He got onto that front foot and he just pushed it as it was all timing, and got 4 good-looking runs for Stubs. He goes on to 9. The total now on to 58. Here's Roach again into him. This is on the delivery angled into him, and he's playing on the front. He looks good, Stubs. He seems to be playing with a very straight bat as he pushes that one back up the pitch to Roach. I think they've got to maybe, when you look at Stubs, you have to maybe tempt him outside the line of the off stump, because it appears once it's coming into him, he's playing with that straight bat. You've got to try to tempt him maybe outside the line of the off stump, move it away from him, let him go after it, try to hit it square, maybe get the edge. Here he is, facing up to Roach again, and another nice shot. He's not going to get runs because Brathwaite has come a little straight at mid-on as he was on driving that again, but he hit it, in fairness, it wasn't hit as straight as the first one. It was hit more towards the onside, and Brathwaite, good bit of captaincy because he brought himself a little to the left and more of a straightish mid-on, so he was able to cut that one off. But you could see Stubs playing with a very straight bat.
Yeah, and once again he looked a bit tentative. He had a couple of tentative prods at some outside the off stump moving away from him, but he's looked so comfortable with that ball coming back in. Needs to be a bit.
There's Roach into Stubs again, and he's on the front foot, pushing this one out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Yeah, I was saying he needs to be on and around that off stump line. No ball signal there. Right. Belated signal by the umpire.
Well, I think he would have probably got that from the third umpire. That's something I don't like. And I know it eases up the presiding umpire, but if I'm a batsman, I want to hear no, so I can just have a big swing at the ball. That's the one thing I don't like. But I understand why the rule is there. Here is Roach. It eases up the umpire that he doesn't have to be looking down at the bowler's foot to see if he goes over the line, and he gets help. Good delivery again from Roach as Stubs is just pushing it forward. 59 for 1 with that no ball. Roach none for 12. He's just 2 deliveries left to complete his 7th over. Early start to today's play. Game starting at 9:30 instead of the usual 10 o'clock. Roach from the Willie Rodriguez end is into Stubs, a little too wide of the off stump, and Stubs is allowing it to go through to be taken by the keeper.
But that was a bit better in terms of getting that ball away from Stubbs. He's been pushing at a few outside the off stump. So they need to, if you want to get a wicket here, but to be fair to Stubbs, he's been really, really good. Anything coming back into him, he's timed the ball so well. It's look really good straight down the ground.
Yeah, I would like to see them go a little outside the line of the off stump for a few deliveries. Let's see what he does. He's leaving them alone if it's too wide. And that's a lovely shot. Oh, that's a cracker. It goes through the extra cover region for 4. Pitched up by Roach, half volley, and he drove it sweetly through extra cover to the right of the man at cover, to the left of the mid-off, and it went down to the extra cover boundary for 4 good-looking runs. He's now starting to look really very good. Tristan Stubbs, he seems to be pretty much in control of things here, and that was a lovely drive. So he picks up 4 to end the over. It's now 63 for 1. Stubbs is into double figures. He is on 13. Dezorzi is on 38.
Yeah, another good shot there from Stubbs. You know, he just recently came back from that domestic 4-day competition, scored an unbeaten triple century as well. And, you know, he's showing signs of that. He's showing signs of why he's good enough to represent South Africa and bat at that all-important number 3 for them as well in Test match cricket.
And not only that double century, when you can average 80 in a season, it shows that you must know something about batting. Here's Older from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, is into Dezorzi, and he's placed this one down to Moti, who is at long leg position. Delivery angled into Dezorzi, and he's just working it off the pads down to long leg, and they pick up a single. So one more to Dezorzi, one more to the total. It's 64 for 1. He goes to 39. And the fast bowlers Holder and Roach, and even Seals, I think as we kept saying that we thought their line yesterday was just a little bit too wide of the off stump. They've improved today.
Yeah, definitely. I think Holder's been on the money with his lines to the Zorzi.
And that one angled back into Stubbs. Made a little bit of height, and he was trying to work it off the hip region. May have hit him high up on the thigh pad as he looked to whip it through the onside. But I thought it made a little bit more height than he anticipated. And there is no run. Score remains on 64 for 1. And beautiful conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. The outfield must be a little bit damp still. We had tremendous amount of rain yesterday. Here is Holder into Stubbs, and delivery again, just back of a length really, and trying to make a little. You could see Holder trying for a little bit of extra bounce, not really getting it, but getting it up enough to not to worry Stubbs, but really he can't really work that ball through the onside. He just had to defend it and was pushing it out towards mid-on. There's no run. So this field hasn't really changed from the first delivery. 6-3 field, 6 men on the off, 3 on the on, with the 3 slips going down as Holder into Stubbs. That's well left. I thought that was a really good delivery. It was just outside the line of the off stump. You know, it's the type of delivery that batsmen tend to play at, Liam. But Stubbs handled it well. He left it. He judged it well.
Yeah, he did. And Holder would be happy with that. You just saw a bit of a trigger from Stubbs. They looked like he really wanted to play at that, and pulled out last second. But it's good, good judgment so far.
Holder, 68 Test matches, 161 wickets, as he's on his way to bowl to the right-hander, and Stubbs is pushing it out towards Seals, who is at mid-off. I was thinking you could see him looking for the run, but I thought he was trying to get it a little wider from Seals. But in the end, he was sort of playing that shot on the move because it was pitched up to him. But he's looking very comfortable, I must say, on 13 from 24 deliveries.
You see Jaden Seals down there at mid-off. Seems to be getting warm.
Yep.
Roach hit for 2 boundaries in the last over. Could be a sign of a bowling change.
Here is Holder into Stubbs. A good delivery again. Good line, good length. And Stubbs can't do very much with it. Is in defense and pushing it out on the offside. There's no run. The end of the over from Holder. He's now completed 4 overs, 1 for 11. And it's 64 for 1. When you look at the bowling figures, Roach 7 overs, none for 16, 3 of them maidens. Seals 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 15. Moti 3 overs for 22. And Holder 4 overs, 1 for 11. And just as you suggested, Liam, Jaden Seals has come to replace Kemar Roach.
Yeah, he's bowled well. When he switched ends, he bowled from the Branagh Pavilion end to start off yesterday and just seemed to be out of sorts. And as soon as he came in to bowl from the media centre end, things started happening for him. A couple plays and misses, a couple outside edges as well. So he's going to want to continue on that note from yesterday. Seems to be ready to go now. 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 15.
And when you think of Jaden Seals' career, Liam, as we look at him running in here to bowl his first delivery of the morning, and Stubs immediately works it through the onside. Not a good line as he was pitching it more on the pads. They've gone for 2. Are they going to come back for the 3rd? No. Stubbs says no. That's a good throw. Who's it out there? Is it?
I think it's Casey Carty out there.
Yeah, I was about to say it looks like Carty. He had to run, I would think, about 15 meters to his right from a long leg position and towards, I would say, maybe a deep backward square. And they were able to pick up 2 runs. So Jaden Seals, not a good line, but you have to forgive him. It's just the first delivery. I'm sure he's going to get onto that off-stump line because he's got 3 slips in position. And I'm sure he's going to try and get that ball to move away from the left-hander. And that's a good delivery. Much better. Good line, good length. And the Zozi is on the front foot. 14 test matches. And he's already picked up 50 wickets. I mean, that is... to me, that's a wonderful performance from him thus far.
Yeah, he had a wonderful start to his career, coming in just on the back of one first-class game that he would have played in a warm-up game in England. Then he would have gotten into that first test series.
He announced himself right away, didn't he?
Yeah, came in right fresh from the Under-19 World Cup and immediately impressed on the international scene.
Well, here he is, to the left-hander, and not a good line. He's going to get a single because, again, a delivery angled just outside the line of the leg stump, and Dizozi is just playing it backward of square. He picks up a single as Warrican has to move to his left to do the fielding, and one more to the total. That goes on to 67 now for 1, and Dizozi goes to 42. So he's eyeing a half century.
Ever since Jaden Seals was probably about 13 or 14 years old, he was marked as one for the future and one that would potentially play test cricket for the West Indies. I would have played a couple of youth cricket games against him, and he was always that. There's always that fear factor coming up. I think since he was around 13 or 14, he was bowling around 80 miles an hour, and he always brought that fear to oppositions.
Yeah. Well, that's delivery to Stubbs. It's played out towards mid-wicket. No run. So they've opted to bowl most of the time with a 6-3 field. So Dizozi has a highest test score of 85. But just averaging just about 20 in test cricket. So hasn't set the test arena alight. And from the 7 innings, 145 runs as that delivery pitches, hits the seam and leaves Stubbs, but pitching too wide of the off stump, and Stubbs allowing it to go through to be taken by De Silva. So Dizozi, 26 years of age, and he's at the non-striker's end. And he's going to be looking at Stubbs. Of course, Stubbs talked about his wonderful domestic series, but in terms of tests, he's just here. He is facing up to. So that's a beauty. That's a lovely delivery. That's what you need. Seals, it was pitched up to him outside the line of the off stump. He had to play at it, and as he played, it left him and didn't take the outside edge. That's about the only thing that delivery didn't do. But what a beauty of a delivery from Jaden Seals.
Yeah, that's exactly what we've been calling for. We've been calling for them to challenge him outside the off stump. He's looked good when the balls come back into him, and that one was a perfectly lined, perfectly length delivery from Jaden Seals. Just had that little nibble at it lucky not to get the edge, and that's the end of over number 21, 67 for 1.
Yep, 67 for 1. Stubbs in his second test match is on 13. Was very lucky there not to take the edge, as they say. He's not good enough to get the edge. And I didn't say that. That's people tend to say that, Liam. Let me just be, people tend to say, well, you're not good enough to get the edge. That used to happen to me a lot of the times when I batted, and the opposition players used to tell me that, hey, you're not good enough to get the edge or what? Of course, I just didn't answer them. You don't take on certain things. You let the bat do the talking, Liam. And you bowlers, you like to give a lot of talk to batsmen. And but you have to be careful as a batsman. You don't want to upset a fast bowler, especially if they're quick. Here is Holder, and good delivery. I saw my good friend yesterday, Alvin Cornell. He was at the game, and he was giving me a story many years ago, when Trinidad and Tobago were playing a regional game against Barbados. And the opening bowlers, of course, I know you follow the history of West Indies cricket. Opening bowlers for Barbados, of course, were test bowlers in Wes Hall and Charlie Griffith. Now, in those days, they were mean. They were, especially Charlie Griffith. Charlie Griffith was mean. You don't want to upset Charlie Griffith. Here is Holder. And, that's a lovely ball. Pitching and leaving Dezorzi. And again, he didn't get the edge. So they've beaten the outside edge now. A Holder of Dezorzi, Seals in the last over, beat the outside edge of Stubbs, but neither of them getting the outside edge. And that's the kind of line and length you want, and they're getting some movement. So it's been a good spell. They've been unlucky, both Holder and Seals. Yeah, and he was batting, and the pace was, he was telling me it was pretty fiery, and Barbados in those days. Here is Holder. Stubbs drives, but straight to cover. And Warrican is there to do the fielding, and there is no run. And those days, I remember when I first went to Barbados and I looked at the pitch, I started to comb my hair. Because it was shiny. It was almost like glass, the Barbados pitch. And I'm going back to the 70s and things like that. And he was telling me that he was batting, and they were struggling. Trinidad and Tobago were 60 odd for 4 or 5. And things were really tight, and he was just trying to survive and get them out of the attack as Holder. Outside the line of the off stump, a good delivery. But this time Dezorzi plays it well because it left him, and he withdrew the bat at the last moment. And he said Leo John came into bat. Now, Leo John was a character of the old days. He likes to give the bowlers talks and things like that. And he came into bat, and the first ball, Charlie Griffith bounced, and he got out of the way. The second ball, he bounced, and he got out of the way. And the third ball, put it, he bowled it out more up to the bat, and he played it on the front foot, and he turned to Charlie and said, you think you're fast? Here is Holder. And that's well played by Dezorzi, driving through the mid-off region. They've gone for one. They're going to come back for the second, and that's all they'll be. Well, Alvin Cornell, he was at the non-strikers end at the time. I can't obviously say on radio what he told Leo John at that point in time, because you just don't give you don't try to tell a fast bowler that. You're just happy you play the ball and hope he eventually comes out of the attack. But he was giving me that story yesterday while the bowlers were Roach and these guys when it was raining. That's a good delivery from Holder. He's come round the wicket now to Dezorzi, so he's changed his angle of attack, and he's come round the wicket, and this delivery, it came back at Dezorzi, but it was too wide of the off stump, and he's allowing it to go through to be taken by De Silva. At the end of the over, it's Holder, 1 for 13 from 5. At the end of it, it's 69 for 1. Stubbs is on 13. Dezorzi is on 44. And the maestro, Vinud Mamchan, is coming in. I think he's going to be joined by Kadir.
Well, thanks to Colin Murray and Liam Mamchan for that first session. And true to form, they didn't take a wicket outside the off stump, and this one is allowed to go by Stubs. Let me say a very good morning to Kadir Mohammed. Good morning, Kadir.
Good morning, Vinod, and good morning, viewers. Yeah, bright, lovely sunshine greets us here at the Queen's Park Oval, day 2 of the first test between South Africa and the West Indies. And South Africa, Vinod, they have started positively this morning, resuming on 45 for 1.
So it's going to be Seals from the media centre end. Strong man, nice approach, up to the wicket now bowls, and this delivery was angled in, coming across the middle stump and straightening. Stubbs looking to play through the onside, the ball straightened on him and goes out to cover point. There is no run. 69, Murray's favourite number for 1.
Yeah, good start so far from Jaden Seals, picking up the attack here from the media centre end. Came on late in the spell yesterday and did quite a bit from this end.
You always think that something can happen with Seals in the attack. Here he is, up to the wicket bowls, and again Stubbs right behind it, plays it away on the onside. Skipper Brathwaite collects, looks at the red cherry. So as my good friend Colin Murray said earlier on, it's a gathering here at the Queen's Park Oval. I was walking across the oval outfield this morning, and I stopped to admire how well it is. It's really in excellent condition. And yesterday, with all the rain, because it's sand based, of course, we walked across, and you could have played cricket actually. At least that's in my opinion. That is why I'm not the umpire and I'm up here. Here is Jaden Seals. Goes in, passes the umpire now, bowls. This one is a bit too straight. Worked away down to fine leg. And Stubbs gets one more. The score goes on out to 70 for 1. Stubbs moves on to 14. Dezorsi is on 44. Your thoughts on Dezorsi this morning?
Yeah, Dezorsi just picking up where he left off yesterday. Of course, just the 15 overs we had on day 1. But he's certainly come out here this morning. He's played the ball right under his eyes. He's been beaten on a few occasions, but apart from that, he's looked solid and continues to bat well.
Seals, strong man from central Trinidad, goes wide up the crease, bowls to Dezorsi, who plays it away down to cover point, and there is no run. I think he is actually from Chaguanas. He would have played a lot of cricket in his younger days for Central Zone. Normally in youth cricket, Central Zone produces these fast bowlers, very few and far between. It's mostly the spinners. And one of our commentators will be up later on today. Ronnie Bikram Das would have worked with these guys at Central Zone. Bikram Das has an impeccable record as a coach in the Central Zone. Here is Seals. This is short, but again the track not quick in nature, as Dezorsi just rides it down to backward point, and it's fielded there by Gurakesh Moti, and it's the end of the over. So Seals brings that over to an end, and after 8 overs he has taken none for 19. The latest score at the Queen's Park Oval, South Africa winning the toss and batting first are 70 for 1. More thoughts from Kadir Mohammed.
Yeah, resuming day 2 on 45 for 1. Tristan Stubbs, he's added 12 to his overnight score, 14 from 32, couple of boundaries, couple of lovely drives through the offside, one on drive in particular that was so pleasing on the eye. He's so crucial to the South African batting line, and batting at that number 3 position, and just the one test match for him coming into this series. But his average at first class level is it's superb. It's 50. Still a young man, Tristan Stubbs.
He averages 80 this season. So I think that is something that tells me he's in the pink of form. Here is Roach. You switch to the southern end, comes in and bowls. just on and about the off stump. Stubbs is forward, plays it right back to him. A grunt there from Kemar Roach, an effort ball. Holder this morning took up proceedings from the Branagh Pavilion end, which is the southern end of this lovely ground. And although Holder bowled well, he was luckless. And still, just the 1 wicket down. You know, you look at tracks like this and you know as a fast bowler, as a bowler in general, your work is cut out at least for the first 4 days. Here is Kemar Roach. Runs in now and bowls. And this time, Stubbs is forward, but the ball straightens on him. Goes up to mid-off. And there is no run. So, as you can hear, Jason Holder just telling him, keep it up. Keep it in that region, the leading edge is coming. Because the ball, of course, is swinging away from the right-handed Stubbs.
Yeah, Jason Holder at second slip. Alec Atenez at first slip. Backward point. A short cover. Extra cover. Mid-off.
Here he is now. Roach. Over pitch. Worked away nicely there by Stubbs. It's running away. And it's going to hold up just shy of the boundary down at a wide-ish long on. They're going to go back for 3. So that takes the score to 73 now for 1. Jaden Seals, after bowling his over, had a long run there. Don't think a fast bowler appreciates that.
Certainly not Jaden Seals. He's in the midst of his spell. But yeah, again, another good shot from Tristan Stubbs, allowing the ball to come on to him, not pushing at it. And it was all timing. Bit outfield, a bit on the heavy side. Still able to pick up 3.
But it was magnificent walking across the outfield this morning, you know. I'm tempted to say, as it's outside the off stump, over pitch, squeezed away nicely by Dizorsi, a man who never uses a big high backlift. He just pushes it away down to the backward point boundary for 4. Over pitch delivery there by Kemar Roach, and I'm tempted to say that the outfield here at the Queen's Park Oval reminds one of an Egyptian rock.
Beautiful description, Vinod. Yeah, but Dizorsi just jarring down on that one. And again, it was forward of Jamel Warrican at backward point and ran away for 4 more. So Dizorsi again continues to play freely outside the line of the off stump. He's gone up now to 48, eyeing a half century.
Here's Roach running in towards us. He's into Dizorsi. That one was quick. Forces away on the offside. Brilliant stop there at squarish cover. And there is no run. Carty showing his wares. And the score remains 77 for 1.
Yeah, looking brilliant in his white this morning, Casey Carty. On test match debut, the man from St. Martin. The first man from that island to represent the West Indies at any level.
Well, I think many men from that island would have represented the West Indies
At
in
test
their,
level?
well, in their dreams. But he has actually made it a reality. This time, this is worked away around the corner. And he's going to get 1 there, Dizorsi. Score goes on to 79. Good old 78 for 1. Good old Dizorsi is just 1 shy of his half century. It's the end of the over, the latest score of the Queen's Park Oval, South Africa, 78 for 1.
Dizorsi 49, Stubbs 17. No wickets yet for the West Indies this morning. Jason Holder just the 4 overs, and he's been replaced by Roach, who just completes his first over on day 2. Jaden Seals is going to start his 3rd over of the morning. It's good to see Ronnie Bikram Das in all his glory. You know that I'm happy.
Well, it's good to see him. Let's start there. I was told by a very dear friend of mine this morning that Ronnie Bikram Das owns some hotel in South Trinidad.
Another one?
Another one. Yes, I like that. 78 for 1. It's going to be Jaden Seals from the media center end, the Jerry Gomez media center end. Getting the impression that pretty soon this will be the Colin Murray media center end. This is a delivery that is quick. Again, 2 straight. Worked away by Dizorsi. He's going to raise the timber as he has now recorded a half century in Test cricket. It's his 2nd half century in the Test cricket. He smiles. He wears a broad smile there. And 100 And this also in his 8th innings has brought up his second half century in Test cricket of 78 balls with 4 fours and 2 sixes.
Yeah, lovely knock from Tony DeZorzi. Batting at the top of the order for South Africa, still very early in his Test career. And he's done well. Tony DeZorzi lending good support to Aid Markram, who went early on day 1. South Africa still looking to find that sort of opening combination with Dean Elgar retiring from Test cricket, leaving a void at the top of the order.
It provides opportunities for these youngsters. I mean, you have this also in his 8th Test match, Stubs at the other end in his 2nd. It also tells me that there is some inexperience at the top of the order as well, and that is something that the West Indian fast bowlers and would want to work on to get amongst these guys very early. But this is day 2, although we had just 15 overs yesterday. Here he sees up to the wicket now, bowls pushed away down to cover point, and there is no run. Stubs remains on 17. The Zorsi is on 50. It's 79 for 1.
Stubbs again not pushing out those deliveries, allowing that ball to come on to him. Surface is not offering much for the fast bowlers early this morning. Of course, had an early start, a 9:30 start this morning. And no luck yet for the West Indies pacers.
Pitched up and driven beautifully down the ground. Only a single. Good stop there by Craig Brathwaite. Stubbs gets one more. Over pitch delivery. Stubbs not really coming down with it with a full flow of the bat. A mere push. And he gets a single.
Craig Brathwaite was doing some good fielding, diving away to his left and making a good stop. So the left-handed Zorzi now back on strike, and the Seals is going to come around the wicket. Tell you the field now, and there's a staggered slip cordon. Alec Atenes is at a sort of a second slip position. Jason Holder is at a gully. There's a backward point, an extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a short mid-wicket, and Mikhail Louis now is going out at deep forward square and a fine leg.
He's round the wicket, quick delivery there. Good line, pushed away by the Zorsi. The Zorsi just allowing the ball to come on to him, playing late, pushes away on the offside. Seals is going to continue his work here from the northern end. Yes, that was lovely, the way you describe the field placing there. You obviously went to the Colin Murray School of Media.
Yeah, certainly we've got to be so on point with our field placings.
On that note, I'd like to say good morning to one Ian Wasaw. One hopes that he's enjoying the cricket. Here is Jaden Seals from the northern end. Goes past the umpire now. Bowes is a short, and he gets back and paddles it more than anything else there. This Aussie gets one down to a deep square leg. That takes the score to 81 for 1. Not getting too flustered, not looking to hit it too hard. It's the end of the over. Latest score at the Queen's Park Oval, 81 for the loss of 1.
Spectators continuing to trickle in here at the Queen's Park Oval, away to our left-hand side Caribbean stand. We expect a lot more spectators as the day progresses. Today, of course, we'd hope for a full day, and it is certainly looking that way. Bright sunshine, blue skies, Port of Spain, Trinidad. Cricket ground with a wonderful history. If you know, you would know a lot more about that.
It's a mecca of cricket here in Trinidad and Tobago. It's a very popular ground amongst Caribbean cricket supporters. You know, they always speak of the Queen's Park Oval. There were many battles here that is still etched in memory. You know, you go back to in the 1970s, there were some test matches here. People remember all the details, but last week in the T20 game, they can't remember the score. Around the wicket, driving is Dizorsi through the offside. That's a gorgeous shot. It's running away, and it's going to get into the boundary. Does it? Well, a good stop, it seems. I think they're going to have a look at this. It's hauled back in.
Yeah,
Graves putting in a big effort there.
Mikhail Louis.
In fact, Louis.
Yeah.
Look at this. Oh my. I think it's difficult to tell from the replay, but Louis take nothing away from the young man. A tremendous effort. I think you may well see it here. Look at that. Oh my.
Brilliant effort from Mikhail Louis. Was at a wideish mid-off position and he had to chase. There's another good off drive from the Zorzi, a cover drive. Mikhail Louis putting in a big dive and just having a boundary check here. And at the moment, it's looking as though Mikhail Louis might just have his hand on the boundary rope. Umpire still making a decision.
I think had they gotten an aerial shot of it, that might have tell a better story. But you know, the effort is more important. In fact, he saved the boundary. Wonderful work there by Louis. Stubs 18. He's on strike now. He's going to face Kemar Roach. Dizorsi is on 54, 84 for one at the Queen's Park Oval under brilliant sunshine here. Here's Roach from the far end. Up to the wicket now, bowls to Stubs. Stubs is driving. Back to the Barbadian who stops it. And there is no run.
Good from Kemar Roach in his follow through, getting the hand down. 2 slips. Backward point. Justin Greaves has just come on the field, the substitute fielder. He's at first slip. Jason Hole at second. He's very boisterous this morning, geeing up the guys. There's Jaden Seals at backward point. Cover.
Roach passes the umpire now outside the off stump. That one angling back in, but it started so wide. It was never a threat. Taken by the great white shark, the man called Joshua Da Silva. Very popular cricketer, Joshua Da Silva.
Joshua Da Silva, vice captain of this team for this series. It's been elevated. And had a good looking against England.
Here is Roach. Passes the umpire again. Bowls. That's a good delivery. That one pitching on about the off stump and tearing away a bit. Stubs was a bit closer to it. Was able to negotiate it better. There is no run. Jason Hula, as you said before, has been very boisterous this morning. I'm tempted to call him into the commentary booth. 84 for one.
He always has something to say, offering some advice. But there is a fielder now, just in the eye line of Tristan Stubbs at a short cover, catching position to go along with 2 slips and backward point, extra cover. Brathwaite is now at a shortish mid-off. There's a wide mid-on in Mikhail Louis, a mid-wicket. Casey Carty is there, and Jamal Warrican down at fine leg. Good to see the energy is up amongst the West Indian fielders.
Oh, this delivery tails back in, and the West Indies fielders just counting their misfortune, so to speak. Single to Stubbs, though. It goes down behind square. It's the end of the over, and they're going to have a water break at this point in time. It's just 10:20 on the Brownlow Cricket Pavilion clock, and good old Ralphie's out there with the broom. It gives us enough time just to recap and take a short break. Aidan Markram, he was dismissed yesterday for 9, seems a decade ago, bowled by Jason Holder. Tony Dizorsi is on 54, not out his second half century in Test cricket. And Stubs is not out on 19 of 43. 85 for 1. We've had 26 overs bowled. Your thoughts on this morning's proceedings?
Yeah, the South Africans resuming here, adding 40 to the overnight score without losing a wicket. Both batters, the overnight batters, seeing off the first hour and seeing off what the West Indies had to offer in that first hour. And they're certainly looking positive, they're looking solid. Certainly the Zorzi getting to a half century, 54 from 81, 85 for 1 after 26 overs.
So, with that having been said, we will then make our exit. And I think the young Colin Murray is somewhere around. It's going to be Ronnie Bikram Das, in fact, because I think he has found the photographer, Dylan Sharma, to take over the lead. It's going to be Ronnie Bikram Das, and he's bringing with him Liam Mamchan.
This is Cricket on 360 Radio.
Oval, as was said previous commentators for those wonderful comments that they made about me, but that is fine. So we're going to resume after the drinks break here. It seems like it's going to be Gudakesh Moti to take up the attack from the media center end. It's going to be Stubs is going to be facing up, who looks really good. This one is just pitched outside the off stump, just pushed into the cover region. No run. Good start here for Moti as I welcome Liam Mamchan.
Yeah, Moti didn't have the greatest of starts yesterday, but he's into the attack here. He's going to want to be better.
Yes, this one again just pitched outside the off stump, just shorter in length. Stubs on the back foot, just punching that to that extra cover fielder. Jason Holder is there, and there's no run. The score remains on 85 for 1. Good start here from Moti, as you rightly said. Didn't have the best of start yesterday. He would want to make amends for that. This time again, bang on target. Ball pitching on that middle and off line. Just moving away from the right-handed Stubs. And he pushes that again straight to Jason Holder at cover. So very good start here. Again, fuller in length, looking for that Yorker length delivery, that quicker one into the batter to try and get that LBW ball. But Stubs, he was really waiting for that one. Pushed it straight down the ground. Jaden Seals, he fielded that one nicely. They get through for a single. Score moves on to 86 for 1.
Dizorzi would have taken on Moti in his first over, hit him for 2 sixes in his first over yesterday. But Moti would have bowled from the Branara Pavilion end. He's in now from the media center end with a long one, deep mid wicket and a deep square leg.
This one again, bang on target, just pitching on that off stump line and coming back in slightly to the left-handed Dizorzi, and there's no run. So he's getting a bit of purchase of the wicket. He seemed to be a bit of turn. This one again outside out off stump, well forward was Dizorzi, and pushing that one to that point fielder. The captain himself, Craig Brathwaite, fields it, and that brings an end to the over. At the end of over number 27, it's 86 for 1. Stubs on 20 and Dizorzi on 54.
Yeah, a much better start from Moti this time around. Just 1 run in fact, of his first over of the day. And the West Indies want to try something different now. I think the South African batters have looked pretty comfortable with the fast bowlers, and Moti's already come in and looked to peg them down a bit, just to bring a bit of difference. I'm surprised though with the team selection. 3 left-hand orthodox bowlers included in the 11 as Roach comes in on bowls. And there it is, that's the first wicket for the West Indies of the day. This one outside the off stump, moving away from Tristan Stubbs, had a poke at it, and Jason Holder diving low to his right, takes the catch, and that is the end of Tristan Stubbs. Kemar Roach strikes, 86 for 2.
Yeah, so the drinks break working here for the West Indies. This one again, good delivery, just full of a length, outside that off stump, and Roach is going to get that one to move away from the right-hander. He picks up the outside edge. Stubbs just poking his bat, as you rightly said, at that one, and not really just looking to block it, to defend it, or drive at it. Just had a waff at it on the offside, the off stump, and a safe catch taken by Jason Holder. We know how good he is in that slip cordon. And that's the first wicket to fall in this session here for the West Indies. The score now, it's 86 for 2. Tristan Stubbs looked really good at that point in time, as you mentioned. He looked solid, but at the end of the day, that's the second wicket. And that brings in the captain of the South Africa team. He walks to the crease. He would have liked to be walking in probably with this team at probably 150, 200 for 2, but they're not in a bad position at the moment. All right, Bavuma, we could see here his so Timber Bavuma, the South African captain.
57 test matches, just under 3,000 runs now. 220 half centuries. He an average of 35. I think he'd want to improve on that a bit. Would have missed out on a lot of cricket over the past year with injuries and things of that sort. But he's here now, batting at number 4. This captain of this test team. As Roach runs in on bowls.
So Roach in from the Branlara Pavilion end. This one again pitching the outside the off stump and just beating the outside edge of the bat through to the keeper De Silva. So excellent bowling here from Kemar Roach. Pitching outside the off stump, getting the just getting a bit of outside edge, but he played late. The thing with Timber Bavuma, he played late, played down on it, So the ball hit the outside edge and just bounced in front of the keeper. So this is excellent from Roach. Roach once more, this time again just short of a length, pitching outside off stump. Bavuma pushing forward, the ball passing outside the just outside that bat, the outside edge of the bat into the keeper's glove, and a sigh of relief from the keeper there. A bit of shout from the bowler from the slip, and you can hear the chirping now from the slip fielders. The fielders around, they are engaged in this game now. This is excellent from the West Indies. The energy is back up as Holder runs in, pitches this one outside the off stump. Bavuma leaves that one into the keeper's hand at the end of the session of the, at 4 balls into the over. It's 86 for 2. Bavuma not yet off the mark. Dizonzi, he's on 54. Excellent stuff from Kemar Roach here, Liam.
And you could see what a wicket brings. I think after that wicket, Roach has come in and now he's looked like a different bowler. He's already gotten the outside edge of Bavuma, then beats him the next ball this time.
So this one again, running in hard here is Kemar Roach pitching that one on that off stump line. Bavuma just coming forward and pushing that one into the covers. So you can see a bit of change in the field. See, I believe it's Kavim Hodge now close in that cover region. Looking to ensure that not giving away any easy single here to Bavuma. They put in the pressure on him, making him work for the runs here. Roach runs in from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. And again, you can hear how hard that ball is hitting the bat. He's really running in hard here at the end of a successful over for the West Indies. Kemar Roach picking up that wicket of Tristan Stubs for 20. It's 86 for 2, Leon.
Yeah, good over from Roach there, getting the wicket that they much needed. And you have to think maybe that, the slowness of Moti coming in from the other end, maybe helping Roach there to get that outside edge. Maybe that bit of bowl didn't change. I think they look comfortable all morning with the pace. Moti came in and bowled a good over, and then Roach comes in now and gets the wicket very next delivery. So Moti's back in now from the media centre end.
So Moti into the left-handed Dizorzi. And this one is on that, just short of a length on that middle and off. And Dizorzi is on the back foot, pushing that one to that short mid-wicket fielder. There's no run. Moti again quickly through to the second delivery. Again, this one is just on that off stump. Dizorzi just getting forward, pushing it into that cover region, and there's no run. So tight bowling here from the West Indies, not allowing the South Africans to get off. This one again, just short of a length on the back foot, whipping it into that mid-wicket region, and just picking up a single. It went straight to Jaden Seals, and it's one more to the total. It's 87 for 2.
This has been good though from Moti in this over. Again, you could hear Joshua Da Silva behind the stumps saying, ask the right questions, and that's what the West Indies bowlers have done well today. Seen quite a lot of deliveries beat the outside edge, and they finally got one now, and Moti is going to want to continue on that note.
So Moti into the right-handed Bavuma this time, full-length delivery and driven to that fielder at mid-off. That's Roach, and there's no run. So Moti into the right-handed Bavuma. Pitch, that's a full-length delivery, pitching on that middle and off line. Just moving away slightly from the right-hander, but he was well forward. Bat and part close together, pushing that one into the cover. No run. Full-length delivery on that leg stump line, whipped away straight to the fielder. That's the captain, Brathwaite at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So a wonderful over there, quick over from Moti at the end of 29. It's 87 for 2. Bavuma still yet to get off the mark. Dizorzi, he's looking comfortable on 55.
They've maintained that 3 runs on over throughout the day and a half, day and 15 overs so far that we've seen. And Roach going to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion and just picking up that wicket of Tristan Stubs. And it's something that we called for, was for them to get that ball moving away from Stubs. He looked a bit suspect outside the off stump, and that's what did for him in the end. Now, the Zorzi has looked pretty comfortable everywhere, to be honest, and the West Indies need to find a way to get rid of him here.
Yes, it's Roach to continue from that Brian Lara Pavilion end, and he looks really comfortable here. You could see the flow in his run as he runs in and pitches that one outside that off stump. Dizorzi is well forward, pushing it straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. So as you rightly mentioned, Dizorzi looks very comfortable. He's not pushing at the ball. He's allowing the ball to come to him and playing very late. That's key for him here. Roach again, past the umpire, pitches, bowl this one just outside that off stump, full length delivery, driven straight to the fielder at cover, and there's no run. So Dizorzi, as I say, looks comfortable, but Roach, after that drinks break, we have to find out what he was given in that drinks break, but he looks a different bowler in particular. All the West Indies fielders in particular, they look rejuvenated after that wicket. And this is good to see here from the West Indies. As Roach again runs in from the Brian Lara Pavilion, and this one is straight down the leg side, worked away by Dizorzi to that fine leg boundary, and he picks up another 4. So poor delivery there from Kemar Roach. After some wonderful deliveries, just pitching outside that off stump, he strays down the leg side here, and this one is worked away nicely off the hips by Dizorzi, and he picks up 4 more. The score now moves nicely on to, I think it's 91 for 2.
Yep, 91 for 2.
So it's Kemar Roach again. This time bang on target, full length delivery on that middle stump, and all Dizorzi could do is just get his foot forward, push that one to the fielder at short mid off, and there's no run. So this is good from Dizorzi here. He's punishing the bad balls, and he's respecting the good balls that is being bowled by these bowlers here, and they are not giving away many bad ones, but he's taking full advantage. This is excellent from Dizorzi here.
Yeah, most definitely, and he's looked so good as we mentioned, and even the plays and misses this time, just pitch up delivery hit to mid off, no run. Yeah, he's looked so comfortable, and you're right, he's been able to put away the bad balls. He's been scoring of the good deliveries as well. He's not allowed those extremely good deliveries to get him out. Just one play and miss, I believe, in his whole innings, and that shows you that the focus and the commitment that he has to batting for a long period of time. He's already faced 91 deliveries. This is the 30th over, and he's still out there batting.
So it's Roach to continue past the umpire. Again, bang on target, just on that middle stump line. And Dizorzi again very watchful, just getting that front pad and bat close together, pushing it to the fielder at mid off, and there's no run. So at the end of another good over, just that one bad ball from Kemar Roach, at the end of over number 30, it's 91 for 2. Dizorzi, he's on 59 from 92 deliveries, and Bavuma still yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, so these two on this side can open up to each other. So they kind of like own it together, and then the other two.
So there, you can hear the keeper, that's Joshua De Silva, just giving a little advice to, I believe it's Atenes at first slip.
It's
Kavim Hodge, that's at first slip. So he's just giving a little advice in terms of the field placing, what he thinks the fielder should be. He's a bit too open. So it's Moti to continue from the media center end. Oh, this one is on the middle stump, nicely paddled away behind square by Bavuma, and he gets off the mark. He picks up 2 runs, and the score moves on to 93 for 2.
Yeah, good shot there from Bavuma. A bit risky, but finding a way to score runs, finding a way to get himself in. That's his first 2 runs. He's off the mark now.
So Moti continues past the umpire. This one is better length. Pull his length back a bit, and just outside the off stump. Bavuma just getting forward, pushing that one to the fielder at cover. No run. This time again, similar delivery in line and length, and all Bavuma could do is just push that one straight to the fielder at cover and no run. Tight bowling here from Moti. He has bowled really well in this his second spell. Again, delivery on that middle and off. Bavuma looking to have a walk, a step down the wicket to try and change the line, trying to be a bit more aggressive. But it's a good delivery, a quicker delivery from Moti, and all he could do was just push it again to that fielder at cover.
Brilliant delivery again from Moti, going in for that Yorker, and well played, well kept out from Bavuma. So that is the end of over number 31. 93 for 2. Moti 6 overs now, just 26 runs after going for 22 in his first 3. He's come back well so far this morning, and it looks like a change from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Jaden Seals seems to be coming back into the attack.
Well, it's really hot out there. Nice sunny conditions. So, and this is smart from the captain, Brathwaite. He's giving his bowlers short, sharp spells. So he's telling them, okay, I'm gonna give you 3, 4 overs, 5 maybe. I want you to run in hard. Give me your best. Give me nice line and length. Try and get a wicket. I'm not gonna bowl you. I don't want you to bowl 10 overs and give me consistency or hold the end. No, I want you to bowl 4 or 5 overs, quick overs, best as you can. Let's put pressure on the South African batters and pick up wickets. So Jaden Seals from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. This one is just wide outside that off stump, probably a 4th, 5th stump line. And Dizonzi just allows that one to go through to the keeper, De Silva. There's no run.
So looking at that one, though, that one seemed to catch Joshua De Silva a bit off guard. I saw him catch that one almost waist tight. It seemed to rush onto him a bit as well. So Seals is going to want to work up his pace, as you mentioned. Couple overs, 3 or 4 over spells, short, sharp spells, as he's in on bowls again.
Yeah, this one again just outside that off stump line, and Dizonzi just allows it to go through to the keeper. So this shows, as you mentioned before, Liam, shows the concentration of Dizonzi here. In terms of, it's not, the ball is outside the off stump. It's not going to trouble his stumps. So there's no need for him to play at those deliveries outside the off stump. So he's waiting. If you bowl, as we saw in the previous over from Kimar Roach, he bowled the ball on the stumps, he would play them. Look to rotate the strike. If it's bad, he will put it away. So Jaden Seals now has to be very careful. This time he's bang on target. This one on that off stump line. Dizonzi just again forward, pushing that one through to that cover fielder, and there's no run. So this is much better here from Seals. He needs to keep that line on length. Maybe vary your length a bit to get the batter doing something a bit different. But it is much better line from him, and this is where he needs to be, especially to Dizonzi. As he runs in again to bowl, this one comes back into the left-handed Dizonzi, and he's looking to go onto the front foot, but it was a bit quicker than he expected, and trying to play late as he normally does. But again, that inward movement, it takes the inner half of the bat onto the pads and then trickle out into the onside. No run, but again, good delivery there from Seals.
Yeah, much better from Jaden Seals. Need to find a way to get something to happen here with Tony DeZorzi. 59 of 96 deliveries now.
It Seals again, runs in past the umpire. That one again on that middle stump line. And just angling back into the left-handed DeZorzi. Remember, he is bowling around the wicket. So he's going to angle that ball into the left-handed DeZorzi. And once, probably every 3 ball, 2 ball, probably look to just nip that one away from him and look to get that outside edge. So this is the plan. You want to see Seals here trying to set up DeZorzi. This time just a bit shorter in length, but again on that middle stump line is Seals. DeZorzi is on the back foot, pushing it into that point fielder, and there's no run. So at the end of a good over there from Jaden Seals, at the end of over number 32, it's a 93 for 2. Bavuma, he's on 2, and DeZorzi is batting nicely on 59.
Yeah, good over again from Seals. A maiden over, his third maiden. And just right on spot for most of that over. He complained yesterday about the West Indies bowlers being a bit too wide. I think today they've been so much better. We've already seen so many balls beating the outside edge of the bat. A couple of balls taking the inner half of the bat onto the pads. And they've just been a bit unlucky, you would have to say, not to get the edge just yet as Moti comes back into bowl.
Moti, this time, Moti pitches that one up. Timber Bavuma has a step or two dancing down the wicket and hits that straight over the bowler's head. One bounce into the boundary. That's 4 more. An excellent shot from Bavuma here. He realized that what Moti is doing is just pitching the ball up in a consistent line and length. And he tried something different. Just had a step or two down the wicket and hit it straight. That's the key to that shot. Hitting it straight over the bowler's head, picking up 4 runs. Excellent from Bavuma here. This time, it's Moti pulls his length back a bit and also his line just outside the off stump. Bavuma looking to be aggressive in that drive, a big drive outside the off stump, but the ball takes the outside edge just past the slip fielder, that lone slip fielder in Kavim Hodge, and they get through for 2 more runs. This is excellent here from Bavuma. He's looking to take on Moti, who is really settled down on a nice tidy line and length. Let's see how Moti is going to respond here. This time he's bang on target on that middle and leg. Just have that ball coming across the right-hander. Bavuma really just getting forward and pushing that one into the onside. No run.
That boundary would have brought up Bavuma's 3,000 test match run. Not a delivery just on the line of the leg stump. Just worked into the leg side. Joshua the server does the fielding, no run.
Yeah, so Moti here, he's under some pressure after that first delivery pumped over his head. But he has come back well. And he's putting a bit more pressure. This one on that off-stump line. He's on the back foot there a bit, is Bavuma, and just opening the face of the bat, guiding it past the slip fielder and Jason Holder. He tidies up nicely at that third man region, and they get through for an easy single. The score that single brings up the 100. It's 100 for 2. We are in the 33rd over. Remember yesterday with that rain, just had 15 overs being played. So it's just 32 overs, 33 overs now completed. At the end of 33 overs, South Africa reaching that 100. The 100 for 2. Bavuma, he's there looking solid at the moment on 9 from 19, but the mainstay, DeZorzi, opening the batting, and he's moved on nicely, 60 from 99 deliveries.
Yeah, good boundary in that over, and much needed boundary for Bavuma. He was looking a bit uncomfortable early on, then came in, walked on the wicket and hit Moti over his head for 4, and then the very next delivery, that outside edge from Moti, and shows you that Moti is thinking. That one was a bit too full, that first delivery that he was pumped over his head. Pulled his length back. The very next delivery and a second slip would have taken that very easily. So it's going to be Seals to continue.
Yes, the Seals going to continue. Again, it's 2 slips. Oh, this one outside the off stump, a bit fuller. It entices Dizorzi into a big drive, but sorry, didn't get his foot close to that one, and looking to drive through that covers, but didn't make any contact. The ball passes that outside edge. Good work from keeper De Silva there to gather that one in, and there's no run. So again, the bowlers putting some pressure on the batters here of the South African batters. They are not able to score as freely as we saw in the first session of play before that drinks break. It's Seals again, run past the umpire. This one is pitched full length delivery on that off stump. Dizorzi coming forward nicely this time and not looking for that big drive, just pushing that one into the cover region. And the fielder there, Warrican, in covers, and there's no run. Score remains on 101 for 2. Excellent bowling here from the West Indies, Leon.
Yeah, they've been so good in this, especially after the drinks break. I think Roach came in, picked up that wicket and started bowling extremely well. Seals has come in and he's looked the part as well. Moti has been decent as Seals runs into bowl to the Zorzi.
Yes, and this one is again pitched outside the off stump, and the Zorzi has a waft on that one. It took the outer half of the bat, but Kemar Roach there at backward point doing a good job in diving to his right and picking that one up. No run. So this is wonderful from the West Indies. The fielders backing up the good work being done by the bowlers here, and it's a bit of pressure on the batters now after that wicket of Stubs. The West Indies now needs to sustain this pressure. If they can do that till probably the lunch break, it would be excellent. Pick up a couple wickets. This time it Seals, just shorter in length. That one more drifting down the leg side. Dizorzi on the back foot, working it into the onside, but straight to the fielder at short square leg, and there's no run. The score remains on 101 for 2.
33.4 overs now. Seals. That one just shorter. I think what I've seen is that when the fast bowlers have gone shorter, it's been a bit slower. It's the middle of the pitch just seems to be a bit slower. That one just seemed like the Zorzi had enough time to work himself around it and just tap it down to short square leg.
This time Seals again, bang on target, full length delivery on that off stump line, and all Dizorzi could do is just get forward, pat and pat close together, push that one to that fielder at backward point. That's Kemar Roach, and no run.
It's not found scoring easy of Jaden Seals just yet. He's faced 43 deliveries against Seals in this game so far, and just scoring 16 runs. Couple plays and misses as well. So Seals seems to have something good going here against Tony Dizorzi. Yet to bowl any deliveries to Temba Bavuma.
Now this is Test cricket. This is what Test cricket is about. Again, that one pitched up delivery outside the off stump. Dizorzi driving at that one. It got the outer half of the bat, but lucky for him, it went to ground, and the fielder there, that's Kemar Roach, at backward point, did well enough, but he couldn't prevent the single. So at the end of that over number 34, it's 102 for 2.
Yeah, good stop. Roach, 2 big stops in that over at point. He's getting down in age now, and he's improving his fielding quite a lot, Roach. Moti is going to continue now from the media center end. Run rate just about 3 and over again, 102 for 2 after 34. Moti went for a couple in that last over. Slip in place. Backward point, cover. Deep cover on the boundary, long on, deep mid wicket. Jason Holders down at deep square leg. And the Katanaj just under the bat.
Well, ball,
So
Mot.
it's Moti into Dizozi. This one, it's a pitch of delivery outside of the off stump. Dizozi just pushes that one into that vacant cover region. As you mentioned, there's that fielder at deep cover. No one in the short cover position, so it's an easy single for him. Just pushing it there. And he picks up a single. The score moves on to 103 for 2. Moti again to Bavuma. This is the battle I'm liking here, Liam. Moti to Bavuma. Bavuma looks to be aggressive, or wants to be aggressive, I should say, to the left-handed Moti. And he is really, using the depth of the crease. This one is a full-length delivery. Bavuma gets down and paddle it behind square, and he picks up 2 runs. So you can see Bavuma here just trying different things to put off Moti, who really settled down to a nice tidy line and length. But walking down the wicket, hitting him over his head, looking to paddle him around the corner for a couple. He's doing things to change the line and length of Moti. Moti again, bang on target on that middle stump. Just looking to move the ball away from the right-hander. But again, Bavuma equal to the task, just coming forward, pushing it back to the bowler, and there's no run. Moti again, wonderful delivery, just pitching on that middle stump line and just looking to get that ball angling away or turning away from the right-handed Bavuma. But Bavuma again equal to the task in just getting forward and smothering the ball, pushing it back to the bowler. Similar delivery again, and Bavuma does the same thing in just getting forward, pushing the ball back to the bowler, and the end of an excellent over again from Moti. It's 105 for 2 after 35.
What I liked about that over from Moti is that he saw in the last over that edge that went to where second slip would have been. He put the second slip in and started working in that area once again, but Bavuma a lot more in control of his shots in that one. That little paddle scoop that he played, a full toss that was from Moti. I think that's the counteract that Yorker that we've seen Moti firing twice already in this spell. It's going to be Seals to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion, and Seals again has bowled quite a lot of deliveries in this test match so far against Tony Dezorzi, and just seems to have a bit going for him here. Dezorzi is 62 now of 106 deliveries. He's really looked well settled into his innings.
And this is good from a South African point of view. This is exactly what they want, a top order to be batting deep. If they can bat throughout, score 100 even more, it will put them in an excellent position. Seals to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, runs in past the bowler. Again, this one pitching on that middle and off line, and just short of a length. Dizonzi on that back foot, just punching it to that mid-on fielder, in the captain Keegan Brathwaite, and there's no run. So Jaden Seals, in this spell, we mentioned it early that the captain would want his bowlers to really give some bowls some sharp, short spells where they can give it their all, bowl at top speed if possible, find that nice line and length outside the off stump, make it difficult for the batters. This one is just outside that off stump line again from Jaden Seals, and again Dizorzi just pushing that one to that cover fielder in Warrican, and there's no run.
You can see that in this spell, Seals has been averaging around that 135, 138 kilometer an hour mark. He's been running in hard. He's been trying to bowl a bit quicker, not looking for as much swing, just trying to get the ball in quickly.
Well, there seems to not be too much movement for the fast bowlers out there. So all they have to do is keep that nice tidy line and length outside the off stump. Vary your length more so rather than line. And that will pose some problems to the batters. Not allow the batters to really settle down into a nice rhythm where they know it's going to be a full-length delivery. They can get forward and push it back to the bowler, or look to rotate the strike. vary your length, which would make it difficult. If you play forward, they'll come back. It makes it a bit difficult for the batters in particular. So this is excellent from West Indies here. Jaden Seals is doing an excellent job in terms of that nice length on and or outside that off stump line again. But this one just short of a length. So as we said, bowl 2 full length deliveries and then 2 just short of a length to let the batters know, yeah, you can't get comfortable here. I am in the game. I'm going to make you think about what you need to do. How are you going to score runs here? And it's proven very fruitful for the bowlers at this point in time.
Yeah, I think it's about just being patient at this stage for the West Indies bowlers and also for the South African batsmen. Just want to be patient, see this period of good bowling out from the West Indies and wait until the bad balls come. We've been few and far between. This time, a wonderful shot from Tony He pitched up outside the off stump and pushed past that fielder at cover for 4.
Well, it's exactly what you said, Liam. They are just waiting for that bad ball. And this time, again, a bit of width given there by Jaden Seal. It was pitched up, but a bit outside the off stump, a bit of width given. And all he had to do was place it past that fielder, Warrican, at cover, and he picked up an easy boundary. So this is excellent from the batter in particular, Dizonzi. He moves on to 66 now. And it come back to that excellent point you were making in terms of being patient. Seals again bang on target, fuller length delivery on that off stump line, and all these odds he could do is push it back to that fielder at mid off, and there's no run. So at the end of the 36th over number 36, it's 109 for 2. Dizonzi, he's not out on 66 from 112 deliveries. Bavuma, he looks nicely 11 from 24, as we have double change here in the commentary as I welcome is it Mr. Colin Murray, is it? Yes, it's Mr. Colin Murray, and I think it's Mr. Kadir Mohammed, is it? Yes, I got it right this time.
Thank you, Ronnie. You have me a little speechless there, saying you got it right. I noticed you had all your field placings correct as well. You did one with the mid-on and mid-off, but then you have to remember a left-hander to a right-hander. But here is Moti into Bavuma, and he's working this one down to the deep backward square, and they've gone for a 2. Now there you could hearing shouts of bowler, because the Zozi seemed to be not wanting the second. Bavuma was always going for the second, and so he started late for the second run. And you could hear the shouts going, bowler. But in fact, Louis, who is down at that deep backward square, threw the ball to the wicketkeeper. And in the end, they were able to comfortably get the second run. So they total on to 111 now. Nelson for 2. Bavuma is 13 and 66 is the Zozi.
Oh, yes, Moti
is into Bavuma. He doesn't do very much with it, just coming on the front foot, pushing it out in front of him on the onside, and there's no run. So 3 deliveries so far in this over. Bavuma, the skipper, on 13. He's going to go to 14 now as he plays this ball on the offside. And Holder, who's at backward point, was running to his right, but he couldn't cut it off. And in fact, it went down to Warrican, who's at a deep square point position, and they pick up an easy single. 112 for 2, so they've got off the dreaded Nelson of 111. So 112 for 2 brings the Zozi back into strike. Field pretty well spread for the South African opener. As a good delivery and had a little bit more bounce as he was on the front foot, but he was certainly getting right out to the pitch of it and pushed it out in front of him on the offside. They were thinking of the single, but I think the Zozi was more concentrated on that delivery rather than looking for the run. Here he faces the final delivery, and he's playing this one back up along the track to Moti. The end of the over, at the end of it. Bavuma is 1466 to the Zozi. It's 112-4-2. Good morning, Kadir.
Yeah, good morning, Colin.
How
Good
are
morning,
you?
listeners? Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. I'm just pleased to be having cricket here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, after yesterday.
Yeah, certainly. I can tell you the conditions are wonderful. The sun has just peeked behind a cloud, but apart from that, blue skies, lovely conditions here for cricket. The fans continuing to trickle in. Is it a gathering still, or is it upgraded to a crowd?
It hasn't been upgraded yet to a crowd, but I think it's getting a little bit more than a gathering, but not quite a crowd yet. And maybe with West Indies pick up a wicket or two more, who knows? After lunch, some of the spectators will come in. But I think the West Indies need to pick up a couple more wickets. Holder is back into the attack, so he is going to replace Jaden Seals at that Brian Lara Pavilion end. And you look at Holder thus far, he's going to come in. He's had 5 overs, 1 for 13, and this one outside the line of the off stump. This came back slightly at Bavuma, but not enough to worry the batsman in terms of cannon into the pads or into the off stump. And it was just wide of that. It was just wide of that off stump, and he allowed it to go through to the silver. So Holder making his way back to the top of his mark. He hasn't bowled badly in the test so far, has he?
Yeah, first 4 overs in his first spell this morning. Started things off for the West Indies.
Well, he's in again to bowl to the right-handed South African skipper. And that's right through him. An appeal goes up, not really from De Silva. If you looked at it, the hand just went up, thinking, well, he didn't really get the edge. But no, you could see it was a stifled appeal. But another good delivery from Holder, Yorker length delivery. And he was and it pitched and moved away from the right-hander Bavuma. He played at it. And again, we've seen it so many times that the ball has beat the bat but not getting the outside edge.
Yeah, you could just see the shiny side facing the slip cordon. Late movement from Jason Holder. Bavuma drawn into play in that off drive. And
here's Holder again. This is a delivery angled into him. Yorker length delivery again. This time he gets on top of it. But Bavuma is not a big man. He's not very tall. He's very short in comparison to some of the other players. Matter of fact, I would think he's one of the shortest players in the two teams. So once you pitch that ball up to him, you know, he tends to get on that front foot. But because he's not very tall, the reach is not all there. As that delivery, you could have seen that previous delivery moving away from him. Here's another good delivery from Holder, but this time angling it into the right-hander, and he plays it out towards mid-on, and there is no run.
yeah, and you could just see the field changing. Kavim Hodge was at that short cover position. He's now come out and gone into third slip. So 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, a shortish mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg in Kimar Roach.
Yes, so there are 3 slips in position. After that delivery beat Bavuma, Brathwaite has decided to put in the extra slip. Here is a delivery that he tries, but can't beat the cover position. Mikel Louis is the man at cover, as that was driven out just to his right, and not much power. Didn't seem to time it all that well. Bavuma may have come off more the bottom part of the bat rather than the sweet middle of the bat, and gave Louis enough time just to hustle around to his right to do the fielding no run. Final delivery of Holder's 6th over. So far, 5 dot balls, putting some pressure on Bavuma. And this time just outside the line of the off stump. Seemed to be a little bit slower delivery. And Bavuma lined it up nicely and allowed it to go through to the keeper. The end of the over from Holder. He's now completed his 6 overs, 1 for 13. And it's 86 for 2. Funny thing about it, the first wicket put on 43 runs. The second wicket also put on 43 runs. So I don't know if that's a little bit of a sign for the West Indies. But is Moti going to continue? I would think he would. Haven't seen Warrican into the attack yet. Any thoughts of when you... He seems to be wanting to go with the pace at one end, spin at another end. I think at any time he may very well go for the twin spinners to come into the attack.
Well, at this stage, the plan seems to be bowling the pacers from the Brian Lara Pavilion end and rotating the spinners from the media center end. Two right-handers, in fact, a right-hand, left-hand combination for the South Africans. He might be thinking about getting Jamal Warrican in.
Yeah, I think it may very well. Just might give Moti an over or two and then switch it if he wants to keep the pace at the Brian Lara Pavilion end. But here's Moti. And there is Desos. He's really now in full control because he played the reverse sweep and hit it beautifully off the middle of the bat. But he played it very effectively because Moti given the ball a little bit of air, and Desos went into that reverse sweep and timed it to perfection. Hit it down to where our third man would have been. Of course, there's nobody in that position, and the ball goes into the boundary. He's into the 70s now. He's on 70 exact. It's 116 for 2. Give him some air and driven down to long on by Desos. Give him some air by Moti, and there was Desos just on driving nicely, sweetly. Ball coming off the middle of the bat and going down towards the long on position. Kemar Roach is there, and they pick up an easy single. 117 for 2. Moti round the wicket to the right-handed Bavuma, and he's driving past the bowler down to long off where Kemar Roach is doing the fielding, and they pick up another easy single. So I would think it's time to just change things a little bit with Moti. They seem to be on top of Moti, the two batsmen. He is bowling well, but sometimes you just need a little bit of a change. Here is Moti into Desossi, and he's pushing this one out on the offside towards a point position. Louis has to come in from that position square on the boundary, right out on the boundary rope, and they pick up a single. So one more to the total. 119 for 2. Desossi on to 72. Brings Bavuma back into strike. He's on 15 as Moti into him, and this time he's in defense, pushing it out towards Holder, who is at a point position. There is no run. The end of the over. Bavuma is 15. Desossi is 72. It's 119 for 2. We're going to have a bit of a drinks break because remember, we started at 9:30 this morning, and certainly the players need the refreshment. So we're having a bit of a drinks break. It's 119 for 2 South Africa. Desossi is 72 not out. Bavuma is on 15 not out.
This is Cricket on 360 Radio.
Well, back here at the Queen's Park Oval, the drinks break is over. The players just getting back to their respective positions. The West Indies players, most of them are ready in their fielding positions. There's the lone slip for Jason Oldham. Would expect they're going to be 2 slips. Don't think they're just going to go with 1 slip, right? And so there is going to be a second slip added. So that's Hodge. He's gone into first slip. Anthony is at second slip. And there's a backward point, a square point that is directly square on the offside. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. Here's Older into this Zosi, and he's pushing that out towards Warrican, who's at that short square point position. So there's a backward point, and then there's that square point, and almost like in a catching position. If he cuts uppishly, that Warrican is going to be there for that catch. And let's see, is he going to be moved? No, he goes back to that short square point position. And there's that cover. And a mid-off. Then 3 men on the onside. Here's Holder to the left-hander. And he drives, but it's fielded, well fielded by Kima Roach, who is at that backward point position, diving to his right and stopping it. Gets a bit of a high five there from Carty. And he runs all the way from cover to give Roach a little bit of a, wasn't a high five, more like a low five. But still acknowledging the good stop to his right. Kemar Roach, of course, no young man again, but staying fit and doing what he has to do on the field. As this delivery from Holder is into this Zosi, and he's in defense, just pushing it out to Carty at cover. There is no run.
Yeah, Craig Brathwaite here being proactive with his captaincy. He's always looking to get that catcher in close. And the West Indians may feel as though the Zosi might be a bit susceptible to playing in the air, close on the offside. Warrican is at that catching position. Very square point. 2 slips as well.
Here is Holder over the wicket to the left-hander, and good delivery. And the Zosi is in defense, pushing it out towards cover. And Carty is there. There is no run. He's on the front foot. Good delivery from Holder. The ball is what? Now 39.4 overs. So you expect that it's going to be losing it, the hardness of that ball. So you're not going to maybe get the bounce and the movement as he was getting certainly yesterday and early this morning. Here is Holder. That's a good delivery. I talk about movement. He did get movement there as it pitched. It left the left-hander. And Dezosi played it well because he lined it up early, realizing that ball, even though it was pitching on or around the off stump, was leaving him. And he did the right thing, allowed it to go through. 5 dot balls so far. Holder's bowled well. He's in just 1 delivery left to complete over number 7. 1 for 13 thus far, as he makes his way slowly back to the top of his mark. The sun has left us, Kadir. But I think you mentioned, blue skies all around, which is good news. So Holder into the Zosi. That's a very good delivery again. Seemed to have just straightened on him as he was in defense, pushing it back up along the track to Holder. The end of a maiden over from Jason Holder. He continues to bowl well here at the Queen's Park Oval. He's completed his 7 overs now. 1 for 13. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13. And Moti, I'm just thinking, Kadir, I think they need a change now. Moti has been bowling what? I think he's bowled 7 or 6 or 7 overs on the trot. And I'm just thinking maybe it's time for Warrican, give Warrican over, see what he can do. Because if you're going to up with the pace and the spin, and no reason to take off Holder, he's bowling well. But I was just thinking, they're getting a little bit accustomed to Moti now. Just try Warrican. I know we still have what? We still have another 10, 40 minutes to lunch. But, it may be worth a try. I don't know what your thoughts are.
Well, obviously, Captain Brathwaite feels as though Moti might be the option to get a wicket from this media centre end. Of course, Warrican doesn't turn it much He doesn't get much spin. Moti is the one who is going to give it some air and allow the ball to spin. Warrican is a bit flatter through the air.
No, let me clarify. As Moti bowls his first delivery to Bavuma, who plays it out on the offside. The man at slip, Hodge just runs around to his right to do the fielding. And I'm not saying by any stretch of the imagination Moti is not capable. And this time Bavuma is forward to a delivery, giving a little bit of air. But Bavuma couldn't use his feet, just played it from the crease. Allows it to run off the face of the bat out to point as Moti into Bavuma, and again he's forward defense. I'm just looking at a little bit of a change up. Try something different. And Moti hasn't got the wicket. He's had an extended spell. I'm just thinking the batsman starting, they're a little bit accustomed to him. Here's a delivery angled into Bavuma, a quicker delivery. And Bavuma is driving down to long off and they pick up a single. Yeah, so and it's not that he's bowling badly. I think he's bowled a good line, he's bowled a good length, his variety is good, he's giving some air, he's angling one or two into the batsman. Now he's going wrong the wicket to the left-hander, the Zosi, and it's going to be interesting. But I am just looking at a little bit of a change-up. That's all.
Yeah.
Give it, try something different. Here is Moti, and drives it straight to the short mid-wicket. Now, what they've done, there's just 3 men on the offside. There's a slip, a man right down at third man, and then a mid-off. So he's going to concentrate, I would think, somewhere middle and leg, as that delivery is pitched around the leg stump, and the Zosi is playing it out towards that short square position on the leg side. So there's no run to end. Just 1 run coming from the over, but the last delivery, no run coming from that. And it's now 120 for 26 overs have been bowled today. 75 runs have scored, and just the 1 wicket going down, as opposed to yesterday when 15 overs were bowled, 45 runs were scored, 1 wicket. And you look at the run rate yesterday, it was 3. Today, it's just under 3, 2.88. So West Indies have certainly kept things under control. The South African batsmen, even at the score at 120 for 2, it hasn't been a tearaway performance from the batsmen. Holder starts a new over and is on his way to the right-handed Bavuma, and this delivery pitching somewhere around leg stump, and there was Bavuma looking to go on the leg side, but it straightened on him, and as it straightened on him, you could see him sort of halfway turned towards the onside, and then just angling the bat right back straight down the track, and in the end he played it pretty good.
Yeah, and here's where I feel Brian Charles may have been a bit unlucky to miss out on making his test match debut. Jamal Warrican offers left-arm orthodox, so too Gudakesh Moti. And just the option or the variation of having the off-spinner, taking the ball away from the left-hander. There are a couple of left-handers in the South African top order. Tony Zizozi, he's still their left-hander. Ryan Rickleton, who bats in the middle order, also left-handed. So you West Indies may have felt as though Brian Charles not given the opportunity. Warrican.
Well, here is Holder to Bavuma, and he plays it back up along the track, and no run. Holder tries to play a little bit of football with it, raising it, but didn't do such a great job. And but still, no run. Yeah, I agree with you. I thought that Brian Charles should have got the opportunity because, of course, you're going in with 2 left-arm spinners. You're going in with Warrican and with Moti. And I thought there may have been a case for Brian Charles with his off-spin. But the West Indies selectors opted, I suppose, for the experience of Warrican, who has played Test cricket. Here's Holder into Bavuma. He drives, but uppishly, because that ball is going down towards third man. He was driving at it, and it came off a thick outer part of the bat. Luckily, it went to the right of the man at second slip, and Moti had to give chase, and they were able to pick up 2 runs. So Bavuma goes to 18, the total to 122 now for 2. Of course, Warrican has played 15 tests already, And he's picked up, how many wickets has he got in those tests? Just looking to see.
46.
Yeah. So I think they've gone for the experience of Warrican.
Yeah, my thinking would have just been to get a left arm orthodox and a right arm off spinner in, just to add something different to the attack. Kavim Hodge also bowls some part-time left arm orthodox, and I'm sure he's not gonna be too happy with me saying part-time left arm orthodox, because he does pick up wickets.
Yeah, but still, he's a part-timer. He's not a frontline spinner for the West Indies. So you're going in really with 3 left arm spinners. Here's a delivery outside the line of the off stump. Bavuma allows it to go through to be taken by De Silva. The end of the over. It's 122 for 2. The Zosi is 72. Bavuma is on 18. Yeah, and that's my question to the West Indies selectors. You've gone in with Moti, and you've gone in with Warrican, and you also have Hodge as a backup. I would have thought the variety would have been nicer with Moti, Charles, and then if the two of them weren't effective, or even if you just want to give the ball to Hodge and say, look, have an over or two and see what's going to happen.
Yeah.
You could do that. But when you reach a stage where you've got Moti, and then you're now bringing in Moti to bowl his 12th over, and Warrican hasn't seen an over yet.
Yeah.
So the thinking sometimes is a little bit bewildering, but I suppose that's West Indies cricket for you at the best of times. And who knows? It may very well work. I mean, Moti capable. He's very capable, and he might very well come and pick up 2 wickets now, one after the other. And you can always say, well, that's to teach you to shut your mouth in future. Here is Moti, and ball. You could see him now, Moti. He's really getting into his work. Good line, good length. He's getting a little bit of turn, and that ball struck Desori on somewhere high up on the pad, because he was getting some bounce. So he's getting some bounce there. So it's going to be interesting as this game goes on in terms of this wear and tear of the pitch. I had suggested that this pitch might take some turn by day 4. And I tell you what, it certainly seems that way, as this delivery is pulled down to Holder, who is at a deep backward square leg. It was a poor delivery from Moti. It was short, and the Zosi, he must think he should have done better, simply because it was short and he smashed it down to the deep backward square, but he picked out Holder, and you had to think that he should have hit that anywhere he wanted. It was that short from Moti. 123 for 2 as Moti round the wicket to the South African captain, and that's another good delivery. Good line, good length, getting a little bit of bounce. And Bavuma, I keep saying, he's not a tall man, had to come down on it and had a little bit of bounce in it. Here is a delivery that he backs away and just guides it out to the deep point position. Warrican is there, and Warrican must be thinking, hey, when am I going to get a ball? And they go through for an easy single. 124 for 2, 1 delivery left. In over number 43, the Zorzi is on 73. As he settles again, waits on Moti. We see a change in the field. Now, there's real leg side pressure on the Zorzi. There's a leg slip, a forward short leg, a deep backward square, a square leg, a short mid wicket, and a long on. So there's 7 men on the onside. As the final delivery, however, pitches between middle and leg, and he's just pushing it out on the offside, and there is no run. The end of the over, 124 now for 2, as some real goodies in the stand where patrons seem to be having a ball. I think I'm going to take a little walk over in the stand, because some ladies there, they seem to be having all sorts of goodies, and they're offering it around. So I'm going to see if I can go and get a little something, Kadir. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think I might very well follow you.
Yeah, the thing is, Vinod Mamchan is probably going to beat us to it, because when he sees food sharing, you know what happens. I don't have to tell you. We didn't say no more. But I think there's going to be a double change here, as Warrican finally is going to come into the attack, and he's going to be operating from the Brian Lara Pavilion, and it's 124 for 2.
It's 124 for 2. Colin and, of course, Kadir Mohammed are keeping your company for the last half an hour or so. And I want to say very good evening to our fans down in Adelaide, Australia. They have been sending messages. They have been glued to the radio broadcast. I also say very good afternoon to the public relations manager at Sandals Resorts International, Sunil Ramdeen, and Sunil, of course, a commentator as well with us. The second delivery of the over back. That's the arm ball there by Jomel Warrican. Score remains 124 for 2, 19 to Bavuma, and the Zorsi is on 73. Let me say good afternoon to Liam. Well, good morning to Liam Mamcham. Good morning, Liam. How are you?
Good so far. Finally, we've seen Jomel Warrican into the attack as this one pitched on about the off stump and just pushed back to him by Temba Bavuma. 124 for 2. Good start from Warrican thus far. 4 dot deliveries. He's in and bowls again to Temba Bavuma. This time a bit quicker through the air. And Bavuma back again, pushing it right back to Warrican. 1 delivery to go now. A belated introduction to the attack as he finishes off another arm delivery back into Bavuma and another dot. So a maiden over from Jomel Warrican to start 124 for 2. The score at the end of over number 44.
Yeah, tight over there by Jomel Warrican, a maiden looking to build pressure, and the spin twins, so to speak, in action now, because of course from the media center end you have Gorakesh Moti continuing, the pride of Guyana, and Colin Murray said that he's running away to where the ladies have the food, and Colin Murray is going there in his capacity as the big wig at Queen's Park to ensure that they pay rent for selling there today. Don't worry with Colin.
This time Moti's in, just on the line of leg stump this time, bowling around the wicket to Tony the Zorzi. A dot delivery again, just pushed back to Moti. So the spinners operating. They're going to want to be a bit tighter here. Trying to cause a problem for the South Africans on the leg stump line again. Greg Brathwaite is there at short mid wicket. He does the cleaning up, no run. 124 for 2. This partnership now 38 between Temba Bavuma and Tony the Zorzi. The Zorzi's really look good out there. He's batted now for 44.3 overs as Moti's in and bowl into Jaden Seals there. Was that one pushed away by Tony the Zorzi. Gets a single. First single in the over.
The Zorzi has really batted with great care. At times, you know, what he has done well, in my opinion, is that he has played the situation, he has played each ball on its merit. He has attacked, he has 2 sixes, but those were loose deliveries.
This time on the off stump again from Moti, right on spot. Another dot delivery, just pushed back to him. Bavuma now 55 deliveries, 19 runs. He's started off a bit suspect, but he's gotten into his work here now. Driven nicely from Temba Bavuma down to Jomel Warrican, who's out at deep cover and gets a single this time. A bit over pitch from Moti. 126 for 2. The Zorzi back into strike. Leg slip on a short leg. Moti right on spot on that middle stump line, getting the ball back in to the Zorzi, but pushed it straight back to Moti. So a dot delivery to finish 1 run off the over at the end of over number 45. 126 for 2. The Zorzi 74 of 134, and Bavuma 20 not out of 56.
Well, we've spoken about the fact that this is an easy track to bat on. You can't take nothing away from the West Indian bowlers, though. They've been tight. They've been tight as the economy here in Trinidad. 45 overs, 126, a run rate of 2.8. The luck hasn't been with them, to be honest. But the bowlers, the West Indies bowlers, they've stayed in the game.
Yeah, they have, and they've been making things happen. Unfortunately, a couple of edges falling wide of the slip fielders. One fell short of Joshua De Silva of Kemar Roach. And yeah, it's just been a bit unlucky. You have to say they've worked hard. And on a wicket like this, you need some luck to go your way. As Warrican is in, and he bowls to Bavuma, driven all the way down to long off. And Michael Louis out there, and they get a single. Just a bit over pitched from Warrican on this occasion. Warrican had a good first class season for Barbados Pride, but he will want to make his mark on the international scene a bit more. I think he's got some opportunities, but he's not been as penetrative as he would want, as he's in and bowls to the Zorzi, and he's just pushing it to the skipper Craig Brathwaite at short cover. No run.
Yeah, he has been tight though. Warrican normally gives nothing away. And yeah, he's going to look to lock up one end, so to speak. Here he is. So he's back deep, flicking it in the air, and he's going to get one. But he was very conscious of where the fielders were, and that goes down to deep mid wicket for one.
Just a bit out of character though, that shot from Tony De Zorzi. Probably the least solid of his shots of the day, and he gets a single nonetheless. So here's Warrican. He's in and bowls to Bavuma on the line of that middle stump, and just defended away for no run. Warrican is in again. Good delivery, and Bavuma not bothered. Warrican 15 test matches, 46 wickets. I think a lot of room for improvement there, average of 36.4.
I did cover his debut match, and I was in Sri Lanka, and he got 6 wickets on debut. There was a lot he promised. Oh, come on, Jay. That goes into the boundary now for 4, and it's driven hard there by Bavuma, and Jason Holder just proved to us that you should not invite him to Carnival in Trinidad and Tobago, trying to use his feet to dance around.
Yeah, overpitched from Warrican, and just driven nicely down the ground from Bavuma. Jason Holder just missing it, sticking that right boot out, and it beats him. And Louis couldn't get around as well. Goes for 4. A sloppy bit of work from Jason Holder, you have to see. It's a very good fielder.
How often do you get to say that? A sloppy bit of work by Jason Holder. Top man, Jason Holder. Very sharp, always switched on.
It's one of those fielders as well. He's so good in the slip cordon for the West Indies. It's not getting his boot in, as Moti is in to bowl to the Zorzi. On the line of the leg stump, and worked away. Just short of a length, and in the air bit a leg gully might have been in play there, but in between the leg slip fielder and short leg, and they get a single. Score now as Moti Bavuma pulls away. The score 133 for 2 at the 46th into the 47th over, in fact. Moti 13 overs, no wickets just yet, 53 runs. As he's in bowling to Bavuma on the line of the off stump, and Bavuma long forward and pushes it into the practice pitch next to the main pitch that we're using here. This time on the off stump again is Moti, a bit full, and driven down to Kemar Roach at long off. Gets a single. Brings Tony De Zorzi back onto strike.
If I have one criticism of Moti this morning, I think he's trying to be a bit too quick through the air. He's not tossing it up. He's not allowing. I know it's early days, but there is still some bite on the track, and I think he has to use that.
Yeah, once again, that one bit fuller, a bit straighter, and a bit quicker again from Moti on the middle stump. Dot delivery again. Dezosi just defending it, gets back and pushes it to Jaden Seals at mid-off.
This is the first innings, and you want to attack.
Much better this time from Gudakesh Moti. Gave that one a bit more air, and Dezosi looking to work it down the leg side and hitting it just short of the leg slip fielder.
Moti has been lockless. They add that.
This one giving some air again, better from Moti on the line of off stump and just pushed back to Moti again. So at the end of over number 47, South Africa 147 for 2.
Yeah, the lock has not been. Look at that again. Just short, inches short. I think Adrien Bravo would have been diving forward there in that position to complete that catch. And, the West Indies team, they've been lockless. And this afternoon, I would not be very surprised if the West Indies team bus makes a turn south of Trinidad looking for Mother Cornhawks to bless them. They have been very unlucky today.
It's going to be Warrican to continue. 32 overs in this session, 18-9 for 1. As Warrican is in and bowls to Bavuma, driving nicely, but Casey Carty, the debutant, is there at short cover. No run. This delivery again on the middle stump, and Bavuma, no real rush to get things going in, just playing the ball on merit.
What about Carty? Carty fell asleep. The ball went close to Carty and he fell asleep. It's been a long session, hasn't it?
On the off stump again from Joma Warrican. Pushed to Carty this time, who's wide awake now at short cover. Yeah, it has been a long session. 47.3 overs. This is the 33rd over of this session, and Warrican is full again, and Bavuma down the pitch, driving to Mikhail Louis at long off for a single. 98 overs of play expected today, and I think the West Indies are well on par to bowl those overs. Warrican and Moti are in operation here this time on the leg stump, down the ground to Louis again to mid on, long on in fact, and they get a single. The partnership is now 50 between these two, Temba Bavuma and Tony Dezosi. 124 deliveries.
Excellent indeed. Temba Bavuma pumps glove with Tony Dezosi, and they've been on first. A bit of luck here and there, but in the main on first.
Down the pitch again is Bavuma, just defending it to Warrican. Now that's the end of over number 48, 136 for 2. But some concerns around the ground. It seems that the ground staff are getting their raincoats on, and we saw them yesterday predict that rain very early on. It was hot sun, and we saw them putting the raincoats on, and they got the covers on in time. 136 for 2, 48 overs. Moti to continue from the media center end. Gudakesh Moti's he bowled a lot in this first session. He's now into bowl to Dezosi. Faster delivery on the middle stump, and Dezosi's back and pushes it back to Moti. No run. Moti's bowled 11 overs already in this session. Good delivery there again from Moti on the line of middle stump, a bit slower, and popped a bit from Dezosi's bat, but straight back to Moti for no run. Looking to sweep this time is Dezosi, leg stump delivery, and swept it all the way down to Jason Holder, who is at deep backward square and just won again. So Bit of extensiveness shown there from Tony DeZorzi.
I think Dezorsi with Bavuma there, Dezorsi would feel even more comfortable. Bavuma has been leading in front. He has been speaking to him. This delivery played away down to backward point.
Yeah, taking the outside edge. From 37 now. Partnership really has been solid as Moti's in and bowls again. Slower delivery. And Bavuma just long forward again and defense. Not bothered really at this stage. 27 of 69. Final delivery coming up here from Gudakesh Moti. A bit faster, and Bavuma looking for the single, pushing it towards Casey Carty at short cover, but there's no run. So at the end of the 49th over, it's 137 for 2.
And the West Indies, they continue to plug away. South Africa, they've batted beautifully this morning. I'll give this session to South Africa because they are nearing into probably 100 runs. The ground staff, they're in their bright yellow raincoats. Now, they could be in that for two reasons. To advertise it because it looks regal. You can go attend a wedding with it. I intend to buy one to attend Dylan Sharma's wedding. And the other reason is rain may well be on its way this time.
And he's gone. Warrican over pitching this one a bit to the Zorzi. The Zorzi looking to pull out the reverse sweep and hit straight to the fielder at slip. That's Kavim Hodge. And the umpire sends him, so that's it. The Zorzi goes. And a big breakthrough for the West Indies. Jomel Warrican, the man with the golden arm, has picked up the wicket.
A good one there by Joey. And I'm not feeling sorry for the Zorzi because, to me, a reverse sweep does not have a place in Test cricket. It's like breaking the speed limit on the highway. So you need to go back.
Yeah, it really was out of character. 78 of 145. 7 fours and 2 sixes in this innings for the Zorzi. He looked so comfortable. Nothing was bothering him out there until he played that shot. Very out of character. You've got to think it was a lapse in judgment and maybe a lapse in concentration.
Oh, is it that, or with just about 8 minutes to go to lunch, the Zorzi saw the lunch van pulled up and wanted to be first at the lunch table? Because you don't play that shot. You don't play that shot, especially in this situation.
No, it really is not what you would expect from a batsman of the Zorzi's quality. He would have thrown away 100 here at the Queen's Park Oval. And that is going to bring in at number 5 another Test player that we've not seen too much of just yet. But he really looks the part. David Bedingham, 5 matches at an average of 49 already. 347 runs, 250s and 100. He looks the part so far.
Yeah,
David Bedingham.
Early days. But look at that average, 49.57, an average that, you know, I could associate with. Yeah. So one wants to see. But on a serious note, Liam, this is the situation now. The Zorzi, in playing a horrible shot, has now put South Africa under pressure. The West Indies have taken 3 wickets. Now, with 7 minutes to lunch, Beddington is in now.
Yeah, Bedingham in with just 7 minutes to go is never a situation you want to be in as a batter. You don't want to come in when a break is just about 5-10 minutes away. So the West Indies in a good position here. They're going to look to attack a leg slip in play and a first slip, which is Alec Athena's short cover right up in the face of the new batter.
I would like to see a Sydney mid-off now. Even more attacking with just a couple of minutes to lunch.
Good delivery from Warrican on the line of the off stump. Slow through the air and Bedingham getting back and just punching it back to Warrican.
Well, skipper Brathwaite has a lot of faith in him and he's repaying that faith. Young Jomel Warrican.
Oh, this time an arm ball and on the back foot. Bedingham is working it into the leg side. Gets a single just off the inner half of the bat. Not in full control of that one. And I think at this stage of the game, Tema Bavuma will want to face the majority of deliveries before lunch. just to protect Bedingham a bit. As Warrican is in and bowls to, in fact, he stops now, a change in the field. He's just moving Jaden Seals that cover to his right a bit. He's in now to bowl to Temba Bavuma. This time, Bavuma down the wicket again and defending.
Bavuma looks like one of those guys who gets into a lot of trouble with his family. He never likes to stay home. He's always down the track.
This time, staying at home, staying in the crease. Slow delivery from Warrican outside the off stump and just pushing it to Moti at backward point. No run. One delivery to go now in over number 50. Again on the off stump line, and Warrican will be happy with that over. Bavuma just defending the last delivery again. So no run at the end now of a successful Juma Warrican over. It's 138 for 3.
I've enjoyed Warrican's spell this morning. You know, he has shown a lot of variety. I think the only place around here you can get more variety right now is Patraj Roti Shop. But, you know, it has played on the mind of the Zorsi and, of course, Bavuma. Bavuma is solid. He's very solid indeed. And he seems to be one of those players who could play spin well. He's a short man, and they say all short players are great players. Sunil Gavaskar, Hanif Muhammad. You would not know about Hanif Muhammad, Liam. That was about 50 years ago. So Ronnie Bikram Das could align with me when it comes to Hanif Muhammad. And, you know, Colin Murray could align to me with the taller players like W.G. Grace. Anyhow.
This time on the off stump again, and then off the back foot he pushes it. Is Bedingham pushing it to Carty at short cover. Bedingham's first class career this year. He's averaged 64 in 11 games, so that just shows you that he's really up to par. This time cut away, too short from Gudakesh Moti, in quick hands from David Bedingham, cuts it past the fielder at backward point, and he's going to get a boundary.
You said it right, quick hands, because that was a quick delivery, but he's flirting with danger. Seeing that there's 2 slips and a city mid off right in position, he's flirting with danger. But he did get over it, and he played it after it passed him. He was able to keep it down. You spoke about Bennington's first class average. There seems to be no bowlers in South Africa. All these guys coming into bat averaging over 50.
This time down the ground, Jaden Seals does very well. Chance of a run out, but Seals not collecting cleanly. Bedingham was halfway down the wicket and had to turn around.
Are you sensing some nerves from Beddington?
Yeah. 100%.
Bedingham, sorry.
Here's Moti. It's an unbowled driving nicely. A really nicely timed shot there from David Bedingham. Warrican has a chase on here. And does very well in the end to keep it away from going for 4. And Bavuma lost a glove in the process, but they get 3.
That shot was a Zorsi type shot. Just a check shot. It was all timing. And he was able to get 3. Again, the quickness of the delivery and the Moti quick through the air. He was just able to use the pace. Just check the shot and got 3 runs. It tells you the pace that Moti is bowling at. I would like to see him just slow it up a bit.
You can just see now that there's a bit of a drizzle coming across the Queen's Park Oval. As Moti's in and bowls to Bavuma, just hitting the outer half of the bat a bit there on the line of the off stump. Pushed away to Kavim Hodge at first slip.
Well, the weather is showing impeccable timing like Bedingham. The rain is coming at lunchtime.
Here's Moti, he's into Bavuma, driving Bavuma, looking for the quick single. Roach picks up and decides not to throw in the end. And they get the single, so that is the end of a Gudakesh Moti over. 16 overs now, he's bowled for 63 at the end of over number 51. It's 146 for 3. With 4 minutes to go, you have to think that the West Indies would want to try to push 2 overs in here.
I'll tell you something. Bavuma pushed and ran. He wanted to farm the strike. He is sensing that Bedingham is a bit nervous. Bavuma, to me, I've followed his career, seems to be a solid man, a leader. And, you know, initially when he was chosen for South Africa and I saw the team, I thought they were playing one short. But
well, Temo Bavuma, the leader of this team, leading from an example here as Warrican is in to bolt in. We're knowing and that one just on the off stump, defended again. I don't think Bavuma is going to play a rash shot in this over. You have to think that he understands the situation.
I think he has to close up shop.
Warrican again on middle stump this time. Bavuma defense just taking the outer half of the bat again. Joshua De Silva seemed excited about that one. Let's have a look. Yeah, just on that line of the middle stump, just turning a bit, just a little bit. Down the wicket and is straight now to Carty at short cover, no run. A slip and a leg slip, a short mid-wicket, short cover, long off.
Look for the slow ball that is going to grip now. There it is.
Just a bit too full maybe, Warrican. Like that one. Bavuma down the wicket again, looking for the single, pushing it there to backward point, but no single on offer. Bedingham wants no part of it at this stage.
Warrican has been good, hasn't he?
Yeah, definitely, as he's in here to bowl the fifth delivery up this over. Down the wicket again, Warrican getting a hand to it, just slowing it down a bit as it was driven down to Jason Holder at mid-on. They get a single quickly. So it's just going to be one delivery for Bedingham, and I think the West Indies need to take advantage of this at this stage.
Well, the frame clock on the pavilion here, the Brownlar Pavilion, is saying that it's not quite 12 yet. Could we get in another over? Let's see. Warrican wants to ensure this is the last over, and Bedington has one ball to face. Bedingham, sorry.
I think the West Indies would be happy to get another over in here, and it seems that way. It just seems that they're running around. They want to force this other over, and 11:58 a.m.
I saw it from 500 feet away.
Yeah. And it should be Gudakesh Moti who is going to bowl the final over before lunch.
I would have brought Kemar Roach.
Yeah, I think so. I think with one over to go, Bedingham knew. I would have gone with maybe even Jaden Seals with the extra pace that he offers. But it's going to be Moti to finish off the first session here. And he is to bowl to Bavuma, driving down the ground. Moti, I think Moti did that on purpose. I think Moti wanted to get David Bedingham on strike, a full toss, and Bavuma driving it down to, but straight back to Moti, and Moti just left it.
Well, that's good thinking, isn't it? And now here comes the pressure. Two slips, sitting it off. Where is Craig Brathwaite going? He's going to cover point.
This is good though. This is exactly what you want to see from the West Indies. You want to see them thinking the game and putting the new batter under pressure as Moti is in to bowl to Bedingham. Cuts again, and you could hear Joshua De Silva saying he cut that one off middle and off, and just beating Brathwaite at points, and they get two.
I don't think that the West Indies will mind too much the way Bedingham has approached his innings thus far. You always think you're in the game with him playing like this. So two slips, city mid-off, backward point. There's a shortish cover, regulation cover, mid-off and mid-on in position.
Sounds slower from Moti, but on the line of around the leg stump. And Bedingham looking for the single, pushing it to Seals at mid-on, but there's no run.
So
there's Moti to Bedingham. Good delivery from Gudakesh Moti. Bedingham on the back foot and just pushing it back to the bowler. No run.
If I was Moti at this point in time, I would tempt him.
Yeah, I think with two
throw it
balls
up
left.
in the air. He seems to be aggressive.
With 2 balls left, I think one of these deliveries has to go straight up in the air. This one again a bit too flat from Moti. Bedingham on the back foot again, pushing it to Seals at mid-on for another dot delivery. One delivery to go before lunch. What does Gudakesh Moti do here? The West Indies would love a wicket. Moti's into bowl. Bedingham drives down the ground nicely, and a misfield from Seals would allow them to go back for 2. A chance of a run out as Bedingham was a bit nervous going back for that second run, but Roach gets the ball back in They complete 2, and with that, it seems like it's going to be lunch. So a good session for South Africa, you have to say.
Yeah, 152 for 3. They would have lost 2 wickets, scored out just over 100 runs. But you have to remember and put things in perspective. It was a session of 2.5 hours, not a 2-hour session as you would normally have. 107 runs, 2 wickets. I think it's even Stevens for this session, given what you see on the track, given the fact that the West Indies, they've been a bit luckless as well. I think that the West Indies players may well enjoy lunch because when they come back, they know that they have Bedingham to deal with, and Bedingham is going to ensure that, just after lunch when you feel sleepy, none of us will be feeling sleepy today. Let's take a short break. It's 152 for 3. Return you back to all regional stations.
You've just heard commentaries of the West Indies South Africa series, a production of 360 Radio. Join us again for more on the 360 Radio Network. is Cricket on 360 Radio as we bring you ball-by-ball commentaries of the West Indies South Africa series. The action is about to begin. And now, for all the excitement, let's join our commentators on location.
Yes, welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval here in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. Let's remember it's the first test match between the West Indies and South Africa. They're here at the second session of play as it's about to get underway. It's remember South Africa, they are 152 for 3 at the moment. It's Roach to take up the attack from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. And this one is outside the off stump. It's Bavuma. He's on 30 at the moment. Just letting that one go through to the keeper. As I welcome here this afternoon, Kadir Mohammed. Kadir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ronnie. Good afternoon, listeners. Yeah, certainly intriguing session about to get going here at the Queen's Park Oval. West Indies starting with 2 slips, a backward point, extra cover. More after this delivery.
It's Roach this time again outside the off stump. And a loose drive there from Bavuma. That one that's a little bit wider, about 5th stump. Looking to push that one through the covers. A bit of inward movement there from Kimar Roach. And it got the inner half of the bat. But no harm done. The score remains on 152 for 3.
Yeah, Bavuma has been solid. He's been resolute. 30 from 83 deliveries. Captain of the South Africa team. He's quite a dogged player, isn't he?
Yes, Kimar Roach want to continue the good work. This one, again, just pitching outside out off stump. Just short of a length. And Bavuma just shoulders, arms, and allow that one to go through to the keeper, Da Silva. For no run. The score remains on 152 for 3. Roach had a very good first session with the ball in hand. Pick up that wicket of
Tristan
Stubs. Yes, yeah. That wicket of Tristan Stubs. And it led to a nice period of play from the West Indies. This time again, Roach runs in past the umpire. Ball this one just short of a length outside off stump. Again, Bavuma just allows it to go through to the keeper and no run to the total.
Yeah, you can just see Kimar Roach going wide on the crease there, angling it in, and then a bit of late movement away from the right-handed Bavuma, looking to get him playing away from his body. Jason Holder and Alec Athanaze are waiting behind at first and second slip. There's also a short cover. Catching position.
Yes, it's Kimar Roach again, runs away from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. This time it's that again outside that off stump. So he's very consistent with that delivery outside the off stump. This one short of a length. Bavuma just kind of press forward, looking to push that into the covers. But it got again the inner half of the bat and hammered down into the pitch. And no run. The score remains on 152 for 3. Point Moti 3 after 54 overs. Bavuma is nicely on 30 from 87 deliveries, and Bedingham not too long joined him, looked aggressive just before lunch. He's on 12 from 12.
Yeah, switch events here for Jamel Warrican, now operating from the media center end. Warrican also picking up a wicket early on in his spell, getting the all-important breakthrough of Tony Dezorzi, who had 78. So Warrican 5 overs, 1 for 10. Looking to bowl to the right-handed David Bedingham.
Yes, Bedingham, he looked pretty good just before lunch, when he came in. And he played some very good shot, especially to Moti. But this time now he has to deal with Warrican from the media center end. And Warrican, as you rightly said, was very consistent in that spell of bowling just prior to lunch. He bunts in bowls to Bedingham, who it's a full delivery on that middle stump line. Bedingham gets forward and pushes it to the fielder at short mid-wicket. It's another good delivery from Warrican, just pitching that ball on that middle stump line. And Bedingham just getting forward, pushing the ball, showing the bat maker's name to the bowler, pushing the ball back to him.
Yeah, this is good from Jamal Warrican. Steady wicket to wicket. There's a slip and a leg slip in place. A short cover, backward point. Extra cover, mid off, mid on. A man out a deep backward square.
Warrican again. This time it's down the leg side, a bit fuller. Bedingham on the back foot, looking to whip that one through mid-wicket. All he has to do is really pass Brathwaite, the captain, at mid-wicket, and he could pick up at least 2 to 3 runs. But not making any contact, the ball cannons onto his pads. So Warrican keeping it very tight here. This time again, just shifting his line a little to that off stump. And getting a bit of purchase this time, the ball hitting the outer half of the bat. And going to the fielder at point. Moti is there to clean up. Warrican again in. This one is just short. And Bedingham on the back foot, quickly onto the back foot, cutting that one into the offside. But again, Moti is there, doing pretty well on the outfield. And there's no chance of a single. At the end of an excellent over again from it's Warrican. It's 152 for 3 after 55. Maiden over there. Kadir?
2 maiden overs to start with from the West Indies right after lunch to begin this second session. And the South Africans would know there's a lot of time to bat. Of course, we just into the second day. We lost 2 sessions and a little bit due to rains on day 1. So they would know that there is still some time to bat in this test match. They'd be hoping to get to probably tea with maybe these two, ideally these two at the crease still. But for the West Indies, they'd be looking to get some early inroads.
It's Kemar Roach again to continue the attack from the Brandlara Pavilion end. Bowls this one again just short of a length outside off stump. This time Bavuma on the back foot, punching it through the point region. But again, Moti is there to prevent any chance of a single. Again, tight bowling from Kemar Roach here. Just on that off-stump line or just outside that off-stump, making it difficult for Bavuma. He's a short guy and he's bowling it just back of a length. So he's not able to just push forward and drive to the covers easily. Again, Roach into Bavuma. This one is a bit fuller. Bavuma is full forward and pushing this one back to the fielder at short cover. And there's no run.
Yeah, with Temba Bavuma, because he's so short and the center of gravity is so low that he doesn't really push out towards the ball. He allows the ball to come onto him. And he plays from right under his eyes. Pretty classy player when he's in full flow. But that close-in fielder just tells me that the West Indies feel as though with him driving through the offside, there probably might be the tendency playing in the air a bit. So they've gotten that close catcher in.
Roach this time again on that middle stump. Just short of a length. Bavuma again pushing forward and looking to push that ball with a straight bat to that fielder, the captain at mid-off. And there's no run. But excellent point, Kadir. I like what you said there. They're hoping that he pushes one or mistime one outside that off stump. So Roach is bowling according to his field. There's the offside field stacked. 6-3 field, is it? Yes, 6-3 field. Packed offside field, and he's bowling there, hoping that he mistimes one, pop it into the air to those fielders. This time it's a delivery outside that off stump, bit shorter. Bavuma just rocks in the front foot and guides it between that point and backward point fielder, and they get through to 2 easy runs.
Yeah, again, Bavuma playing from the crease this time, just getting it in that gap between backward point and extra cover, and picking up 2 more to his total. Goes up now to 32.
Yes. Score moves on now after you rightly mentioned 2 maiden overs. They get 2 more runs, 154 for 3. Roach again. This time Fuller outside that off stump. Fuller in length. But again, Bavuma just on that front foot looking to drive. Yes, he timed it well. Straight to the fielder at pretty much a straight cover or a more cover point region. And they didn't get any run, but that is what they want. They are bowling to that field. Roach, I should say, bowling to that field, looking for Bavuma to hit in that area. And yes, they're hoping that he mistimes one and it goes in the air. But this is excellent from West Indies. They came out with a clear plan, you can see here. And they are the bowler in particular, Roach, is bowling to that plan. Again, Roach bowling this one a bit fuller, straighter. And Bavuma works it into the onside for no run. So at the end of that over, an excellent over again from Roach. It's 154 for 3. Bavuma, he's on 32 from 93 deliveries. And Bedingham, he's on 12 from 18.
Yeah, there's going to be Jamal Warrican again for second over here after lunch. Pretty tidy spell so far. 6 overs, 1 for 10. Your thoughts on the spectators, Ronnie? I'm a little bit bewildered and surprised not to see a bit more in at the Queen's Park Oval. The entire top decker of the Caribbean stand is empty, and that is not really a good sign for local cricket. I really want to see the spectators coming back out in their numbers supporting the West Indies team.
So it's going to be Warrican to continue from this media center end. This one a full-length delivery on that off-stump line. And Bedingham again pushes forward and pushes that one to the short cover fielder in Akati. There's no run. So just getting to your point, yes, I totally agree. You need to see more supporters in supporting the West Indies, giving them that encouragement to do well out there. And it's a weekday. Many people would be at work.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't expect that big crowd.
Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow you might see more people coming out after lunch or the evening session.
Yeah.
And Saturday you may expect a bumper crowd depending on the situation of the game. This time Warrican bowls that delivery again. He's in control. He has been bowling that ball in that particular channel, middle and off constantly. And Bedingham is just putting his foot forward and driving it or pushing it to that cover fielder. This time, he strayed in line a bit. This one was a bit on the leg stump. Bedingham just coming forward and working it to that fielder, Roach, at mid-on, and they get through for an easy single. The score moves on nicely now to 155 for 3.
I'm taking the opportunity to pick up a quick single. Kemar Roach was just a bit slow in starting. So now it's Bavuma with a slip and a leg slip.
Yes, attacking field here. This time short outside the off stump. Bavuma on the front foot looking to cut that one. He now plays the proper shot where he should be getting on the back foot and cutting it. But straight to the fielder at cover, and there's no run. Warrican again, this time full-length delivery. Bavuma was on the back foot to that full-length delivery, but it was on the leg stump pretty much. And he works it into the onside straight to the captain, Brathwaite, at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So at the end of over number 57, it's 155 for 3. Wickets. Partnerships, not much really in terms of partnerships. Well, actually, we had 150-run one partnership between Bavuma and the Zonzi, sorry. And other than that, we had a 43-run partnership, and this current partnership with Bavuma and Bedingham, just 18. So you need to see more bigger partnership building here for South Africa.
Yeah, I think they'd be pretty pleased with the situation and the position that they're in. The Zozi played a good hand. He had 78, a top score so far for the South Africans. He looked positive. He looked really, really good at the crease. He was decisive with attacking, whether attacking or defending.
So it's Roach to continue from the Brandler Pavilion end. This one is again on that off-stump line, and Bedingham this time on the back foot, punching it back to the bowler. So you can see a clear tactics here. With Bavuma, the line of attack was outside that off stump. Now you see with Bedingham, it's a bit straighter.
Yeah.
So you can see clear plans for the batters, and that is what you want to see. You're not just running up and pulling the ball and hoping for the best. You can see clear plans for each batter. And that's one way of working a batter out and getting them out. So this is good to see from West Indies here.
Yeah, it certainly is a good plan. David Bedingham is very good playing those horizontal type strokes, cutting and pulling. So they'd want to be full, and they'd also want to be as straight as you mentioned, take his arms away from it, and just be a bit patient in that area. David Bedingham likes to score, usually likes to go about it in an aggressive manner. But he is, take nothing away from his game. He's a very, very solid player, and coming in at number 5, sometimes you need someone who could take the attack to the bowlers.
Yeah, Roach again comes in, passes the umpire. This one again on that middle stump line. This time around, Bedingham was on the front foot, just pushing it back straight to the fielder, Jaden Seals at mid-on. And there's no run. The score remains on 156 for 3.
Yeah, and a field change too. Just the one slip. Well, Jason Holder is in a sort of a second slip. Alec Athanaze has come out, and he's gone into a catching mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, and a short cover in place.
Yeah, so that's smart. You can see the captain is thinking about the game. He's looking to be aggressive. He's looking to try different things, not just allow the game to go to meander along. This time Roach pitches this one outside off stump. Bedingham got the delivery he was looking for, got the room to play that cut shot, but didn't place it well enough. He hit it straight to the fielder, Moti, at backward point, and there's no run. So the score remains on 156 for 3. But again, good captaincy here by Brathwaite in being proactive, I would say.
Yeah, he's got to be, Craig Brathwaite, he's got to be proactive with his captaincy. He's got to tinker with the field, play with the batsman's mind. The pitch isn't offering that much in terms of seam movement for the seamers. There is something there still, but not much. And Kemar Roach is usually one who could exploit whatever seam movement there is. At the moment, he's not getting much assistance from the surface. Hence the reason why he's been so economical. He's been just operating on that back of a length.
Yeah, this one is again bang on target on that middle stump. And Bedingham just pushing forward and pushing that one to that cover, the short cover fielder in Hodge, who's really going at it here. He's really trying to rear up the team here, Kaveem Hodge. But that one step, because of the line of attack from Kemar Roach here, maybe that is why the captain wanted or chose to take that slip off and put it on that short mid-wicket. Again, this one, full length delivery, but down the leg side. Bedingham thought he had a chance there to pick up some runs. All he had to do was get that one, either lift it over that short mid-wicket fielder, probably pick up 4 runs. But it was just wide enough that it didn't make contact. But no ball signaled by the umpire. So the Cardinals have been committed here by Kemar Roach, bowling a no ball. So the extras at the moment is at 5. 1 wide and 4 no balls. So West Indies has to be aware of that.
Yeah, you could see what he was trying to do there, Kemar Roach, just looking to get that one straighter at the pads.
This time Roach, he's bang on target. That one just short of a length on the middle stump. Bedingham just rocking back a bit on that back foot and punching it to that fielder at short mid-wicket. And that brings an end to a good over again from Kemar Roach at the end of over number 58. It's 157 for 3. Bavuma, he's on 32 and Bedingham on 13.
Yeah, the weather continues to be kind here at the Queen's Park Oval. Blue skies, high clouds. No immediate threat of rain at the moment, and we hope that it does stay away for the entirety of today.
Yeah, this partnership building nicely here for the South Africans. They would want to see this partnership blossom. And we mentioned it, we had 243 run partnership, then a 51 run partnership, but they would want to see this go a long way. Warrican to continue from the media center end. This one is full of on that off stump line, driven straight to that fielder at cover point in Jaden Seals, and there's no run. So Bavuma looking to score here, but you have to give credit to Warrican. He's really bowling a nice tidy line and length. This time slower through the air from Warrican on that middle stump. Bavuma just getting that front foot forward, pushing the ball to that short mid-wicket, short cover in Casey Carty, and there's no run. So good, smart thinking here from Warrican. And this one was a bit quicker, a bit fuller. Just trying to see if he could catch Bavuma off guard here, looking for an LBW or bold. So excellent work from Warrican at the moment. And this time he bowls this one full length delivery. Bavuma just 2 steps down the wicket, meeting it on the full and drilling it straight to that fielder, Jason Holder, at long off. And they trot through for an easy single. That takes the total on to 158 for 3.
Casey Carty, the debutant in this test match for the West Indies, wearing number 96 on his back. He's at short cover.
Okay, Warrican again, this time pitching that one on that leg stump line. Fuller delivery. Bedingham just coming forward and pushing it back to the bowler. No run. The score remains on 158 for 3. Again, this time Warrican pitches it up on that leg stump. And all Bedingham has to do was put that foot down the wicket, loft it straight over the field, over long on, for a 6. So that's the first maximum of the innings, I believe. If I get
It's actually the third six of the innings.
Yes, it is. So that's our first for Bedingham. But again, that's a lovely shot. It's a ball pitched up delivery on that leg stump, and all he has to do was just play through the line. Got his foot to the pitch of the delivery, played through the line. The fielder was at mid-on, so it was a safe shot. All he had to do was hit it over the top. But he timed it so well that it went all the way for 6. So a 6 to end the over. At the end of over number 59, it's 164 for 3.
Yeah, brilliant way to finish the over off for the South Africans. David Bedingham just extending the arms on that one. Got good piece of it and picked up a 6. So Bedingham goes up to 19. Meanwhile, Jaden Seals is going to replace Kimar Roach from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Seals 12 overs, none for 27 so far.
Yeah, Seals had a wonderful spell again in that first session. Bowled a lot of good deliveries, in particular to the left-handed Dizolzi. And the thing about it, he bowled a lot of balls, beating him outside the off stump. Was unlucky not to get the edge. But again, he has to follow up the good work that Roach has done prior to him. He runs in, passes the umpire, bowled this one on the leg stump line, flicked away there by Bavuma. But straight to that fielder at mid-wicket. In that man you were talking about, Casey Carty. And he's excellent in the field as well. And there's no run. The score remains on 164 for 3.
Yeah, Casey Carty, debutant, man from St. Martin, making his debut. First cricketer from St. Martin to play for the West Indies. What a moment that must be for his family and all of the people of St. Martin, the island of St. Martin. I know you visited there a couple of times, Ronnie. You're a well-traveled man, yeah, isn't you?
Yeah, well, we'll not get into that. Yes, let's have Seals now. Seals again runs into Bavuma. This one is just short of a length on that middle stump and just worked away into the onside. I just ducked that delivery, that bouncer that you bowled me.
Yeah, you swayed right out of Bavuma.
Yeah.
Typical fast bowler. getting out of the line of that delivery.
Are you trying to say I'm a fast bowler?
Well, you told me so.
I did not. Anyway, I'll get back to you on that one. But again, it's Seals here. Really charging in. And this one is on the leg stump and worked away on the onside by Bavuma. He picks up another single. The score moves on to 165 for 3.
Yeah, really hard work here for the West Indian attack. And really, when you look at the attack, Ronnie, you can see the West Indies going into this test match with 5 specialist bowlers, well, 4 specialist bowlers and the all-rounder in Jason Holder. At the moment, only success has been Kimar Roach, Gudakesh, Moti, no wickets. Jason Holder picked up 1 and Warrican with 1 as well. No wickets for Seals and no wickets for Moti.
Well, at the moment, the bowler seems to be unhappy with the ball. So he throws it to the umpire. The umpire is having a look, confers with the square leg umpire, and they have decided to change that red ball. So maybe a change of ball would bring a change of luck for the West Indies.
Yeah, certainly they would hope that it does. Change of ball. At the moment, the umpire is just going through their testing, getting the ball through the ring. And
they have called for the third umpire.
Yeah, it seems as though Gregory Brathwaite is coming out with a new set.
Well, it's not the new set, it's the used set.
Well,
he has the bag of balls. And he's going to bring out the used set of balls that they're going to look at and try to get one that is similar or even equal to the previous one.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, it's the current one is probably out of shape. It's probably not circular anymore. So they need to get a proper ball that is circular.
Yeah,
so he has the box of balls to select from.
Yeah, he's got to get one in similar condition to the one that was used previously. Gregory Brathwaite is out there with the 2 standing umpires, Ahsan Raza and Richard Illingworth.
It's Richard Illingworth, an excellent umpire.
Yeah.
So at the moment, you're not missing much. The players are looking to take a bit of refreshment while the umpires are trying to select a ball for the match. So the players are... It's pretty hot out there, Kadir. We know we were there a bit on the outside just before lunch. And you know that was a bit of drizzle during the luncheon period. But that has passed us. It's nice, hot, sunny conditions out there. So the fielders, you know, they'll want to rehydrate as much as possible. So it's a perfect opportunity for them to take some refreshments and for the bowlers as well to just reassess, the batters to just, you know, reassess their plans. There have been some excellent bowling thus far from the West Indies. So it's about for the batters now to reassess their plans and decide, okay, how are they going to approach this session? So, as you rightly said early on, they would not want to lose a wicket. They would want this partnership to build. It's on 28 currently, and they would want to build as much as possible. If they could get probably 100, even better. But as the captain, South African captain Bavuma, looks really solid out there. He looks to take on the bowlers. He didn't want to allow them to settle. And we know Bedingham, he likes to be aggressive, likes to score. So it's Jaden Seals again with the relatively new ball in hand. This time, wayward delivery down the leg side. And Bedingham just allowed it to go to the keeper, Da Silva.
Yeah, change of ball. Hopefully a change of fortunes for the West Indians. They've done away with the short mid-wicket. It's now 2 slips, a backward point, a man at cover point, short cover, mid-off in Captain Craig Brathwaite, a mid-on, a mid-wicket And a fine leg.
So you can see that the plan of attack this time is a bit outside the off stump. This time, strain again down the leg side, and Bedingham seems to get some bat onto it, and it went very fine to that boundary, that fine leg boundary for 4 runs. So Bedingham taking advantage of that loose delivery there from Jaden Seals, and he picks up another boundary.
Yeah, just getting too straight, Jaden Seals, and picked off easily by David Bedingham, who picks up another boundary. And he continues to bat well here. Goes up to 23 now, David Bedingham. So he's scoring quickly, 23 from 35 deliveries. But with the change of ball, I'm just seeing that there is some shape now. The ball is just doing a bit there, that delivery from Seals.
So
The change of that ball.
And now Seals has to reassess, and you can see definitely a change of line and length, a bit shorter outside the off stump. Bedingham on the back foot, smashing that one past the backward point, the diving Moti, and he picks up 4 more. So back-to-back boundaries for Bedingham, and that brings the over to end. At the end of the over, it's 173 for 3.
Yeah, another good shot from Bedingham, allowing that ball to come on to him and just cutting backward of point, beating Moti to his left, and ran away for another boundary. So just overcompensating a bit there. Jaden Seals 2 boundaries to finish the over. At the end of 60 overs, it's 173 for 3.
Yes, Bavuma, he's nicely on the 34, and Bedingham 23 from 35 deliveries. So this is excellent from Bedingham here, not allowing the bowlers to settle. But we said it earlier on, the batters in particular, they have not allowed the West Indies to bowl bad balls. And what do I mean by that? Is whenever they bowl a bad ball, they took advantage of it.
Yeah.
They definitely either score a boundary or they score runs off it. So that is excellent from them. They respect the good ball that is being bowled, but they take full advantage of those bad deliveries. So it's going to be Warrican who's going to continue, I should say, the attack from the media center end. And he is into a good spell. 8 overs, 1 for 18. This one pitched up deliveries on that off stump. Driven nicely by Bavuma straight to the fielder at extra cover in Jaden Seals, and there's no run. Warrican again, this time pulling his length back a bit shorter, just outside that off stump. But again, similar shot, Bavuma on the front foot, looking to drive on the up, but straight to that fielder at Jaden Seals, and there's no run. 173 for 3.
Yeah, just an observation, Ronnie. There's a man placed at deep backward square, but the line that Warrican is bowling seems to be holding an off-stump line, which is looking to get the batters playing through the offside. So my thinking might be just to get that man up from deep backward square, put him on the offside, put him in a sort of a catching position, just to change something.
Well, this time a fuller length delivery, and Bavuma taking a step or two down the wicket, looking to go straight again over the bowler's head. But it was, he pretty much yorked himself and just pushed it into the, straight to that short cover fielder in Carty. This time again, Warrican back onto his normal line and length. And again, Bavuma just on that front foot, pushing it straight to that fielder at short cover in Casey Carty. So this is excellent here. Both bowling and batting. They're not giving away, both sides not giving away. This time, Bavuma is down, having a few steps down the wicket and lofting this one over cover into the cover boundary for 4 more. So this time he took a step or two earlier on, and he was able to get the room that he was looking for and just inside out over cover and picks up 4 more. The score now moves on to 177 for 3.
Yeah, just coming down the track but staying leg side of that delivery and hit it up and over Jaden Seals at cover. No chance for him. And so 4 more to Temba Bavuma. South African captain goes up now to 38. A patient knock so far, 38 from 108 deliveries. 177 for 3.
That's what you'll expect from the captain, Bavuma. He generally tends to play himself in, take his time. He will punish the bad ball, mind you, but he would look to play the good balls, probably get a little single, rotate the strike. So this is excellent from this PA in particular. Partnership now moves up to 40. So again, another good partnership. It's not a huge partnership, but again, it's a partnership. And that's what we have been seeing throughout this South African innings. Partnerships. It hasn't been huge partnerships, but nonetheless, there have been partnerships. So it's going to be Jaden Seals who's going to continue the attack from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. He runs past the umpires, and it's a full-length delivery on that middle, and again Bedingham just on the front foot and punching this one through mid-wicket for a wonderful boundary. So this is excellent from the South Africans. Bedingham in particular, he starts to get moving now. He's not allowing the bowlers to settle, and he's picking off those bad deliveries. Again, it was a bad delivery on that leg stump, but his weight transfer was nicely and just leaning into that one, whipping it through that mid-wicket for a boundary. So Bedingham on the charge here now. What can Seals do? Seals, this time it's a shorter length delivery, overcompensating a bit outside the off stump. But again, Bedingham just on the back foot and just punching it through that offside. Straight to the fielder at Moti at backward point, and they pick up another single. The score moves on to 182 for 3.
Yeah, that previous delivery was a glorious shot from David Bedingham. It was a ball angled in to middle and leg stump, and he didn't try to hit it too square, played it in the V, beaten mid-on to his left, his right rather, and next delivery Seals had to pull back the length, and Moti was moved from the backward point position to a wideish third man, and so Bedingham was able to pick up a single. Now more changes to the field here as the right-handed Bavuma is back on strike. Now just the one slip and two close-in catchers on the leg side. There's a short mid-wicket and a man just to his right, also in a catching position.
So previously when Roach was bowling, we saw that they had the short catching fielder at cover for Bavuma. Now there's two short catching fielder for Bavuma on the onside.
Well,
so it shows that the line is going to be middle and leg.
Well, I tell you what.
So it's Seals. Let's see. Seals again. This one is short and pulled away. But straight to the fielder at that short square leg. It burst through the hands of, it looks like,
Kavim
Hodge, yeah? He seems to be holding his hand in pain. But the trap was set. The trap was set for Bavuma. They had those two fielders in there looking to bowl the short ball. The short ball came from Jaden Seals. It was pulled. He didn't try to hit it too hard. He just tried to paddle it around the corner. But straight through the hands of Kavim Hodge, and Bavuma gets through for a single. So another opportunity going a begging there for West Indies.
Yeah, it had to be a sharp catch. It had to stick from Kavim Hodge. Came off the bat with some pace from Temba Bavuma, but a chance nonetheless for the West Indies not taken. Kavim Hodge it is at that short forward square position, and it's now Bedingham on strike.
So it's Jaden Seals again. This time short, pulled away, but just to the left, of that fielder at short mid-wicket in Alec Athanaze. And another, I shouldn't say a chance, it's not really a chance, but again, it seemed to be the short ball ploy now from West Indies is being employed here.
Well, I'll tell you what, the change of ball, it's just starting to do something for the West Indies, that change of ball. I'm just seeing it starting to come back in. It's starting to move about a bit. Shiny side pointed to leg slip from Jaden Seals. So that ball is angling back into the right-handers. And it's just starting to cause a bit of problems for them.
But the batters, they are not backing down from the challenge. This time again, a short delivery, not as short as the previous one, but outside the off stump. Bedingham just getting back on the back foot, on the toes, punching that one through to the fielder at cover. and there's no run. The score remains on 183 for 3. But the short ball seem to be the ploy now, because there's that fielder at deep mid wicket, there's a fielder at short square leg, there's one at a deep fine leg, and there's that fielder at short mid wicket. So definitely short ball is going to be the order for Jaden Seals. Jaden Seals again runs down, short ball down the leg side. Bedingham ducks under it. It goes through to the keeper, De Silva. At the end of an entertaining over, a chance was given in that over. At the end of over 62, it's 183 for 3. Bavuma on 39 and Bedingham on 28.
Yeah, so 183 for 3. Spectators just starting to come in, just getting to that close-off period for the working class. And so we may see some more spectators coming in as the day progresses. But Jamal Warrican is going to continue for his 10th over, 1 for 22 so far. So but yeah, things happening here, Ronnie.
Yeah, so just to look at it, just to analyze the first session, 100 and odd runs scored and 2 wickets. So far in this second session, they haven't picked up a wicket. Bowled well. There was an opportunity in the previous over, but they haven't picked up a wicket as yet. Warrican continues from the media center end. This one is pitched up on that off-stump line, driven straight down the ground to the fielder at long on in Jason Holder. And they get through for an easy single. The score moves along, ticks along, I should say, to 184 for 3.
So now Athanaze comes out from leg slip. He's gone into a short mid-on position. And Bedingham just turning this one away leg side, where Louis is going to do the fielding. Another single to Bedingham.
Well, just for confirmation, when I said tick along, I mean like tick as in correct, or just move along one. Not like my fellow commentator was saying, that tick as in a dog tick. And we wouldn't call the name, but when Murray gets on, he will tell you more about that. This time, it's another full-length delivery and driven through that fielder at cover to Jaden Seals, and he had a shot at the stump. It was an opportunity for a run out, but Jaden Seals didn't guard it properly and was unable to get the throw in time, and they get through for an easy single. A direct hit, as you could hear from keeper De Silva, direct hit would have been interesting. It's 186 for 3. And again, this ball on that off-stump line, and just Bedingham again getting the front foot forward, pushing that ball straight to the fielder at short cover in Casey Carty. Warrican, another full-length delivery, this time on that middle on leg, and a bit of movement away from the right-hander, but again, Bedingham up to the task, getting his foot to the pitch, and just pushing that one to that fielder at short cover. There's no run. Again, pulling his length back a bit, but again, on the front foot, pushing it straight to the fielder at a short cover. At the end of over number 63, it's 186 for 3. Bavuma, he's on 41, and Bedingham, he's batting nicely on 29. The partnership currently at 49, I believe. So now we'll have a double change, and you'll hear from the man himself who will tell you more about that tick, Mr. Colin Murray, and with him is Liam Amjan.
So 186 for 3, South Africa. 63 overs have been bowled. A nice day. It's had a slight drizzle during the luncheon interval that delayed the start just about 10 minutes. But since then, we've had play uninterrupted. And South Africa moving on nicely from 152 for 3 at lunch to 186 for 3. And these two looking pretty much in command. Bedingham on 29 and Bavuma is on 41. And he faces up, pushes this delivery out on the offside from Seals. And they were thinking of the single, but it was going straight to Louis at cover. There's just one slip now in place. And there's a backward point, cover, mid-off. So 4 men on the offside. And then on the onside, there's a mid-on, a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg. And then there are 2 guys in catching positions. Brathwaite is at a short mid-wicket and Hodge is at a short square leg. Very interesting set feel. Obviously looking for the short ball from Bavuma and maybe not getting hold of it and resulting in a catch. So here's Seals tearing in from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Bowls to Bavuma. Delivery right up to him. And he's not really driving, just pushing it out on the onside. And there is no run. 186 for 3. We are into the second session. Good afternoon, Liam. And West Indies struggling to get a wicket.
Yeah, it's been a tough second session so far for the West Indies. I think Bedingham must come in and he's really played his shot. And Bavuma has been solid as ever. And you can see now, as you mentioned, the West Indies looking to go to that bumper barrage with the field that they've got here. Still a slip-in play as well. And I think Seals needs to vary it a bit.
Well, he's in, and this delivery not well lined. It came into Bavuma, but it was pitched maybe middle and leg. So as it came in, he was just working it through that gap between the man at short square leg and the short mid-wicket. Goes all the way down to the deep mid-wicket, and they go through for an easy single. So the 5th partnership is up between these two, Bavuma and Bedingham. And Bedingham is the major contributor of that partnership, contributing 29 of the 50. Bavuma has only contributed 15, the other 6, of course, being extras. But it's been a good, entertaining partnership, and Bedingham in particular has batted with, and he's pulling this one in the air, and it's taken. That's a really good catch. They're going to go upstairs, I'm sure. They're claiming the catch. And let's see, who is the man out there?
I think it's Casey Carty.
Is it Casey? Yeah, it could be Casey Carty, but they're setting up with the short ball. Bedingham went for the hook. Now he's walking off. The 2 umpires are going to have a little chat with one another. Now, are they going to call Bedingham? Yeah, they've gone upstairs. So Bedingham needs to stay on the ground because they've gone upstairs to check on it. And it's going to be very, very interesting indeed. They've claimed the catch. Carty, he did have to move forward and was diving at that deep mid-wicket. He moved forward and then he was diving full length and claims the catch. And they're going to have a little bit of a look at it. And does it go into the hands? We're having a look here on our end. And I think it's good.
Yeah, I think it seems good. And Carty claimed it very early. You can see, well, we can see here that his fingers are under the ball. So it should be, yeah, Bedingham is turning around now. He's not too sure. But it looks like Carty has completed this catch.
Yeah, I think he has. They're going to, he started to move in and he just waited slightly and then he had to dive forward. I thought he judged it well in the end. And I think Bedingham is gone. Now he was set up for this, and you have to think that that's bad batting, because they've set you up for it, and you've still gone for it. There's a 5-day game.
Yeah, there was no need for it at that point in time. If there's 2 fielders out on the boundary. Carty was at deep square, and there's a deep fine leg. There's a guy short in at square leg, just waiting for the paddle as well. So it really was an unnecessary shot. He should have just gotten out of the way. And having a closer look here, in fact, it looks like he's cradled it well.
Into his chest. Yeah, I think it's good. Did it pop out? But he held on to it. Did he hold it onto his chest when it popped out? I think he hugged it up onto his chest. But they're still having a long look at it. The TV umpire. And he's been given out. Yes, he's been given. Yes, I think that's the correct decision. It was a good catch in the end from Casey Carty. So Bedingham goes for 29 and Jaden Seals he's picked up, and I think fully deserves. He's picked up his first wicket, and they've set up Bedingham, and really and truly, he needs to. He would go back and think to himself, well, they were looking for that, they were playing for that, and Bedingham he's in his 5th Test match, and when you look at it, he's got an average of 49. He scored just 100, 250s. So, he has talent. And to get out like that when you have 29, I'm sorry. If I was the coach, I'd say, son, not a good shot.
Yeah, you should be very disappointed with that. The plan was there. It was pretty clear what the plan was. And he bought right into it. And I think you're right. It's a 5-day game. There's no need to throw away a wicket in such manner.
And he was in command, wasn't he? Both himself and Bavuma, they didn't look in trouble. They were knocking it around, waiting on the bad delivery, putting that away. But you could see the setup was there. The man at deep mid-wicket. Then they had two the short square leg and the short mid-wicket in case it's a miss-hit top edge and it goes straight up. So everything was in play for that. And give Jaden Seals credit, because he was bowling the ball. This is what, his 3rd delivery, I think. Let me just check on that. His 4th delivery. So, and that was the first short one. The other 3 were just up to the bat on the pads, and he fell for it. Really and truly, not a good shot at all. But I give Casey Cardi a lot of credit. He took it well in the end.
It was a tough catch, and he did really well. As you said, he just stuttered a bit at the start, waiting on it, thinking it would have gotten to him a bit later, but it started dying him in quickly, and a good catch diving forward. So that's going to bring Ryan Rickleton in at number 6. Ryan Rickleton.
It's a wicket keeper, isn't he?
Yeah, he is the wicket keeper. He's in for his 5th Test match as well. Average of just 23.5. You don't want to bet at that. In just 8 innings, 165 runs at an average of 23.57. Room for improvement on that as well, and he's going to be one of those South African players that's looking to cement his place into this team.
It's a pretty young South African team, and when I use the word young, I don't mean totally in age. What I mean in terms of experience. And you look at the lineup outside of Markram, Bavuma, Maharaj, Rabada, and Giddy. The rest of them really are novices. So it's the experience here they'll be looking for in the Caribbean, and to sort of establish themselves more at the Test level. And I think Bedingham would be very, very concerned with how he got out. So does Ozzy, playing a reverse sweep at 78, at 10 minutes before lunch. I mean, it just certainly was not called for.
Yeah, Ozzy is into his 5th Test. So has been Bedingham. Stubs into his 2nd Test. So Rickleton now is into his 5th Test.
And Bedingham, 5 Test matches? Yeah. So it's certainly not the shots you would have wanted Ozzy and Bedingham to play. You would have somehow wanted them to just consolidate. Bedingham maybe get to 50 and then take it from there. Ozzy got to 50. You must be now looking at 100. Thought it was a poor shot from him playing that reverse sweep. Now he had played one couple overs before that and went down off of Moti and went for 4. And tried to repeat that off of Warrican, and it just didn't work.
I think the difference as well between Moti and Warrican is Moti has been a lot flatter throughout the Test. He's been bowling a lot quicker. So when you play that reverse sweep, you're going to get a bit more off of it. But with Warrican was a bit slower through the air, and the ball, you could have seen it just scraped his glove on the way through to first slip.
Well, Rickleton is a left-hander, and is going to be facing up to his first delivery from Jaden Seals. And there are 2 slips in place now. Then there's a square man at square cover point, and in a catching position. He's pretty short there. There's 6 men on the off, 3 on the on. Here's Seals, wrong the wicket to Rickleton. Plays this nicely through. It was a little bit in the air, but it's running down to the extra cover boundary. What a way to get off your mark. Seals pitched it up to him. He played forward, more of a push really than a drive. It was in the air. But the good thing about it, it was to the right of Roach at mid-off, and it raced across this outfield down to the boundary. It was airborne, but he was just pushing at it more than a full-blooded drive, and Kemar Roach ran it down in vain. Yeah, it was just a nice push. He timed it well.
Yeah, just as you said, it was just a push, and it was what a way to get off the mark.
Well, it has brought a change in the field because they've taken out the first slip, and exactly where that ball was a little bit airborne at a short extra cover, they've taken Atherton out and they've put him there, or is it Hodge, at that short extra cover. Holder is now the lone slip.
The ball's not moving around as much as well, so that's a good reason to move the slip.
Oh, this ball generating a little bit of pace is Jaden Seals, as that ball was short, and you could see it just maybe angling back into the left-hander and taken by the keeper. So the end of the over from Jaden Seals, a successful over in which he picked up his first wicket of the game, getting Bedingham to play at a short delivery and pulling it straight down to Casey Carty, who took a really superb catch. And at the end of it, Bedingham had to go back to the pavilion. 191 now for 4, as Warrican is going to continue. He's going to come in for his 11th over, 1 for 25 thus far. And it's going to be bowling to the right-handed South African captain, Temba Bavuma. And he drives sweetly. That's 4 runs. You could no need to run that. It was given a little bit of air by Warrican outside the line of the off stump, and Bavuma went into a sweet cover drive, got it to the left of the man at cover, and immediately as it left the bat, you could have written that down as 4 runs. Beauty of a shot. Score goes up to 195 for 4, and Bavuma on to 46.
Yeah, once again, over pitch from Warrican and easily placed through the covers from Temba Bavuma, closing on his 50 now.
Much better delivery from Warrican, as Bavuma had to just stretch forward. Again, he's not a tall man, so you could see him stretching forward to play that defensively and push it out in front of him on the offside, and there's no run. He settles again, waits on Warrican, who's wrong the wicket. Quicker delivery, flatter delivery, maybe just angled into the right-hander, and he's pushing it out again towards cover. There is no run. There's a slip and a leg slip in place for Bavuma as Warrican. This one a little bit shorter, and he's on that back foot and trying to punch it past the cover position. Carty is there and does the fielding, just moving quickly to his left as Warrican in again. And Bavuma coming down the track. That's sweetly hit. That's very good from Moti, because he came down the track and he on-drove to the right of Moti. Now Moti is left-handed, and he put in the dive, pulled it back with the right hand, and Bavuma, who was thinking of the single, well, he was probably thinking it would have gone for 4, then was thinking of the single, had to go back to the safety of his crease. The next delivery, he's forwarded, pushing it out on the offside. Not a bad over from Warrican, just the 4 runs coming from it off the first ball, but he came back well in the over. He mixed up his deliveries, some with the arm, then he gave one a couple a little bit flatter, but was on that off stump, then he tossed up one where Bavuma used his feet, couldn't get it away. So not a bad over from Warrican. He's now completed his 11 overs, 1 for 29. The current run rate is 3, and after 65 overs, South Africa, 195 for 4.
Yeah, I think Warrican has been good. He's been better than I expected him to be so far in this test match, in terms of his, the variation of his lines, his length, his pace as well. And I think that he's been a bit better than Moti in that regard in this test match thus far. 4 wickets down now, though, for South Africa. The West Indies will be looking to push on Seals into both Rickleton, and at the end of the last over, Rickleton left the last ball of the over, and Seals had a word with him after. So you could see some fiery stuff here.
Well, here he is in the first delivery, Yorker length, just outside the off stump, and Rickleton comes down on it and pushes it out on the offside. It's amazing with players like Seals, because he gives me an impression that he's a little bit of a gentle giant. So, it doesn't seem, even though he's a fast bowler, he doesn't really appear to me that he wants to get into too much confrontation. But I suppose when the adrenaline is flowing and you're bowling fast and you just want to get at the batsman. Sometimes a word or two in the air can also put them off. Here he is, tearing in now, goes past the umpire and he bowls, and this one wide, he's looking for that little bit of extra pace, and because of that, and it did have some extra pace, but he lost his line and it went down the leg side, and there was Joshua De Silva diving to his right to pull it in, and there is no run. Score remains 195 for 4.
Yeah, that extra pace there, just doing for his line as you mentioned, and it's good to see though. It's good to see that we're into the 66th over on the second day, and Jaden Seals still running in as hard as ever and trying to make things happen for the West Indies. And ever since he's been in this team, he's been a difference maker.
Oh yeah,
he's been the man to turn to for wickets, and they're still looking at him here.
For sure, here he is into Rickleton. This is a good delivery, just outside the line of the off stump, maybe a little too wide of the off stump, because it gave Rickleton the chance to allow it to go through, and it was taken by De Silva. So maybe he just wants to get a little closer to that off stump, make Rickleton play. Because after that first delivery where it was pitched up to him and he was driving through extra cover, after that he's been pretty sedate. He's been more on the defensive against Jaden Seals. And Seals, of course, in his 16th over now, 1 for 43. So he's not only taken the wicket, but he's been pretty economical when you look back at his figures. And this time to the left-handed Rickleton, he plays it down to mid-on. That's a delivery angled into him. Now Seals puts his hand in there thinking that maybe he was just slightly going across the line to play it out towards mid-on. And he could have probably in the end, he was straightening up, because I think initially he might have been looking to work it through that gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. And then in the end, he just probably straightened the bat. And that's why he got more bat onto it rather than it cannon into his pad, because had it cannoned into his pad, I'm sure there would have been a huge appeal going up. Well, he settles again. He's on 4, Rickleton, from 5 deliveries. Remember, his very first delivery, he struck for 4, and this time he's playing it out again towards Brathwaite, who is at mid-on, and there is no run. Score remains 195 for 4.
And those last 3 deliveries that Jaden Seals has bowled, 139, 140, and then 135 that one. So
slower delivery?
He's looking to work in some pace. I don't think it's a slower delivery quite yet, but he's just trying to attack the body maybe of Rickleton, attack the pads, which is good. You want him to be a bit straighter. You want Rickleton playing as much balls as possible early on. And I think Seals has done well so far.
Yeah, well, I remember that one at 140. That was the quicker delivery that unfortunately lost the line and went down leg side. And this is another delivery that's short, lifting outside the line of the off stump, but it's a little too wide and gives Rickleton the opportunity to allow it to go through to be taken by the keeper. The end of the over from Jaden Seals, another pretty good over. And I would think skipper Craig Brathwaite must be thinking in terms of maybe giving him one more and changing it up, just giving him a... I think you made the point, which was a very, very good point, that, the conditions, just give your bowlers 3-4 overs, take them out of the attack, keep them fresh. And I think Jaden Seals may very well be feeling the effects now of the last couple of overs that he's bowled.
Yeah, he's bowled 16 overs so far, 3 maidens, and just 1 wicket so far for 43. Jason Holders, when he bowled 8 overs, he's not gotten a third spell just yet. So I think maybe it's time, if Seals is feeling the effects, you see him feeling that ball down at deep cover.
Yep, a single to Bavuma as Warrican starts a new over. And Bavuma was just playing it through the offside down to the deep cover position where Seals is. And they pick up an easy single. So Bavuma on to 47. Rickleton back in strike, or getting strike for the first time against the spinner Warrican, because he's faced all his deliveries so far. From his 8 deliveries, he's faced all from Jaden Seals. So he is going to be facing the spinner. We'll give you the feel after this delivery. And he's playing it down to long on. I need to get your thoughts on this. A new batsman has just come in facing for the first time, and they have a long on in place. Wouldn't it be maybe just for the start,
stop him from getting that single. And if he goes over the top, good luck. You know, I always have a little problem with that. Here is Warrican into Bavuma, and he's playing it out towards cover. That's a good shot because he's angling. I would take out that leg slip and try and prevent them getting that single, because you could see him angling the bat and getting it through that offside position between backward point and cover down to the deep cover in Jaden Seals. He's at a deep cover, but you could see Bavuma just angling the bat and getting it through for that single. But let's give you the feel. There's a slip at man down at third man. There's a cover mid-off. Then there is a long on, a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg, a mid-wicket, and Atherton has now come towards that short mid-on. So it's obviously trying to stop him from getting that single. And
That's a good delivery.
It's a good delivery as he's playing forward and pushing it out towards the short Atherton, who's at that short mid-on, almost here in a catching position. And this time he's playing it back up the pitch on the onside. And Warrican has to run across quickly to his right to do the fielding. He stopped it, which was important. Had it gone past him, they would have got an easy single. Here's Warrican again with the final delivery of another over. And on the back foot is Rickleton. The ball just slightly coming in, turning into him, and he was pushing it back up along the track. It's the end of the over. Rickleton, of course, the wicket-keeper batsman here for the South African team. And when you look at it, Rickleton, he's playing in his 5th test match. Just has 165 runs, a high score of 42, and averaging 23.57. So he would want to, in terms of those stats, Liam, he would want to at least get a half century here today.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, looking at his first class stats, he's played 59 first class games at an average of 50. So he does show that, you know, he has some potential.
Yeah.
He does have 1600s and 1750s, so he has a pretty good conversion rate as well. So he'd want to get going today, get a big score, as we see Jason Holder coming in to replace Jaden Seals. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 15. Picked up a wicket of his very first delivery. Got the breakthrough yesterday, getting rid of Aidan Markram. He's going to want to come in and be the difference maker for the West Indies here. Bavuma on 48, and he's looked very solid.
And we talked about Jaden Seals maybe getting replaced. And here's Jason Holder. And this is on the pads, and he's flicking it down to the fine leg position. He's not going to get around. Did that come off the pads? Or is it 4? It is 4. So Bavuma gets to his 50. It was a delivery from Holder, pitched up on the legs. And Bavuma, he was flicking it away. And really and truly, at the end of the day, it was a bad ball from Holder. But you've got to put away bad balls. And Bavuma did that. He goes on now to 52. He already has crossed 3,000 runs in Test match cricket. This is his 98th innings, and he's averaging just 35 before this, but that is his 21st half century at Test level. And this time he drives, but straight to Louis, who is at that cover position. So yes, you look at his stats, and really and truly very impressive. He's only had 200s, so you have to think that with 21 half centuries now, his conversion rate has not been all that great from 50 to 100, and that's something he would want to improve on.
And I think, you know, from a West Indian perspective, they might be happy about that, knowing that, you know, he's gotten to 50. It's not too long now till they get rid of him.
Well, they've got to hope that. But here's Holder in the sunshine, and he aborts his run. I think Bavuma was just backing away, actually. I don't know what the problem was with Bavuma. Maybe some little bit of noise back in his ears, and he couldn't take it, so he backed away. But Holder, for Bavuma, there's a slip, a point, cover, mid-off. So 4 men on the offside, and then on the leg side, there's a mid-on, that short mid-wicket, the short square leg, and a man down at long leg. So 5-4, 5 field, as this delivery is driven by Bavuma, and Louis dives to his left. He's able, partially stops it,
and they're picking up 2 runs because he couldn't stop it totally, and he pushed it more or less towards Moti, who was coming from a backward point position, and they called immediately for 2 runs. So 2 more to the total. It's 204 now for 4. Bavuma on to 54. Rickleton is at the non-strikers there, and he's on 5. Beautiful sunny conditions here now at the Queen's Park Oval. It's a glorious day, and let's hope it stays there like this for the rest of the afternoon as Bavuma drives, but straight out towards Louis at cover.
Bavuma's look way too comfortable today.
Yeah.
He's not seemed to be bothered by anything that Jason Holder's bowled at him this over thus far. And, just 2 deliveries left in this over. Holder needs to look to find at least an area where he struggles. I think they've been bowling to his strengths all day. He's been playing spin well, and he's faced a lot of spin. Roach gave him some issues early on.
Well, here is Holder, short, lifting, and it goes just to the right of the man at that, let's see, that is that Carty?
Yeah, it is
Yeah,
Casey
it is
Carty.
Casey Carty, who is at that short square leg. Now, funnily enough, they've left Seals down at the deep mid wicket, and Carty has come into that short square leg, but Carty was the one who took that great catch off of Seals down at the deep mid wicket. But they've opted to leave Jaden Seals down there as Holder starts his run-in to bowl to the right-handed Bavuma. And Bavuma drives. That's 4 runs. Not a good delivery. Holder is trying to take the ball up, but it's half volley length. You've got to pull it back slightly. And, he's just not got the length correct in that over. And the final delivery was driven superbly through the offside by this man, the captain of the South African team. He goes on now to 58, and the total at the end of the over is 208 for 4. So 208 for 4 as Warrican is going to continue. And I'm just wondering, I had the beef a little earlier, Liam, with Moti, and maybe they should have they were getting a little bit used to Moti and time for Warrican. I think I need to swap that now. I think they're getting a little too, they need a little change sometimes. The Warrican has been bowling quite a number of overs. Just change it up a little bit. Give Moti an over or 2. But we'll wait and see. Who knows? You say these things and then Warrican gets a wicket. So commentators curse.
I think also you got the option of the skipper Kirk Bradford now that the left-hander's out there. Just for a bit of difference, as you mentioned.
Well, we talked about Brian Charles, the off-spinner. Would have made the difference to the left-hander. But that's no point we continue that discussion because he's not in the team. Is a delivery that Warrican pitches up to Rickleton, and he's pushing it out towards mid-wicket. There's no run. 4 men on the offside, 5 on the on. Yes, in the catching position, there's a short mid-on and a short mid-wicket. As this one, he backs away and he's pushing it out towards the point position. There's a man at almost a third man. That's Louis. He has to run in. And again, I'm not seeing much the point of that. But he has to run in to do the fielding, and they pick up an easy single. So 1 more to the total, 209 for 4. Rickleton is on 6. Brings Bavuma back into strike. 209 for 4. West Indies needs a wicket. As I think Joshua De Silva behind the stumps. Wicket keepers are always like that. They talk non-stop throughout the day as if they don't have enough to do.
Yeah, but you need that. You need a wicket keeper like that in the team to keep the energy going.
You do. Here is they're going through for the single as Bavuma is just pushing it out. Now they brought the man in from that deep point position, but still not enough to stop the single as Bavuma pushes it out towards that cover point, and they get another single. 210 for 4. Bavuma on to 59 as Rickleton back in strike. No change in the field on the offside. There's that man at third man
and there's a cover and a mid-off, and he backs away and he slaps it through the offside. Now, a chase here for the man at third man. He has to run around. They've gone for one, they've gone for two. I think they'll settle for that, as Louis is the man running across to his left, and they get 2 easy runs. Rickleton on to 8, 2-12 for 4. 1 delivery left in Warrican's 13th over. 1 for 36 so far, as he's over the wicket. And this in the air goes straight through the hands of Warrican. It was a full toss, and Rickleton hits it straight back to Warrican, and it went straight through him as if it was some sort of bullet he was trying to dodge, because he was all over the place, never got his hands in the right position, and a chance goes a begging. Rickleton is dropped on 8. Warrican, the guilty party. It was maybe he didn't expect it. It was a full toss, and I thought Rickleton was trying to work it on the onside, and it went straight through the hands of Warrican. Really and truly, it's a catch at this level you think should be taken. So with that, I think I'm going to take my leave, because at 2:13 for 4, Rickleton is 9, Bavuma is on 59. It's going to be a double change here, as Vinod Mamchan and Kadir is going to come in to do the commentary.
Colin Murray. And Colin Murray will be very happy to know that his good friend Andrew Mason just messaged me to say he's extremely proud of the production, led by Murray himself. 213 for 4. Bavuma is on 59.
69 overs gone here, 213 for 4. Into the second session of play. Jason Holder to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
Forced away to short point, and there is no run. How's been your day so far, Kadir?
Well, I've been enjoying it so far. Good thing is, weather is brilliant. Lovely day for cricket. And I'm enjoying the battle. It's been a good one between bat and ball here.
It has been gripping, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Holder, 1 for 25. Leans forward and runs into us from the far end, goes past the umpire and our bowls, and pushed away by Rickleton. Every South African, barring Bavuma, has come out and looked like a giant.
Yeah, Tambo Bavuma just holding the innings together. The captain of this team. It's been a patient knock so far. But
he's been solid, hasn't he?
Yeah, usually is. But Rickleton, though, would offer a chance. As we saw in the previous over, Jamal Warrican really should have taken that catch. It was a simple one.
Bowler up to the wicket bowls. Again, pushed back on the onside. Bowler bends his rather large frame and stops it. Goes down to his good friend Craig Brathwaite, who is at mid-on. And there is no run. Both Brathwaite and the Holder serve West Indies cricket well, it's fair to say.
Yeah,
they've lent a lot of experience to the setup. Here's Holder. He's actually starting behind the umpire. Approaches now, he's bowls, and Rickleton forward, bat and pad. Close together, as close as you and Gordon pair.
Yeah, closer than me and Gordon pair, that bat and pad. Much closer, I could tell you that.
And you can see on our screens, obviously the listeners can't see, but the Zorsi is saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's close, it's tight.
Solid.
Well, probably not you and Gordon Pierre, probably you and Vishamalal, man. Here is Holder looking to get the angle, but starting a bit too straight. Worked away down to mid-on, and there is no run. My good friend Kadir Mohammed has risen through the ranks pretty quickly. I'm very proud of him, and he's with us here on test debut in the combox. Kadir.
Yeah, I got my cap yesterday.
Yes. How's been the experience so far?
It's been wonderful. Been enjoying every minute of it.
I'm sure you're enjoying the company of Colin Murray.
Ronnie Bikram Das as well.
Two eccentric characters. Yeah, his holder. It's up to the wicket, and again, that is what he wants to do. Get the angle, push it across Rickleton, just to change things up a bit. At the end of the over, the latest score at the Queen's Park Oval, South Africa 213 for 4. More thoughts from Kadir Mohammed.
Yeah, the weather has been good, Vinud. Apart from yesterday, just lost the 2 sessions to rain. But at the moment, pretty high clouds. Still blue skies above. And no threat of rain at the moment. We see the South Africans, the Zorzi, top scoring with 78 so far. Stubs had 20. Bavuma, the captain, he's still there on 59. Bedingham was the latest to go. He made 29. And Rickleton, new to the crease, 9 from 23. Warrican about to start another over.
Well, I looked at Tristan Stubs, and I think there's definitely something for the South Africans to work with there. He played one shot through the covers, and I thought to myself, that will earn a lot of ticket stubs at the gate if he continues. But he didn't.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot to work with. He's still pretty young, just 23 years of old, Tristan Stubs. And I think he's going to offer a lot of South African cricket.
Yep.
And when you look at the South African, the bulk of the batting, it's similar to what we see on the West Indian side of things with Mikhail Louis, Kavim Hodge, Alec Athanaze, all still trying to make their way in Test cricket.
There's two pretty young teams in terms of top order. The top order attack, the batting. A lot of chatter at the moment amongst Athanaze and De Silva, who's behind the stumps. Carty is joining as well. Here is Warrican, he bowls, and this is pushed away. The arm ball seems to be a stock ball, the arm ball.
Pitch is not offering that much in terms of spin. It's been steady, Jamal Warrican. Should have taken that opportunity in the previous over. It was not taken, so he's got to work harder to pick up a wicket here. But Bavuma has been rock solid.
That was funny.
Yes, he bowls and advancing nicely down the track. Getting to the pitch there, Bavuma. A lot of chatter. Anthony is telling De Silva to say something funny. This is pushed away on the offside, down to cover. There is no run.
Yeah, the captain is at leg slip. Kavim Hodge at slip. Justin Graves at a short cover.
Very close friends, Athanaze and Hodge. Oh, that's a good delivery. Just holding it back a bit. Looking to create some doubt in the mind of Bavuma. Pushed away on the offside, there's no run. 213 for 4. Bavuma 59. And Rickleton, who was just joined him a while ago, is on 9. Here is another delivery that's a bit too straight, but he was committed to defense. Played very quietly there by Bavuma.
It's been tough work for the West Indians so far.
14 overs. He's into his 14th over here, Warrican. 1 for 37. Down the ground and driving beautifully through the offside. And that will go into the boundary for 4. Just about a week ago, 6 in fact. Just about a week ago, I saw he bought an X5. Bavuma. I think that drive was even better than the drive you'll get in the X5.
For sure. That was absolutely sumptuous from Temba Bavuma, the South African captain, using his feet, staying leg side, up and over cover. Not an easy shot to play by any stretch of the imagination.
Yep.
But the little man got it all the way for 6.
Yeah, he got to the side of it and he was able to clear the levers. And he did it well. Lovely shot. Look at that. Lovely shot indeed. It's the kind of shot that you bring your girlfriend to see. At the moment, it's 219 for 4. Bavuma is on 65. Rickleton 9. And speaking about X6 and X5, I got a ride in an X7 driven by Ronnie Bikram Das yesterday. It was a pretty pleasing ride. Well,
I could imagine what you're going to get a ride in today.
Yeah. After 2 minutes, I fell asleep.
Yeah, so smooth. He's known for that,
Yes.
isn't he? Well, Jason Holder to continue here from the Brian Lara Pavilion, and just the one slip in.
West Indies will be looking to get a wicket or two quickly here, just to stay in the game, just to hold things together. The batting has been the issue for the West Indies team. I don't think on this track anyone can really blast them out. So they'll be looking to see if they can get the South Africans to probably anything close to 300, a little less than 300, a little over 300, just to stay in the game. Will take a great effort. Here is Hold up to the wicket now, bowls outside the off stump, skipping across. Is the White Shark, claiming that behind the stumps. Score remains 219 for 4.
I like this line of attack from Jason Holder now from over the wicket. So he's angling the ball across the left-handed Rickleton. There's the one slip, there's a backward point, and there's a close catcher at a squarish point, and there's also a short cover. There's a man just in between those two catchers at a sort of an extra cover position. There's a mid-off, a wideish mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
Well, that's Carty in that position, and in the event that Rickleton, as he plays this away partly on the onside, wants to get aerial and go over the two close fielders, you'll then have to contend with Carty, who can still pluck it out of the air. So it's good thinking here by Holder. He's a thinking cricketer, Jason Holder.
Yeah, he's also going to make something happen. Jason Holder.
I look across the ground and we really want to thank all the sponsors who are investing in West Indies cricket. Here's Hold up to the wicket now. Played back on the onside and there is no run. I see Blue Waters, CG United and Macron. And when I see Macron, it takes me back to 2 weeks ago when one Andrew Chan decided to take the team, we were in Atlanta, to an area called Macron with his chief aide, Dylan Sharma. They said that they found a beautiful area as it's pushed away, beautiful bit of fielding there, and a short cover by Warrican, and there is no run. And they were taking us to see carriages and this sort of stuff, and they had promised dinner and everything. We drove for 3.5 hours. We came across a bakery with a bun and 2 bread.
I won't say much more on that. You know that. I don't want to say I'm not surprised by it.
Yes, Holder up to the wicket balls. Slow delivery. Let's mixing it up here, Jason Holder. The score remains 219 for 4. 2 bread and a bun.
Were they fresh?
Well, actually, one of the younger guys in the crew, Eden, he bought a bread because he felt bad that we had driven 3.5 hours only to see this. And I think Matthew Rajaram found a bottle of jam somewhere that he acquired. At least it was something to show for the run. Here's Holder. He wants something to show for his run. Played back on the onside. There is no run. The good thing about this West Indian attack is they haven't allowed South Africa to get away at any point. The score, the current run is 3.04. We've had 72 overs. The latest score here at the end of the over, 219 for 4. 1 for 36 Roach, 1 for 43 Seals. Moti done for 68. Holder 1 for 25. Warrican 1 for 43. And Kadir Mohammed didn't bowl.
Well, Jamal Warrican is going to continue. No, it seems as it's going to be a bowling change. Moti now into the attack, replacing Jamal Warrican from this the media centre end of the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, Moti would not be too impressed with his effort so far. He's the only bowler that has gone for 4 and over. Hasn't been really effective at all. They have actually taken the attack to Moti.
Yeah, Moti's been wicketless so far in this test match. 17 overs, none for 68.
He's a talent though.
Yeah.
Very much capable. Gurakesh Moti. In his early career, he was known as Gurakesh Moti Kanai.
Yeah, under 19 days. Yeah, but he's going to be on all formats bowler for the West Indies. He was recently a part of the World Cup team. Here he is.
But he goes wide of the crease, and this is now pushed away on the offside.
Just about 20 minutes to the tea interval. You know, it would be a good time for the West Indies to pick up a wicket.
Moti again played away on the onside, and there is no run. Here's Moti again, round the wicket. That's a good delivery.
Hey, that breeze nice, boy. Wow. If that breeze could stay there, hold it. You got to spin it, Moti. That breeze is nice. Got to.
Solid defense from Bavuma. Quicker delivery from Moti, mixing up his pace here.
Again, right on spot. So he's come back well here, Moti, in this over. So far in this session, 67 runs scored. This is the 20th over. 20 minutes, as you said. 20 minutes to go to tea. Punched. Lovely bit of fielding there by Carty.
Very boisterous, Joshua Silva behind the stumps.
Pushed away down the ground this time. They can't prevent the single. End of the over for Moti. At the end of it, 220 for 4. Bavuma is on 66. Rickleton is on 9. And there'll be a double change in the commentary position as Ronnie Bikram Das comes a-calling. And he's bringing with him Dylan Sharma. Also Eversley Ramport.
Yes, thank you very much, Vinod and Kadir. And so it's the captain himself, Brathwaite. He is taking up the attack now from the Brandlara Pavilion end with his off spinners. He's just probably trying to either change end for the bowlers or just hold up an end until the end of play, or until tea, I should say. And he would be bowling to Bavuma. So it's captain to captain here. This time he's bowling around the wicket. That one is on that middle stump line. Bavuma pushes it back to the fielder at short cover in Warrican. And there's no run. 220 for 4 at the moment. It's Brathwaite. This one is swept away. There's a fielder down there at fine leg. That ball on a full length delivery on leg stump. Bavuma just getting down, stretching that front foot forward and sweeping that one behind square. Jaden Seals down at that fine leg boundary, cleans up, and they get through for a single. The score moves on to 221 for 4. That brings Rickleton on strike. He's on 9 at the moment. Brathwaite there trying to see if he can get that breakthrough, break this partnership. It's on 33 at the moment. Pitched up delivery on the back foot. There is Rickleton looking to cut that one behind square, but end up hitting it straight to Jaden Seals. And it's last ball in this over here. And this one is Rickerton is on the back foot, punching it straight to the fielder at mid-on. At the end of over number 74, it's 221 for 4 as I welcome Dylan Sharma.
Good afternoon, Ronnie. How has your day been at the cricket so far?
It has been excellent thus far. My day at the Oval, watching wonderful cricket, nice hot sunny day. I'm in the air condition, by the way. Had a nice lunch. How was your day?
Well, I haven't quite gotten around to having any of those snow cones that you love so much.
Oh, there you go. Yes, you talk about the snow cones.
As you say, you're in AC, so no need for that quite yet.
Well, you can have a snow cone in the AC. There's no reason why you can't. So it's Moti. He's gonna continue from the media center end. He bowls to Bavuma, pushes this one into the covers, and there's no run. Moti again, a pitched up delivery, driven straight back to the bowler. A bit of misfield there by Moti, and they get through for a single. Jaden Seeds come off the long off boundary, I should say, and there's just one run. The score moves on to 222 for 4. Double Nelson, Dylan.
Bit of symmetricism about that. 2-2-2 and 4.
Yes. Yes, there is. It's Moti to continue. This one is just short of a length. And a bit of turn there for Moti. Back into the left-hander. But Rickleton is on the back foot, punching this one to the fielder at short mid-wicket. And there's no run. Moti again. Pitched up delivery, driven straight down the ground by Rickleton, and he will pick up a boundary. Pitched up delivery on and off that off stump line. Rickleton just getting on that front foot and punching it straight past the fielder at long off. That's Warrican, and he picks up a boundary. The score moves on nicely now to 226. Rickleton moves on to 13.
He must have brought his license with him. He really loves driving. Second drive so far of the session.
But that's not his second drive. He drove a lot of deliveries, but it's
second boundary drive, I should say.
Correct. That's the second delivery he drove to the boundary for 4. His very first delivery he drove to the boundary for 4. So it's Moti. Let's see how he's going to come back. This one is a bit shorter, but on that leg stump line, a bit quicker as well. And Rickleton just looks to work it onto the leg side, but there's a short leg fielder, and it hits him, and they get no run. This time now, fuller length delivery from Moti. Pitches on that middle stump. He drives it down. The ground is Rickleton, and they pick up a single. So it's another one to the total. At the end of over number 75, it's 227 for 4. They can, just to run through the bowling card, Roach, 14 overs, 1 for 36. Seal, 16 overs, 1 for 43. Moti, he hasn't picked up a wicket yet, none for 75. Holder, 11 overs, 1 for 25. Warrican, 14 overs, 1 for 43, and just Brathwaite with that 1 over thus far, conceding 1 run. So the captain, Brathwaite, would continue from this Brian Lara Pavilion end. So what's your thought on Brathwaite coming into the attack here, Dylan?
There are quite a few thoughts on Brathwaite coming into the attack. Of course, the second new ball, not too far, but with the tea break also upcoming soon, as Brathwaite begins his second over.
Well, Brathwaite again, it's a pitch stop delivery, but it kept a bit low. It was a quicker delivery. Rickleton was on the back foot looking to punch it down the ground, but it was a bit quick on him, and he ended up pushing it back to the bowler. No run. Again, Brathwaite, this time a pitch stop delivery. Rickleton on the front foot. Again, pushing it back to the bowler, and no run. The score remains on 227 for 4. You mentioned snow cone, and for our listeners, we have the snow cone man on the ground as well.
Earlier he was right outside the stand. Now he's moving ever closer to you.
That's a good sign. That's a good sign, Dylan.
Might just have to organize some delivery.
Yeah, no problem. And it's Brathwaite. This time slower delivery, and Rickleton saw it early, came forward, punches it down the ground to the fielder at that's Roach at long off, and they get through for an easy single. So rotation of the strike nicely here, both batters, and they keep the scoreboard ticking over. It's 228 for 4 now. It's Brathwaite again. This time it's a pitched up delivery on that middle and off line. Bavuma just gets forward and pushes it to that fielder at short mid-wicket in Atenays. There's no run. The score remains on 227 for 4. This time Bavuma just has a step or two down the wicket and drives it past that short cover fielder, and they get an easy single. So at the end of that Brathwaite over, just conceding 2 runs, it's 227 for 4. Bavuma, he moves nicely on 69, and Rickleton on 15. Just looking at the session, the first session, 35 overs was bowled, 107 runs scored, 2 wickets. So far in the second session, just 23 overs because it's a shorter session. The first session was longer, half an hour extra. 77 runs and just 1 wicket. So it shows that the run rate is 3.35. So they have been scoring a bit quicker. But to me, I still feel that it's not enough at the moment.
Certainly an effect of that extra heat after we had that rain throughout the lunch session.
So it's Moti to continue. It's a pitched up delivery driven to the field at short cover. So he has the captain has maintained a slip, a leg slip, backward point, short cover, a cover point, short mid wicket, long off, mid on, and a deep mid wicket for deep square leg for Moti. This time he's that's Bavuma. He's driving this one straight to the fielder at long on, and they get through for an easy single.
Of course, these easy singles are really good batsmanship, but would be really flustering the bowlers.
Yes, this time Moti to Rickleton. Pitched up delivery. Rickleton is on the front foot, driving that one, pushing that one, I should say, into that cover point region, and he picks up a single. Da Silva, the keeper, had to run around to get that one. The score moves on to 231 for 4. Moti pitched up delivery to Bavuma, who drives this one nicely, but straight back to Moti. He collects nicely, and there's no run. Tight bowling here from Moti. Again, Moti pitched up delivery on that middle stump. Again, Bavuma just getting that front foot down, pushes it back to him, and no run. So this is excellent stuff from Moti here. This time, again, it pulls his length a bit, but Bavuma this time has a step or two down the wicket. But because he pulled his line back a little bit, it was a bit too short for him to go driving down the ground. He pushes it into the offside, and there's no run. So at the end of over number 77, it's 231 for 4. And
so far, the partnerships for the innings have been 32 between Markram and Dezorzi. Dezorzi stayed on with Tristan Stubs for 22 more runs, and again joined Bavuma for a 51-run stand. Bavuma and Bedingham then partnered for 50, and Bavuma and Rickleton have now been there for 44 runs. Bavuma certainly enjoys batting against the West Indies.
Yes, it's Brathwaite to continue from the Brandlara Pavilion end. Another pitched up delivery. This one quicker on that off stump, and Rickleton quickly on the back foot, punching it to that cover fielder in Carty, and no run. Brathwaite again for just 2 steps and delivers. This one just wide outside the off stump, and Rickleton looks to cut through the point region, but got the bottom half of the bat. It cannoned into the ground, and he was able to get a single. Rotation of the strike again. 232 for 4, sorry. And this one is on the leg side. Bavuma goes down, sweep this one nicely behind square. He's going to pick up one, they get another. So it's 2 more to the total to Bavuma. He moves on to 72. The total moves on to 234 for 4. So this plan here with Brathwaite, it's not working at the moment. They're leaking runs. And pitched up delivery worked into the onside. The fielder at short mid-wicket was a bit deep in Carty, and it allowed the batters to just push the ball gently into that onside and pick up an easy single. So rotation of the strike here between the left-hand, right-hand batters, and it's causing a bit of problem for the bowler. So the score moves on to 235 for 4. This time a pitched up delivery by Brathwaite, and driven straight back to him by Rickleton, and there's no run.
Certainly that left-hand, right-hand partnership is adding to the complications here for West Indies, having to constantly rearrange the field.
Well, Brathwaite has now pushed the mid-on fielder too long on, and he tosses one up here to Rickleton, hoping that Rickleton would go over the top. But he just pushed it back to the bowler, and there's no run. So at the end of 78 overs, 235 for 4. Bavuma, he's on 73, and Rickleton on 17.
I can understand why he would have gone with that ploy for the last ball of the over, especially for Rickleton coming off of some T20 cricket, quite a heavy diet of T20 cricket in the recent past.
Well, also is wanted to allow Rickleton that single, and he's a relatively new batter at the crease, so you would want to bowl to the new batter rather than the set batter in Bavuma. There's more of a higher percentage of getting Rickleton out than Bavuma. So Morty continues from the media center end. This one is pitched on that middle stump, just short of a length. Bavuma just striding forward a bit and pushing it back to the bowler in Moti, and there's no run. So Moti keeping things tight here. This time it's a fuller length delivery, a bit quicker on that leg stump line, but Bavuma just trying to work that one into the onside, but end up hitting it straight to the fielder at short mid wicket, and there's no run. This one pitched up outside the off stump and driven past the fielder at cover, and it rushes into the cover boundary for 4. Bavuma here taking full advantage of the bad deliveries that have been bowled by the West Indian bowler. Again, this one pitched up on off stump, and all he had to do was get the front foot forward and find that gap between cover and cover point, and he found it perfectly and picked up 4 good-looking runs. That pushed the partnership up now to 52 runs from 89 deliveries. So it's coming in test match. It's coming in quick time.
Certainly in quick time. That was also something I was thinking.
So Moti, again, now he has to pull back this over here. Pitched up delivery. Bavuma comes forward, pushes it to that fielder at cover point, and there's no run. Score remains on 239. This one short outside the off stump. Bavuma gets back, cuts that one, but straight to the fielder at a backward point in Kemar Roach. Had he hit that a bit later, he would have picked up 4 more runs. But the score remains on 239 for 4. Again, Moti bang on target on that middle stump. Full length delivery, and Bavuma on the front foot, just punching it back to the bowler, and there's no run. So that brings an end to the 39th over. The end of this over, that Moti over, it's 239 for 4. Bavuma, he moves on to 74, and Rickleton on 17. So it's going to be another change now in bowling from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. So that little experiment with Bradway didn't work. So he's now going to try Alec Atenes. He's going to be taking up the attack from that the southern end, I would say, or the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
One test wicket in his career so far. Has been someone who bowled quite a lot more in his younger days, under 19 and coming through regionals.
As his first bowl here in this innings. This one he's going through and around the wicket to the left-handed Rickleton. This one is pitched up, driven to the cover fielder. There's no run. Through and around, short and wide, cut away by Rickleton to that fielder at deep cover, and he picks up an easy single. The score moves on to 240 for 4.
One thing you alluded to earlier would have been trying to get Rickleton on strike to have as much time at the new batsman as you could, but certainly you don't want to be bowling part-timers at him.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Atenes is more of a, he's not really a part-time bowler as such. He bowls a lot for in the regional 4-day tournament. This time he's bowling this one on the leg stump, swept away there by Rickleton, and he picks up an easy single to that fine leg fielder in Jaden Seals. So it's Bavuma on strike now. This time Atenes just stays its left arm over, right arm over, sorry, to the right-handed Bavuma.
Right arm round.
Yeah, this one is on that middle stump, worked away into the onside for an easy single. So now the runs are beginning to flow. I shouldn't say flow, but come at regular intervals. Yeah, a lot of singles being unoffered. It's easy for the batters now, just pushing the ball around, getting singles, and putting away the bad balls. Atenes, this one is again just short outside the off stump. Rickleton is on the back foot, cutting this one again to the fielder at that cover boundary, and it brings an end to the over, and also it brings an end to the second session. The umpire flicked the bails, and that's the end of the second session of play. And the second session, 27 overs have been bowled, 92 runs have been scored, and just 1 wicket. So South Africa just losing 1 wicket in that session, they would be very happy with that. But I'm sure Bedingham would be very unhappy with his dismissal. He was really set up there. He fell for the trap and he was out. But a good session nonetheless for South Africa. They at the end of the second session, or I should say at tea, South Africa after 80 overs, they are 244 for 4.
Bavuma and Rickleton are still at the crease as we go towards tea. Bavuma 20 runs away from his century, 80 off of 165 balls, and Rickleton still making his way into his innings, 19 from 47 deliveries. Atenes only bowling the solitary over in that last 20 to half hour patch of that second session, and within that patch of the second session, I think they were sort of just going through the motions to get towards tea, knowing that they would be able to take that new ball and give as much as they could when they get back out there for the last session.
Well, it's 80 overs have been bowled, so the new ball is due. The new ball could be taken right after the tea break. So a good session here for South Africa, having just lost that 1 wicket. The captain, he's set, he's there on 80 from 165 deliveries. But you would definitely say it's South Africa's session. And a question for you here, Dylan. What do you think the West Indies have to do in the session after tea, or the last session of the 3 days play, in order to really get back into this match? They are not out of it as yet. But what do they need to get themselves or get a firm grip on this second day's play?
Well, they're certainly not out of it or anywhere close to it as yet. There's only day 2. So with the new ball being due, certainly you would want to take that as soon as possible, because I don't think there's too much turn in this pitch as yet. So you want to make use of the conditions here with that new ball instead of going towards spin too soon.
Okay, definitely. So yes, you West Indies, they would want to take the new ball right after the tea session and tea break, where the bowlers, the fast bowlers in Seals, Roach would be fresh, and utilize that new ball and hopefully pick up a couple of wickets early in the session and put pressure back on the South Africans. At the moment, the South Africans, they won the toss and they elected to bat in their first innings. They are 244 for 4 after 80 overs. The captain, Timber Bavuma, he's there on 80, and Ryan Rickleton, he is there on 19. So join us after the tea break when we'll bring you more coverage of this first test match between the West Indies and South Africa here at the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad and Tobago. See you on the other side of the tea break. Thank you.
You've just heard commentaries of the West Indies South Africa series, a production of 360 Radio. Join us again for more on the 360 Radio Network.
Well, welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval here in beautiful Port of Spain as we get ready for the third and final session on day 2 of this first test between the West Indies and South Africa. Well, the score after 80 overs and 2 sessions, the South Africans, after winning the toss and choosing to bat first, they have found themselves at 244 for 4 after 80 overs. And the second new ball is due. So we just confirm if the West Indies captain Craig Brathwaite and the coaching staff would have decided to take that second new ball. Kemar Roach has it in his hands, and I think it's, the West Indies have taken the second new ball. So Roach picking up the attack here after tee from the media center end. And Ronnie, Bavuma here on 80, eyeing up 120 away. Rickleton is 19 from 47, but he's looked positive.
Yeah, definitely. He looked good for the little period of time he was there before that tea break, Rickleton. And he will want to continue here, to continue this partnership. Now, the partnership is 57. They would want that partnership to continue. And it's Kemar Roach here from the media center end with the new cherry, as they say, in hand. And this one is just outside the off stump, just short of a length. And Rickleton is on the back foot, punching it to the cover region. And there's no run. The score remains on 244 for 4.
Yeah, Kemar Roach, you would expect this new ball to move around a bit. Conditions are pretty sunny at the moment. No cloud cover to speak about.
Kemar Roach in from the media center end. This one, it's loud appeal for LBW and given. Well, Kemar Roach, this one seemed to come back into Rickleton, and he has a little chat with the captain, Bavuma now. They have decided what to do and decide against reviewing it. So Rickleton has to go. So the new cherry in the hands, or the new ball in the hands of Roach, immediately bring rewards for the West Indies. As we see again, this one, it's a pitch stop delivery. And yes, that one looks a bit high.
Yeah, that one just holding its line from Kemar Roach. Rickleton trapped on the crease. And previous delivery went away from Rickleton. This one just holding its line and tailing back slightly, ever so sharply at Ryan Rickleton. I think he has to go for 19. South Africa 244 for 5.
Yeah, that's the 5th wicket, and this is the start that the West Indies would have wanted. Getting that breakthrough immediately. Remember, we said that partnership of 57 runs, but it has been broken now, and that new ball has done the trick. As we would always see, after a break tends to bring a wicket, or that new ball, that harder new ball, it does a bit more. It's a bit shiny. It's shiny, of course, it's a new ball, and it does a bit more, but as you rightly said, it's a good setup from Kemar Roach. The first one did go away, and Rickleton probably was looking for that one moving away as well, but it came back in ever so slightly and beaten the bat. But as you also said, he was trapped on the back foot. That new ball will tend to have batters hanging back on the back foot a bit, expecting it to bounce a bit more, and hence the downfall. So Rickleton goes for 19. West Indies, immediate success here after the tea break. South Africa now 244 for 5. Could Kemar Roach here now get another wicket or 2 for his team and put South Africa even more on the back foot? That brings in the keeper. Is it?
Yeah, wicket keeper Kyle Verreynne, right-hander, to the crease, facing his first delivery, just pushed away into the offside. So the wicketkeeper batter Kyle Verreynne comes to the crease with an average of just 26. The West Indies would feel as though they're in with a shout, they're in with a chance here to really run at the South Africans after tea, especially with this start and with this new ball. Roach really starting well here.
Yeah, it's the exact start the West Indies would have wanted. And Verreynne here now has some work to do with his captain. He needs to forge another partnership. This one just back of a length on that middle stump line. Verena on the back foot, just punching it on the onside. Well, I should say straight to that fielder at mid-on in Moti. And there's no run. Score remains on 244 for 5. So
Well, it'd be interesting running to see who picks up the attack, who takes the new ball now from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Is it going to be Jaden Seals or is it going to be Jason Holder with the new ball?
Well, the spell that Seals had prior to in his last spell in picking up that wicket of Bedingham, I think he would take the new ball. He would get it to move around a bit, that extra pace compared to Jason Holder. I think would be he would be preferred to Jason Holder in taking that new ball. But we'll see after this over. So it's going to be Roach to continue.
Calvarina here, you'd want to dig in, want to get himself set.
Yes, it's Roach in. This one is on the leg stump, worked away on the onside by Verena. Straight to that fielder, that's Jaden Seals at that fine leg position, and he gets off the mark with a single at the end of a successful over for the West Indies. It's 245 for 5 now. Verena, he just got off the mark on 1, and Bavuma, a lot would be on his shoulders now on 80. He would have to bat throughout, or we would want to bat throughout this innings to see his team. They're in a good position, mind you, 245 for 5, but they would want with this start to get probably around 350, 400 runs to ensure that they utilize the start that they have gotten. And again, just to touch on it, another partnership, 57, but it didn't continue.
Yeah.
So they have gotten partnerships, but it haven't really gotten to that huge partnership to make a big contribution. But partnership throughout, and that will do excellent for them. And to answer your question, it's going to be Jaden Seals taking up the new ball from the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
Yeah, rightly so, Jaden Seals. 3 slips to work with. Here he is running away.
Jaden Seals into Verena. This one is just short of a length on that middle stump line. Worked away into the onside by Verena. And it goes to behind square to its Moti coming off that fine leg boundary. And they pick up 2 more runs. So Verena is off and running. He looks to be pretty comfortable. As you rightly said, 3 slips in position. It's you have a backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, fine leg in position. So it's going to be Seals. This one is on that middle stump. Verena pushes it to that fielder at mid-on. They're looking for a single, but Bavuma says no. And they get back, well, Verena get back safely to his crease, and there's no run. The score remains on 247 for 5.
Yeah, and those 2 deliveries that Jaden Seals have bowled, now a slip being taken out because you're just getting a bit too straight. And Verena could just clip it into a vacant mid-wicket area. So 1 slip coming out and going into a short mid-wicket.
So it's Jaden Seals. Runs past the umpire. Kane just back of a length on that middle stump line. Verena just stands at the crease and just pushes it to that field that you just mentioned was moved to that short cover, short mid-wicket position. And there's no run. The score remains on 247 for 5.
Yeah, bit more balance to the field now. A 5-4 field. 5 on the offside, 4 on the leg side. Those 5 on the offside being the 2 slips, the backward point, cover, and the mid-off. The onside field is a mid-on, a short mid-wicket, a square leg, and a fine leg.
Jaden Seals run past the umpire. Pull this one on that off stump line, just short of a length. Verena again just standing there and pushing it into the cover, just striding a bit forward and pushing it into cover where it's Casey Carty is there, and there's no run. So, as you mentioned, a balanced field, but Jaden Seals is looking to bowl straight with this new ball. So, even just in case he strays a bit, you know, Verena's looking to work that ball onto the onside. So, he has that fielder at short mid-wicket just for that shot. Again, Jaden Seals, just short of a length outside the off stump. Verena is on his back foot, punching that one into the cover region, and there's no run. He repeats the shot to ensure that he gets up on his toes, get over the ball to punch it on the ground into that cover region.
Yeah, still too short for me here, Jaden Seals. All 5 deliveries of this over have been just a tad too short. You just want to get Verena playing forward, looking to find that ball, that fifth stump, fifth stump line. Have him looking for it. Just take his hands away from his body.
Jaden sees past the umpire, full length delivery, just what you were calling for, but a bit on that leg stump line, and worked away behind square by Verena, and he picks up a single to end the over from Jaden Seals. At the end of 82 overs, it's 248 for 5. South Africa losing their wickets at 43, 86, 137, 147, and the 5th wicket just fell the previous over for 244.
Yeah, partnerships throughout for the South Africans. Everyone has contributed to the cause. By Aiden Markram, who he would have felt as though he missed out, but take nothing away from the delivery from Jason Holder to get rid of him. So Kemar Roach about to start again. 15 overs, 2 for 37.
Yeah, he runs away from the media center end. This one again targeting that off stump line and a bit fuller. So you can see definitely with Roach, he's bowling a bit fuller, and he's trying to get that ball to either nip into the right hand or nip away to get that outside edge. He, as I said before, he has the new ball in his hand, and he would want to utilize that. And I think that's a trick that Jaden Seals missed. Should be pitching up the ball a bit more, utilize that new ball rather than going too short initially. We'll see what will happen in his over. It's Kemar Roach, this one on that just short of a length on that leg stump. That's Verena pushes this one into the leg side. The fielder is Louis at short mid-wicket. He gathers that one nicely, and there's no run.
Yeah, but Kemar Roach, you know what he looked to do. He looked to go wide of the crease, angle it in, and then look to get one to just move away from the right-handers. Could bring it back in as well.
Yeah, definitely. Runs away past the umpire. This one is full length delivery, but a bit of width given. And Verena, he got that front foot across, looking for that nice cover drive. But he timed it well, straight to the fielder at short cover, Casey Carty. And there's no run. Good looking shot from him.
Yeah, but if I was Kemar Roach, I wouldn't be too flustered with him playing a big drive like that outside the off stump. Still a brand new ball, 2 slips waiting.
Definitely. Roach again. This one again bang on target, as you rightly said. This one just coming back into the right hander a bit, pitching just outside the off stump, just nipping back a bit to the right hander, but Verena was there solidly behind that one, and he plays it into the covers. There's no run. The score remains on 248 for 5.
Yeah, 4 dot deliveries here. Kyle Verena usually likes to score quickly. Whenever he does scores them at a high rate.
Definitely. This time it's a bit fuller from Kemar Roach, but Verena just nicely behind that one. Didn't look to overhit it. Just really tried to get bat on ball and pushes it to that fielder at mid-on. And there's no run. It's Moti there in that position. So 2 slip in place this time for Verena. Backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, short, mid wicket. This time it's a pitched up delivery on that middle stump line. Verena gets his foot down the wicket and pushes it past that short mid wicket fielder. And Moti runs all the way from mid on to tidy that one up. They get through for an easy single. At the end of that Kemar Roach over, it's 249 for 5.
Yeah, every last ball of the previous 3 overs, Verena's gotten a single. So Bavuma has not really seen much so far since the tea interval. Kyle Verena facing the majority of those deliveries. 249 for 5.
Well, he can say he's safely at the non-striker's end.
Yeah. He behind up 100 here, the South African captain. Temba Bavuma. Just the 2 centuries for him in Test cricket. Highest score being against the West Indians, 172.
And as you said before, he seems to like the West Indian bowling. So he's at it again, 80 not out. Where's Jaden Seals to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end? This time it's a nice pitched up delivery from Jaden Seals, driven back to him, collected in his follow through, and fired back to the batter.
Good aggressive stuff from the young man.
Yeah.
And Jaden Seals is showing that he's really up for the challenge here. Just taken his 50th Test wicket in England. It was a good series for him, picked up 13 wickets. Eventually led to him being the West Indies player of the series.
Yeah, definitely had a good time. And prior to that, he spent some time playing county cricket in England. So he was so accustomed with the conditions there. So he runs into bowl again. This one angling back into the right-handed Verena, who plays it with the movement on the onside and end up going straight to the fielder at short mid-wicket. And there's no run. The score remains on 249 for 5.
Crowd building up here at the Carib stand. Across to our left-hand side, you can see movement there. Fans coming in.
Well, it has been a good performance from West Indies, despite the score being 249 for 5. They have bowled really well. They have done really well in the field also. This time, Jaden Seals bowling this one just back of a length, but straying a bit on that leg stump line. Verena works him onto the onside, but straight to the fielder at short square leg in Warrican. And there's no run. So, Jaden Seals, a bit inconsistent in this spell so far. He hasn't been able to maintain that line and length outside of stump, which we saw him doing in his previous spell. So he has to be a bit more consistent here to pose a little problem with this new ball. He runs in, and that's a very bad delivery. Hits Verena on the hand. Well, so it's a full-length delivery. It's a full delivery. And Verena was trying to duck out of the way. In ducking out of the way, his hand was in the air, and the ball hit him in his hand. The bat flew out of the way.
It was an awkward delivery from Jaden Seals, a full toss. So Verena was taking evasive action. He got the hand up, and I think he cupped it somewhere on the wrist. Kyle Verena. At the moment, the physio come out to lend some attention to Kyle Verena.
Well, immediately Seals apologized to him for that full delivery.
Yeah, I think it completely slipped out from Jaden Seals. It's a brand new ball. So, Verena receiving some treatment. South Africa 250 for 5, and that delivery being called a no ball, and rightly so, by umpire Ahsan Raza.
But what is interesting is to see where, after it hit the glove, you can see the Silver was looking to see if he can take the catch. But again, it was a no ball, being for height. But a dangerous delivery nonetheless. It seems like he looks okay. Yes, you're right. It seemed to hit him on the wrist area. But he's having a laugh.
Yeah,
So
South
he seemed to
Africans
be in
are
good spirit.
strong. Yeah, they're strong boys, these South Africans. And him being a wicket keeper too, he'd have to have some sort of mettle and grit about him. And Kyle Verreynne, he's not going to give up. It's not so easy.
Definitely, he's not. He's not gonna give up. It's not that easy. But it's not a good sight to see here in terms of cricket. It could be very dangerous. Lucky for him, it was a bit down the leg side. Had it been straighter to him, well, it would have. You never know what would have happened. But nonetheless, you can hear the players having a little chuckle there, a little laugh about it.
Yeah, just to run through the South African scorecard quickly. 250 for 5. Yaden Makram was the first to go. He went for 9. A bowl by Jason Holder. And Tony DeZorzi with 78. He was out caught. Hodge, a bowl Jamel Warrican. He made 78. Tristan Stubbs had 20. He was caught holder, bowl Roach. And Bavuma is still there. He's not out on 80. Bedingham had to go caught by Casey Carty off the bowling of Jaden Seals. And Ryan Rickleton just after tea. He was leg before to Kima Roach for 19.
Yes, and all that we just forgot to mention Verreynne in terms of his test match career. 17 matches, 605 runs, a highest of 136, not out, an average of 26. He would want to get that average up, but he does have a 100 to his name, which is very good in his 17th match. So he's all set. He's all ready. Seals is on his way, and he just tested him out with his with a short delivery, very short delivery there from Seals, and it goes over the head of Verreynne into the keeper's hand. The umpire, he signals 1 for the over.
A good thinking from Jaden Seals right after the mini break. And just testing out halfway down the track.
Well, that no ball brings up the 250 for the South Africans. They are 250 for 5 at the moment. The captain still haven't faced the ball since the tea break. He's on 80. So it's Jaden Seals.
He's having a good laugh about that.
It's Jaden Seals. This one is outside the off stump, left alone by Verreynne into the keeper's glove. That's the silver. He passes it on to Holder, who shines it a bit and passes it to the other players. But Bavuma is happy. He's relaxed at the non-striker's end, leaning on his bat, you know, while the fireworks is taking place at the striker's end. Verreynne has been hit by a full delivery, short ball. He's just on the non-striker's end, relaxing on 80.
Best place to be.
Definitely. This one, it's Jaden Seals. It's a short delivery on that off-stump line. Verreynne on the back foot, looking to really sort of pull that on the onside. Didn't get much bat on it. It trickled into the field at short mid-wicket. No runs scored. So at the end of that over, 84 overs, South Africa bringing up their 250. It's 250 for 5. South Africa, their 250 comes up with in 84 overs, 384 dot balls, 75 singles, 19 twos, 3 fives, 22 fours, and 4 sixes.
Hard work, isn't it? Test cricket, you gotta grind, you gotta be up for the battle. As Kemar Roaches, top of his mark, getting ready to run away from us here at the media center with 2 slips, a deep point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a short mid-wicket, square leg and a fine leg.
It's Roach. This one is full-length delivery, a bit of tail into the right-handed Bavuma, who finally gets to face a delivery after tea.
And he gets off strike immediately. Good batting from the skipper.
Yeah, that's excellent. It did take the inner half of the bat, scoots out to the fielder behind at a fine leg position in Jaden Seals. and they get through for an easy single. So finally faces the ball and immediately get off strike, just as you said. So he's back at the non-striker's end,
Tell you
leaning
what.
on his bat, relaxing.
Yeah, it's up to you, Kyle Verena. He's been in the walls so far. That's a good delivery. Pushed up to Brathwaite at wideish, mid-off. But I tell you what, Jaden Seals has gotten 2 overs with the new ball. He's not started the way that he would have liked and that Craig Brathwaite would have liked. Now I'm thinking, get Jason Holder in while the ball is still new. He would move it about a bit. And Kyle Verena might be a bit susceptible to that ball coming back into his pads.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Seals didn't show what you would expect from him with the new ball in this spell here. But it's going to be Kimar Roach. This one, it's a short delivery, pulled away, through square leg, and it's going to be 4 runs to Verena. So he's showing here that hit on his hand is not going to hamper him. So it's a short delivery, dug in short by Kimar Roach. Verena just stood there on that back foot, just rock back, transfer of the weight onto the back foot, and pulled it square of the wicket. Shows that he's in control of the shot and picks up a wonderful boundary. He moves on to 9. It's 255 for 5.
Yeah, hitting that one way behind square. It was a nothing delivery too from Kimar Roach. It was banged in halfway down. Didn't have much pace on it, and it was an easy shot for Verena.
Yes, it's Roach again. What is he going to come up with here? This time he's pitched it up a bit more on that off-stump line. And Verena just coming forward, pushing it to that fielder at short mid-wicket. And there's no run. The score remains on 255 for 5.
Yeah, Verena looks to be comfortable playing on the back foot. So the West Indies bowlers here might just want to pitch a few up just to upset his footwork a bit. Very, very comfortable playing on the back foot.
And that's what I thought Roach would have done a bit more. Pitch it up a bit more and look to target the stumps, because it brought him success with Rickleton.
Yeah, just like that.
So he needs to really pitch the ball up a bit more and try to, yes, he swings the ball. I shouldn't say try. And swing the ball a bit to give the pose a little problem. So as you rightly said, he's getting the ball to go in to the right-hander. But again, he just wants to get that ball now to pitch and just leave the right-hander a bit. This time he bowls a no ball as signaled by the umpire. So again, the extras now moves up to 11. 4 leg byes, 1 wide, and 6 no balls for the innings thus far.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah, Kimar, just a second no ball in his spell. But he'd want to pitch that ball up, give it enough time to swing, if it's going to swing.
This time he's pitching that ball on that leg, some like Verena, just ease it into that mid-wicket region. It's Louis has a chase to that mid-wicket boundary, and they come back easily for 2 more runs. So he moves his total on to 11. The team total moves on to 258 for 5. And Bavuma is back at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, he's safely safe and sound on that end, Temba Bavuma. But again, that was a back of a length delivery, and you could see how easily Verena got on the back foot and just manipulated it into that onside.
So it's Roach again here to Verena. This time full length delivery on that middle stump, and Verena is nicely behind it, pushes it into that fielder at mid-on in Moti. No runs conceded. So at the end of the 85th over, it's 258 for 5. Bavuma, he's on 81. Verena is on 11. We'll have a double change now with Mr. Colin Murray into the attack. With him is the other fast bowler in Liam Armstrong.
Appreciate it. Very much, Ronnie. No negative comments from you. Nothing about dog ticks and who tick off who and who didn't tick and that type of thing. So I thank you for that. You were very kind to just hand me the mic and introduce me as a gentleman that I am, and Liam, who is also a gentleman. And we're very happy to hear that, just as we are very happy with the blazing sunshine here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's been a really good day. We had a slight drizzle during the lunchtime, and but other than that, it's been an absolutely gorgeous day here. As Holder is going to pick up the attack from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Jason Holder with 1 for 25 from 11 overs. It's going to be bowling to the South African captain. Bavuma, as he settles, waits for Holder. As this delivery pitched up to him, but wide of the leg stump, and he's trying to whip it away down past backward of square. Doesn't make contact, Temba Bavuma. And it's taken by Joshua Da Silva. Of course, with him is Kyle Verena. He is on 11 not out. He's faced 29 deliveries so far. So when you look through this batting lineup for South Africa, more or less everybody got starts. And Zozi getting to 78. You'd have thought he would have gone on to 100. Makram didn't really get off. He faced 34 balls for his 9. But you look at Stubs, Bedingham, and Rickelson all got starts as this delivery is angled into Bavuma. He was thinking of the single because I think Roach looks a bit spent out at mid-on and was taking his time coming in to get that ball. And what happened was Warrican was running across to his left from mid-wicket, and I think that caused Verena not to take the single, and he sent Bavuma back. And so no run resulted from that. And 2 slips go down. There's a short square point on the offside there, and in a catching position. 6 men on that offside as Holder is in, and Bavuma covers up, pushes it back up along the track. So there's the 2 slips. There's a third man, short point. Then there's a cover mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a man at long leg. A 6-3 field as Holder makes his way back. The second new ball has been taken, just 5.3 overs from it. So you expect, Liam, if you have the second new ball, you're going to probably get a little bit of movement, a little bit of swing.
Yeah, you would expect it, and
you're not seeing it, though.
I'm not seeing it so far.
Yeah.
I think Roach got that one to straighten earlier on to get rid of Rickleton, but
it's a good shot from Verena as he's opening the face and guiding it down to Louis, who is at the third man position. They get a single. I'm looking forward to see that young man bat, Michael Louis. He had such a great domestic season and didn't get off in England, but it's the first time in playing Test cricket, playing in England. It would have been certainly very, very difficult for him. And you have to say, well, it's unfortunate that he really didn't get off. But I think he's been much more at home in the Caribbean, and I'm really looking forward to him. Even though you look at the South African pace attack, it's a quality attack, and he's got to be careful as Holder into this is runs. This is a good shot for Verena. Verena won. They're coming back for the second. Roach runs it down, but Roach, as I said, he looks a little bit spent chasing after that ball, and they eventually get 3 runs. So 3 more to Verena, or is it? No, it is Verena. So he goes to 14, and Bavuma back in strike. He's on 82, not out, looking for his 3rd Test 100.
Yeah, we spoke earlier about his conversion rate not being the greatest, and he's just looking to prove us wrong. He's on 82, 18 short of a 3rd Test century. And just to get back to your point with Michael Louis, I think he's in a good position here with the way that we've seen this pitch play so far. There's nothing in it for the bowlers really, and not much swing about.
Your loud appeal goes up, well, he says not out. Are they going to go for the review, the West Indies? I think they will, because that ball came back at Bavuma. Now he's on 82. There's no harm in taking the review. Go for it. Let's see what Brathwaite will do. I think he's gone for it. Has to, because that ball came back at Bavuma. Now he's not a tall man, and he was not far forward. He was just pushing forward. It came back at him, and the appeal went up. Every man Jack went up in the appeal, and umpire Raza was unmoved. So they've gone for the review. Let's have a look. Liam, talk us through it.
Yeah, just a good delivery, a good full delivery, and yeah, it looks pretty high. It did hit him on the tie pad, but due to the fact that Bavuma is pretty short, that could just be crashing into the top of middle and leg.
I would think so. Now, he's not a tall man. He's 5 feet a little bit. And I would think that that ball... Now, the only thing, really, is if it's going over the top of the stumps. That's the only thing can save him. But you're right. I don't think he got an edge onto it. Or did he? Let's see. Did he get an inside edge? That's the other thing. Let's have a look as that ball goes past the bat. It's not going past yet. We're waiting on the replay. But that's the only other thing, if he got a little bit of an inside edge.
They just played through the ultra edge earlier, and there was no
seem
sound.
to be right.
But what was interesting is that it didn't hit his back pad fully. It hit the front pad first, and that's where the contact is gonna.
Oh, it's umpire's call. Well. You know, I really have an issue with umpire's call. And I'll tell you what. What is my issue with umpire's call. If the ball is hitting the stumps, I don't care which part of the stumps. You have 3 stumps and 2 bails. And if the ball, as far as I'm concerned, is hitting any part of the stump,
it's out.
It's out. I don't care if it's in a fraction of the stump, the whole stump, a little bit of the stump, it does not matter. So this thing about umpire's call is absolutely ridiculous. But you know, I've said this on numerous occasions, and I've been told, oh, you have to have the human element in it. Don't tell me about human element when in fact you have the technology. And if the technology says to me that ball is clipping, I don't care if it's tipping the bail, it's hitting. He has to be out.
Yeah, it is.
So if the joke about it, if he had said out, Bavuma would have been on his way. So
exactly.
You know, it's really ridiculous. Here is Roach, however, starting a new over. So Bavuma, he's in my view, he's
lucky to be there.
Yeah, he's still lucky to be there because it was a really good delivery from Holder. To give him credit, you could see the frustration on him because he worked for that. He got it to come back at Bavuma, and Bavuma wasn't far forward. He was just pushing forward to it, and it did make a little bit of height. But as he rightly said, Bavuma is not a tall man, so you have to go for that.
On a day like today where, you know, nothing has really seemed to go the way of the West Indies, that's just, you know, it could be very annoying. Good delivery from Roach there, that's on the off stump.
Yeah, but I really have an issue, and, you know, things like that, the ICC needs to review it. And don't tell me about human element. Then don't forget technology. If you have the technology and the ball is clipping the stump, why must it be hitting?
If there's an argument for human error, then you're right. You just take the RS out of the game completely and leave it up to the umpires.
Yeah, leave everything to the umpires because, you know, you're using the technology is there to be used. It shows that the ball is clipping the stumps. And you tell me umpire's call because he said not out.
Good delivery from Roach,
yep.
And there's no
4
one
runs
down there.
Goes down to third man. Yep, good delivery because it was pitched up to him, and it may have just left him, and he pushed forward to it, Verena, and it went down to the boundary for 4. So 4 more runs, score goes to 266 for 5. And yeah, I'm just, you know, those are some of the things that baffle me, and that's one of it. Because I'll tell you what, if you go to umpire Raza and ask him, say, what was your opinion on that? He would have probably told you, I would think it's going over the top of the stumps.
Yeah.
Or it's going wide of the leg stump. He would have never told you, well, boy, it may be clipping the top of the stump. So, you know, he would have told you straight off, it's missing. Here is Roach. And the ball played. They're going to get a single because it was played towards mid-wicket. And the ball was diverted down to a straightish, I would say, long off. And Moti, who was at mid-on and was going to his right, had to then chase after the delivery to his right. And he was going to his right and had to chase after it to his left. And they were able to pick up a single. Yeah, and that's the thing. He would have certainly told you, hey, it's maybe too high, missing the top of the stumps. So it's really a strange, that baffles me, this umpire's call. But, you know, I think we have to live with it. Here's Roach, 267 for 5. Into Bavuma, and he's playing this delivery out on the onside, and it's no run. It goes to what's Hodge, who is at a short mid-wicket. There's just a lone slip now for Roach. There's a man right out square on the boundary, on the offside. Then there's a shortish mid-off, a cover, then the orthodox mid-off that is pretty wide, almost like an extra cover. There's a mid-on, a short mid-wicket. the orthodox mid-wicket that is pretty square, and then a man at long leg. So a 5-4 field as Roach from this Willie Rodriguez end bowls to Bavuma. He's going to get a single because he's playing it to the left of cover, and they go through for a very comfortable single in the end. So one more to the total. That's 268 for 5. 87 overs have been bowled. Bavuma is 83. Verena is on 19.
Yeah, it was really tough, in that over from Roach. I don't agree with just the one slip. The new ball is just 7 overs old, and there's a deep point on the boundary. I don't understand that. I think the West Indies need to put some pressure on Verena and Bavuma at this point in time. Bavuma to me, he's pretty lucky to be out there still. Just got a chance. That will be playing on his mind. We see now 2 slips in for Jason Holder as Kemar Roach leaves the field.
Yeah, he looks beat, doesn't he? He looks as if he's played 2 days of carnival and he's on to his last lap now. And he just can't wait for the band to get back to the house, the position they started off. So he's making his way off the field. And I would think maybe Seals from the... Here is Holder, however. Beats Bavuma outside. All of a sudden, Jason Holder is perked up. Having hit the pads and seeing that decision go against him, he's now bowling a good line, he's bowling a good length, and he's getting a little bit of movement.
Yeah, that one just angling into Bavuma and moving off the
away.
seam.
Yeah.
And those deliveries never easy to play. But I think you could see that there's a bit of frustration on the face of Jason Holder just there. He can't believe that nothing is going right at this point in time.
Yeah. Really and truly should have got the edge of Bavuma's bat. But when you think he's on 83 and Holder is able to still produce those deliveries, you can just judge how well he's bowling. He's on his way again to bowl, and outside the line of the off stump. This one a little too wide, and Bavuma allows it to go through.
And I think that's been another problem. I think even since yesterday we spoke about it, the West Indies would bowl that first delivery that Holder just will beat the outside edge and then go wide the very next ball, where Bavuma, after playing and missing out one, he's going to be in a suspect type mindset. You need to get him to keep playing at the ball, get him to play again.
I see everybody's having a late tea, Liam. I'm very happy though that everybody is being well fed. Here is Holder. And a good delivery. Got a little bit of bounce on that, didn't he? It bounced, made some height, and came back at him. And that was very, very important. Don't think when you have a tea this late, Liam, you don't eat dinner, do you? At eating at 3:30 or 3:45, you think you're going to skip dinner. You think most of the guys in here are like that?
I don't think any of the guys are in here like that.
Okay, they don't skip dinner.
Especially Ronnie Bikram Dasi.
Oh my word!
He has a pre-dinner and then he has dinner.
You're calling names now. My word! Make note. Colin Murray said nothing. Here's a delivery that's pitched up to Bavuma, and he's pushing it out on the offside. There is no run. Score remains 268 for 5. Bavuma remains on 83. He came out from tea on 80, wasn't he? So he hasn't really scored since the tea interval.
He's hardly faced any deliveries.
Well, that's true.
T. Verena has farmed the strike for most of it, but Bavuma has been probably facing the last over or 2 on his own
from Holder.
And he's told us bowled well to him.
I like how you said Verena has farmed the strike. Farmed the strike from a man on 83. That's interesting. Here's Holder running into bowl to Bavuma. Brilliant sunshine here at the Queen's Park Oval, and this delivery angled into him. He was looking to turn it much squarer. Goes out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. The Kati, is it looking like at that?
Warrican.
No, Warrican, sorry, at that mid-wicket position does the fielding. There's no run. So 2 slips. There's a man out at a wideish third man. Point cover mid-off. So 6 men on that offside, and just 3 on the on. Holder bowling to the orthodox type feel for the fast bowler, with that ball maybe just leaving the right-hander. 3 men on that onside as Holder is in again, and the Bavuma out, the ball coming off the outside edge. It's going to run away for 4. Let's see. Oh, that's brilliant from Mikel Louis. They come back for 2. They're going to come back for the 3rd. But again, a good delivery from Holder, pitching up, and may have just swung at very late. Bavuma was on the front foot, took the outer part of the bat, and they were able to pick up 3 runs. A good bit of fielding on the part of Louis, who is at that a square third man and had to run to a very straight third man. Had to go about, I would say, about 20 meters to his left. And because of that, the batsmen were able to take 3 runs. So Bavuma goes to 86. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, 88 overs have been bowled. The South Africa, 271 for 5. Bavuma is 86. Verena, he is on 19.
Yeah, I think barring that drop catch from Warrican and maybe that one blunder in the field that we saw from Jason Holder early on, I think for the past 88 overs we've seen from the West Indies in the field, they've been pretty good. They've been throwing their bodies around. We saw Carty take that wonderful catch earlier on. Roach has been fielding well at point. So I think, that's something that the West Indies can be happy with. I don't think they've done much wrong in this game so far.
No, it's been a workmanlike performance, hasn't it, in the bowling department and in the field. I think they've worked hard. Because let's face facts, it's not an easy pitch. You have to say maybe 70-30 in favor of the batting team. But the bowlers have worked hard. We see a change and an enforced change here because Kemar Roach, who didn't look all that wholesome in the last 10 minutes, he looked pretty wary. He's gone off the field, and Jaden Seals has replaced him, and he's operating now from the Jerry Gomez Media Center. And on it takes the edge, and it drops just in front of the man at first slip. Well, all of a sudden, this man has become very tentative. Temba Bavuma. He's on 86. And that delivery from Jaden Seals, I would like to say just a loosen up delivery. Pitched, made some height, got the outside edge, and it bounced just in front of Graves, who has come on the field as the substitute. Very strange to find a substitute coming and fielding at first slip. But
yeah, you're right. I think Bavuma has been very tentative. And I think that's due to Verena having most of the strike after tee. It's almost...
Well, here is Seals again. And this is a little too wide of the off stump. But then again, and De Silva takes it. As a slip, you basically need to adjust your position based on the wicketkeeper. And it's up to the wicketkeeper to say to you, hey, take a step up or, take a step back. Sometimes you wait, and especially with Graves, who has now come onto the field for Roach, I think he would have really been dependent on Holder at second slip and maybe De Silva to say, because he would have also positioned himself based on where Holder was standing up. And sometimes you just need that little bit of a word from the wicketkeeper or from the second slip to say, hey, you need to take a step up. Here's Seals, full toss. It hits him on the pad. He's gone. Well, we were talking how tentative this man looked. He got into the 80s. Now, you're saying that Verena took most of the strike. Now, are they going to review? It was a full toss. Well, he's reviewing it. I think that would have probably hit all 3 stumps. But who knows? I mean, I was wrong the last time. I thought the ball was hitting the stump. Well, it did it display. It clipped the bails. But here, Seals, a rank full toss for a man who's on 86. You hit him on the pad. Well, I tell you, you have to say you're a bit lucky here. Because anybody who's on 86, they would relish getting a full toss.
I think with that delivery, the only thing is maybe if it hit him outside the off stump, as we have a look at it again. It was really just... Yeah, I don't think that's missing anything except his bat. That looks like out.
Yeah, you're quite right. You're seeing the off stump right there. And let's see if there's an edge. Did he get an edge onto it? I don't think he did either. So, I think he's making his way off. He's seeing the replay. He doesn't need the TV umpire to say you're out. He's he's making his way off. But again, he's failed to convert a 50 into 100. Well, he's making his way off. Actually, the incoming batsman is passing him, but we haven't seen the decision up yet. But he's making his way off. I think they're convinced he's out, yes, and it is now on the board out. And South Africa, unfortunately, they've wasted the review. But Temba Bavuma the South African captain goes. LBW Jaden Seals, he's picked up his second wicket for 86. And South Africa now 271 for 6. And I think, Liam, West Indies would be happy with their work.
Yeah, I think 271 for 6, you always feel like the West Indies were always in the game because they've been making things happen throughout. They've been bowling those wicket-taking deliveries and just missing out by whatever reason. I think you look back at the last 2 overs that LBW appealed with Holder that was given umpire's call and not out.
Yeah.
And then you look at that ball that took the edge of Bavuma's bat first ball. Bavuma never looked like himself in this final session, and the West Indies will be glad to see the back of him now.
You have to wonder what he had for tea. Maybe he had the same thing that you guys were having for tea. Maybe it just didn't suit him. Well, the new batsman coming in is Mulder, Wian Mulder. And more of an all-rounder. Mulder, his bowls a right-arm medium pace. And already played 12 test matches, yet to get a half-century. But has picked up 19 wickets in the 12 test matches that he's played. And but he's pretty capable with the bat. He's just averaging 15, but I think he's a better player than that. As Seals is into him, that's another good delivery. At ball pitching and moving off the seam. You know, this pitch might be more in favor of the batsman. What I'm enjoying with this pitch is the movement that the fast bowlers are getting. And somebody was mentioning to me a little while ago during the tea interval that the West Indies must regret not picking a fourth fast bowler rather than going with the 2 spinners.
Yeah, I think a Shamar Joseph on a wicket like this could have been an issue. I think, looking at it maybe later on in the game, in that 3rd or 4th innings, that that pace that Shamar Joseph brings, a couple that could keep low, a couple that's going to rise. I think that's how this wicket is going to play out on day 4 and day 5.
Well, here's Seals outside the line of the off stump, and Mulder is quite happy to leave that alone and let it go through because he needs to get acclimatized here to the pace and bounce of this pitch. Now, the opposite argument to that, on day 4 and 5, suppose it turns. And maybe, if it does turn, the West Indies spinners can come into their own. So it's a wait-and-see game, and it's always difficult. I mean, we saw this pitch, and we saw it was devoid of grass, and we said, you know what, it's going to be a batting pitch. But what I like about it so far is that the movement that the pacers are able to get. Here is Seals into Mulder. That's a good delivery, Yorker length delivery, and Mulder had to come down on it quickly. The ball coming off the bottom part of the bat and goes back up along the track to Seals, who does the fielding to his own bowling, sends the ball to Skipper Brathwaite, and over comes to an end, over number 89, and Seals. He now has 2 for 47. And Verena is on 19 not out. And Mulder, now coming in to join him, just facing 3 balls, is on note. But you look through that scorecard, Makram 9, Dezozi 78, Stubs 20, Bavuma 86, Bedingham 29, Rickleton 19. So a lot of them got starts, and you would have thought Dezozi and Bavuma should have gone on to 3 figures.
Yeah, definitely. And one interesting story as we see Verena take strike. We saw earlier on he got a beamer from Jaden Seals and got hit on his wrist.
Yeah.
He actually broke his wrist when he was 16 years old playing hockey, and he has 4 metal plates in his left arm.
Yeah,
that's a delivery there from Holder.
Yeah, excellent. It squared him up because he was looking to play it on the onside, and the ball, he sort of was angling to play it on the onside. The ball pitched, was leaving him, and you could see him trying to quickly adjust, and eventually he got the ball out to the offside. So the ball really didn't hit his hand, it hit the plates.
Yeah, so I think that's a lot of the
that was the
reason why
song
he's okay.
Bang, that was the bang when it hit the plates. I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's interesting actually. And playing hockey, somebody once asked me to play hockey, and I told him I'm not a madman. How you can stand up? And I admire all hockey players, don't get me wrong. Here is Holder into Mulder. He's going to come get off the mark. He's working this ball through square leg. They've gone for 1. They're going to come back for the second. Not the line Holder would have wanted. So Mulder's off the mark. How are you going to stand up 5 yards from a guy who's hitting this ball and you're not sure where the ball is going to go. If you catch what I'm saying. Well, at least that was my interpretation of hockey. I understand it a little better now. And everybody says, well, you got to have the finesse and you got to know when to flick the ball and when to pass. But that and rugby. I played a rugby game once in my life. I was up at university in England, and the guys had a rugby game and they were short, and they asked me to play. I said, rugby? They said, yeah, you're quick. You're going to be all right. And here's Holder. And ball angled into Mulder, and he's playing it out to mid-wicket where Warrican does the fielding no run. I said, don't worry. You go on the wing. All you got to do is run fast, straight down the line. And don't worry, we're going to protect you other than that. I said, Lord. I said, okay. And so I was out on the wing and, the ball throwing, and I threw it back and things like that. And then we had this one breakaway, and they gave me the ball, and I started to speed down the right side. And all of a sudden, about a 250-pound guy was coming across. As driven by Mulder out to point, and no run as that ball is. You could see the ball coming off the bottom part of the bat, not well timed, and there is no run. Score remains on 274 for 6. I started the ball help. I listened to me. I just took the ball and I kicked it as far. There was nobody close to me at that point. I just kicked it as far as I could down the road. I played 3 rugby games. First, last, and never again. Here is Holder from that Ranlar Pavilion end. Outside the off stump. That's a good shot. He stood up to it and he just punched it beautifully through the offside. Found the gap between cover and point. Goes down to the boundary for 4. That was an excellent shot. It was just back of a length. And all he did was stand up there. Got very tall. He's a tall man, Mulder. And he just stood there and he punched it beautifully. His timing was exquisite. And it goes to the boundary for 4. 278 now, or 282 for 6 with that shot. So he goes to 6. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, the West Indies would also want to see the back of him pretty early. Get into that tail end. Bedingham and Maharaj, another one. He can bat a bit. So can Rabada. Not really seen much of Ngidi's batting prowess just yet in his career. Maybe he's a late bloomer, but 278 for 6. The West Indies need some wickets at this point in time.
Yeah, I think they need. It's a pity Roach is off the field, because you would want to give Holder a rest, maybe in the next over or 2, and bring Roach back from that end. And because I think the Pacers, as the ones to really get the breakthrough, as this final delivery from Holder is angled into Mulder, and he's just pushing it back up along the track, and there is no run. Score remains on 278 for 6. Arena is on 20. Mulder is on 6, as West Indies still striving through for another breakthrough that could really bring the, as they say, 9, 10 and Jack into play. So it's going to be Jaden Seals, I would think, after picking up that wicket of this South African captain. No doubt he's going to continue.
Yeah, it is Jaden Seals, and good news, Kemar Roach is re-entering the field.
Maybe went for a little quick massage and a drink of water, because he is jogging coming now, so he looks all right. I think they would need him maybe to give, after Holder gets another over, to maybe replace Holder from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. But Jaden Seals is going to operate from the Jerry Gomez Media Center end, or Willie Rodriguez end. Have you ever heard of Willie Rodriguez?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah.
I've heard the name.
Yeah.
I've been around the Oval since I was a kid. I would have always seen, the Jeffrey Stallmeyer stand, Willie Rodriguez stand.
A lot of history here, the Oval. 1891. Just and believe it or not, that was before I was born. Some people will tell you no, but it's a lot of this Oval, Queen's Park Oval, steeped in history. And Willie Rodriguez, one of the finest leg spinners. Here is Jaden Seals, and that's a good shot as Verena is driving it back up along the track. It was hit with some power, and Jaden Seals got down nicely and stopped it. Actually, he didn't just stop it, he picked it up. And there was no run. Yeah, Willie Rodriguez, he was bowled a fast leg spinner. And remember in the at game in, I think it was 1966, and I could be wrong, when England toured the Caribbean in those days, it wasn't like it is now, where you just go and you play your test matches. You tend to play against, you would play 5 test matches in all the territories. Here is Seals, outside the off stump, too short, but it's cut down towards the third man position, and they pick up an easy single. So Warrican is down there to do the fielding, but that's far too short from Jaden Seals. And Verena goes to 21, 279 for 6. Yeah, and those days you would go to Trinidad, you play a test match, but before you play the test match, you play against Trinidad and Tobago, and you go to Guyana, and the same thing. And they played against Trinidad and Tobago, and Willie Rodriguez bemused the English batting lineup, picked up 5 wickets. Players were leaving alone and getting LBW, they wouldn't read any googly. And they picked him for the test match, and he didn't get a wicket. But those are things. I mean, you look at Dezorzi, for example, getting 70 odd here today, but only getting 9 in the practice game. As that delivery, Yorker length from Seals, and it's driven out towards, well, not driven, but kept out, and the ball goes out towards mid-off. And for example, and so they've named this end the Willie Rodriguez end, but of course it's part of the media center, and of course it's named after another great West Indian player, former player, Jerry Gomez, who was also president here at Queen's Park for a while. As there is Seals, a ball angled into Mulder, and he's playing it out on the onside, just to the left of the umpire, and they pick up an easy single. So one more to the total. He goes to 7, and the total up now to 279 for 6. So it brings Verena back into strike. He's on 21. Of course, they have all the various stands. Jeffrey Stolmar stand. The Dos Santos stand came down. He was named after the first ever president of Queen's Park, Sir Errol Dos Santos. Here is Seals. This is punched towards the short point position. There is no run. So 280 for 6. 1 delivery left in over number 91.
Seals has really looked like the one to meet the difference here.
Yeah.
I think Roach. I'm thinking maybe with Roach just coming back onto the field, that we might see a spinner from the other end.
Yeah, well, they would give Older another over just to see what happens.
Yeah, I think so. I think the ball is still new. You want to take
Yeah.
advantage of that as much as possible. This 11 overs, well, 10.5 overs gone with this new ball.
Seals is into Verena, and he's pushing it out towards cover. He was thinking of a single, but it certainly was not on. And the good sense prevailed, and both batsmen got back to their respective creases. The end of the over from Jaden Seals. He's now completed 20 overs, 2 for 49. What's good about it as well is his economy rate, just going at maybe 2.5 and over. So he hasn't been leaking runs. And I think all the bowlers have been pretty good in terms of the economic rate. They've been very economical. Kima, Roach, and all of them. But I don't think we're going to see Holder for that extra over, because it seems that Gudakesh Moti is going to come into the attack. So we've had 76 overs today, and 235 runs have been scored, and South Africa, they've lost 5 wickets. So it's been a even Steven, hasn't it? Or would you put South Africa just ahead in this test match?
I think based on the conditions and based on how hard it is out there, you've got to give West Indies credit. So I think it's going to be maybe a 55-45 to South Africa, but it's been a tough day out for the West Indies, even though they've still managed to pick up 5 wickets, and I think that second new ball did help a bit. I think without that second new ball, they could have been in some problems, because the wicket is not turning just yet, and the fast bowlers have really been the ones doing the bulk of the work.
Well, this is pulled, the first delivery, a poor delivery from Moti. It was short, and Mulder says, thank you very much. He's a big man. He's tall, he's strong looking, and he's banged this one high over the square leg position for 6. That was a really, but I've drunk long hop, however, from Moti. And Mulder actually said, wait, come baby. And he hit it hard, he hit it high, and he hit it way over in front of that big double-decker Caribbean stand. So 6 runs to Mulder. He's into double figures. He's on to 13. It's 286 for 6.
Yeah, poor start from Gudakesh Moti back into the attack now from the Branagh Pavilion end.
Here he is again, quicker delivery. And Mulder is equal to it because he's working this one to the right of Brathwaite, who's at mid-wicket. He has to run, I would think, about maybe 5-8 meters to his right towards one would say more of a squarish mid-wicket, but he's at the orthodox mid-wicket position, and they pick up an easy single. He goes to 14. Mulder from just 12 deliveries. It's 287 for 6. Verena back in strike. He is on 21 as Moti with a 5-4 field is into him. This is played a little uppishly towards Brathwaite at mid-wicket. There is no run. So there's a slip, backward point. Then there's the cover point, short extra cover, long off, mid-on, mid-wicket, forward short leg, and a man at the backward square. Here is Moti into Verena, and he's pushing this one out. He seemed to have changed gears slightly more with the loss of the skipper. He is now seems to be a little bit more into his shell, but here he is facing up to Moti, and this one comes off a thick inner part of the bat, and they've gone for one. They're going to come back for the second, and they get it comfortably because Roach has to run about, I would think, maybe about 15 meters from a deep backward square towards maybe a short fine leg, and they're able to pick up 2 runs. He goes to 23, Verena. Total on to 289 for 6. That is Moti driven to that short extra cover where there is Kati's the man there doing the fielding, and there is no run. The end of the over from Moti, 9 runs coming from it. He's now conceded 90 runs from 22 overs, and I must admit that's not Moti-like. He's a much better bowler than that, but I've found in this game thus far, in his 22 overs, he's bowled a lot of loose deliveries.
Yeah, definitely, and it looks like it's going to be Jason Holder just having a switch of ends. Maybe that's why Moti bowled that over. Seals is currently off the field as well.
Yeah, it's been tough, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a rough day out for the fast bowlers. They've had their work cut out.
I tell you what as well, when the sun is out, it's been really hot. So Holder is, as you rightly said, he's switched ends, and he's now going to operate from the Jerry Gomez media center end or the Willie Rodriguez end, and he's going to be bowling to Mulder, and he is on 14, and Wian Mulder, and then at the non-strikers end, Kyle Verena. 2 slips in place for Holder. Then there's a man going out towards a square point position, and then there's a short square cover in a catching position. There's extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at long leg. 6-3 field as Holder goes into bowl. That's a good delivery. That Mulder was playing very tentative as he was pushing forward. Seemed to have just come back at him slightly. May have taken a bit of an inside edge onto the pad, but went out on the offside in the end, and we see immediately Warrican is being asked to come into normal point position. He was right out on the boundary ropes, but he's now coming into a point. Thing is, I don't think he can stop a single there, but who knows? As Holder runs away from us here into the right-hander, and that's a good delivery, and actually Warrican does stop a single. So well done, Mr. Brathwaite. Apologies, because that ball came off the outer part of the bat and went out. And I like that, because you don't want to give him an easy single. And that was my worry, that because at one stage he was right out on the boundary rope, but he's come in. So if he's been brought in to cut that single, kudos.
Yeah, I thought maybe they would have brought him in some more of a gully. But maybe being a point there, it really is just to stop the single. Here's that short point as well.
Here's Holder into Mulder, sorry, and plays it out on the offside. There's no run. So, Wian Mulder. Well, tell you, can't get more South African than that. I'm not sure you do a lot of research. I'm not sure what the meaning of that word is, or that name, Wian first, and Mulder.
So not quite sure myself, but looking at his first class record, 11 centuries and 13 half centuries.
So he can bat. Here's that delivery coming back at him. He left it alone, and you could hear the oohs and the ahs because had it come back a little more, the off stump might have been in some trouble. But that ball, he left it alone. You have to give him credit because he judged it well. It did come back at him, but a lot of height again, a lot of bonks because Holder is a very tall man. And that came back a long way. Let's hold on. Turns at the top of his mark. It's moving in again to bowl to Mulder. And this one pitches outside the off stump and goes to Warrican at that backward point position. But it's running to him quickly. So again, they were thinking of the single, but it was not on. And the score remains on 289 for 6. Mulder is 14. He's on strike. Verena is on 23. The batsmen out so far. Yesterday, of course, Makram for 9. Today, Dezorzi for 78. Stubs 20. Bavuma 86. Bedingham 29 and Rickleton 19. Here is Holder into Mulder and very straight bat, playing it back up along the track. He looks actually pretty impressive as he plays that ball right back up to the bowler, and there is no run. The end of the over from Holder. He's completed 15 overs, 1 for 39. 93 overs have been bowled. It's 289 for 6. Mulder is on 14. Verena is on 23. The guys with their respective drinks are making their way out onto the field. So we're going to have a bit of a break as they're going to have their refreshments, both the South African batsmen and the West Indies fielders. So we're going to take a bit of a break here as well.
This is Cricket on 360 Radio.
Welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval as the players with the respective refreshments, they're making their way off at the moment. And the West Indian team, they're getting back into their fielding positions. The two batsmen are already at their respective ends. Gudakesh Moti is going to continue. And we're just looking to see where certain players are going, and in terms of the field, there's a slip. Hodge looks to be the man at slip. Then there's a backward point, squarish cover. There's a short extra cover. There's a long off. And then there's a mid-on, mid-wicket, a forward short leg. And Roach is about three-quarter way back to the boundary at a backward square leg. Here is Moti with the first ball after the drinks break, and it's cut by Verena, but not getting much power into it. I thought that ball was a little too close to him to really get any power in that cut shot, and the ball actually trickled out towards a backward point, no run. Here's Moti again, and that's a much better delivery. Verena playing forward to it, ball running off the face of the bat and going out towards the backward point. Hello Ronnie, how are you? It's great to have you there sitting and working with me. Here is a delivery that Verena uses his feet and then flicking it. As Moti saw him come in, pushed it through, and he was looking at first to maybe go over the mid-wicket position, but in the end, realizing that ball was coming more into the pads and was pushed through, he flicked it down to Roach at that backward square leg, and they pick up a single. 290 for 6. Verena's on to 24, brings Mulder back into strike. He's on 14, and goes forward to a delivery, given a little bit of air by Moti, and couldn't do very much with it. Mulder is a tall man, very powerful looking build, and he was not really, just got out to the pitch and pushed it defensively. Here's a loud appeal, goes up again. Umpire runner gives him out. Moti has picked up his first wicket. There is a review. No, he didn't push. He's a tall man. He didn't, in my view, he wasn't far forward. He was sort of just halfway, Ronnie, and the appeal went, a very confident appeal. It seemed to a delivery that may have been straightening on him, and he's reviewed it, but there was a lot of hesitation from umpire Rana. He waited a long time before he gave the decision.
Yeah, the fact that Mulder had reviewed it straight away probably has some bat, and clearly on the review we can see there was a inside edge onto the back pad or the back leg. Here you can see it. It's a huge inside edge onto the back pad. The fact that Mulder reviewed it immediately, that alone would tell you that he did get some bat onto it. Yep. So the benefit of the replay that we saw the inside edge. But definitely Mulder realized, he knew it, that he got an inside edge. So the umpire has to reverse his decision.
So Moti didn't pick up his first wicket, so he's still wicketless. He's got one delivery left in this over number 23. And Mulder is on the back foot. A delivery pushed through. Yes, immediately Mulder reviewed it. And umpire Rana had to change his decision. The end of the over. At the end of it, it's 290 for 6. Umpire Rana just getting that one wrong. And there was an inside edge. Unfortunately, Da Silva didn't see it. And Moti, I looked at Moti actually, and when he went up to talk to Da Silva and the guys, and he didn't look very confident. I was to make mention of that. He didn't seem all that confident that it was the correct decision being made.
Yeah, he would have known obviously that he would have seen it straight on that there was a slight deviation, but they thought it would have hit the front pad before the back pad. But in the end, the right decision was made. It did get an inside edge, and it sort of backs up what the discussion you had with Liam in terms of the DRS.
Yeah, and the technology.
Correct.
You use it if it's here is Holder starting a new over and driven by Verana out towards cover. No run. Score remains on 290 for 6. Varane is on 24. Mulder is on 14. Survived that scare. He was given out. But umpire Rana took a long while. We thought at one stage he was not going to give him out. And then all of a sudden, that dreaded finger went up. But you could have seen he had some doubts.
Yeah.
But here is Holder. As the sun has left us here at the Queen's Park Oval, and Varane is playing this one out towards cover. It's I was talking to Liam about the work rate and the workload of the West Indies bowlers, and they've been admirable today. There's no doubt. They've pitched the ball, good line, they've good length, and they've made the South Africans work for their runs, which I think is important.
Yeah.
I mean, people talk about this looking like a batting pitch. You have to remember, South Africa started the day 45 for 1. So here is Holder outside the off stump, making a little bit of height, and Varane played it well, left it alone, let it go through. So you look at it, it means that 245 runs have been added for the day on what is supposedly a very good batting pitch.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a good batting pitch, but you are correct. The bowling has been really, really good from the West Indies. They have beaten the outside edge, the inside edge. They got a lot of inside edge onto pads. It has been really good bowling, consistent bowling. Probably wayward at times, but they had worked hard for the session.
A loud appeal goes up as that ball coming back at Varane. And again, an inside edge. It seems to be, Ronnie says, and Ronnie's when it comes to these inside edges, he knows it perfectly. And he is saying that it was an inside edge, as there was a drive from Varane, or is it Mulder? Let's see.
Varane.
Yeah, it's Varane. Inside edge again. One coming back at Varane. And got the inside edge, or he would have been gone.
Yeah, definitely. And Holder was looking to the keeper and the slip fielders to ask if there was an inside edge.
Here is Holder again. And this time he drives, and it's good bit of fielding by Jaden Seals, is it? At backward point. It was a really good shot and deserved at least a single. But Jaden Seals was diving, sprawling to his left. Stopped it from going past him, and there was no run. Score remains 290 for 6.
Yeah, excellent stuff from Jason Holder here. It has been an excellent over thus far. Beating the outside edge, got a couple inside edge, a loud appeal. So it has been really good bowling to back up exactly what you were saying with respect to the West Indies bowlers.
Holder is into him at slower delivery. That's a good shot. Brilliant fielding again at point. Who is that? That looks like Carty. Graves is on the field. Yeah, he's on the field. Not sure who he's on for, but he was diving to his right. It was a tremendous shot because it was a slow delivery from Holder outside the line of the off stump, and there was a cracking square drive from Varane, and Graves, who's on the field as a substitute, was diving to his right. That had 4 written all over it, and he stopped it. Now he's making his way off the field, Graves, because he had in fact come on the field for, is it Athens?
Warrican.
Warrican?
Like
Let's see, is it Warrican coming on? Yeah, well, Graves has made his way. Well, I'll tell you what a contribution he made because he saved 4 runs. The end of the over, however, it's 290 for 6. A maiden over from Holder. Varane is on 24. Mulder is going to take strike from Moti. He is on 14. And Moti is going to come in for his 24th over.
Yeah, the fielding have been very good, backing up the good bowling that have been done by the West Indies. So that is one of the other reasons why they have put the South African batters under pressure and not able to score freely. Yes, they're scoring at 3.05 runs per over, which is not bad, but they haven't been able to really accelerate.
Yep, they haven't. Well, Moti is going to come in to bowl to Mulder. Well, Mulder actually backed away. There was maybe something running across his eyesight at the same time, and he just backed away. He apologizes to Moti. So he's going to take his strike again as Moti is into him, and he's long forward. That's a good delivery from Moti, and there is no run. Score remains 290 for 6. It's been on 290 for a while because both Moti and Holder, they've kept things very tight. And this time Mulder uses his feet, still can't get him away. He used his feet, and you could see him looking to whip that ball through the onside. And he was sort of choked for room in which to play the shot. And in the end, he was just pushing it out towards mid-on. And in fact, it didn't even reach mid-on because Moti got across in time. It's another good delivery. This has been a very good test and over. I tell you what, it's that delivery was pitched up and he was in defense. You have to think, how long is Mulder going to survive just pushing and playing? Is he going to try and take on Moti at some time? Again, he's defensive. The ball trickles out towards forward short leg. And you could hear the West Indies players, come on, well bowled, and giving him that encouragement that is needed. But Mulder, his patience, is it going to last? And this one, he's not going to get a run because it goes out towards Brathwaite, who's at mid-wicket, no run. The end of another over, a maiden over yet again. So we've had 2 consecutive maiden overs. And you could see the batsmen now. They're going to have a word in the middle. And you would think at this time, Ronnie, they must be saying to each other, let's stick it out. We're going through a rough period now. Yeah. Let's continue playing. And hopefully we'll get a bad ball to put away.
Yeah, this session so far, 46 runs coming off 16 overs, 2 wickets as well. And the run rate, you see there, it has dipped to 2.88. So they have, West Indies have been able to pull together strings of maiden overs. So they have done it in patches, 2 or 3 maiden overs, but they have to be a little more consistent. They put together a string of 2 or 3 maiden overs, then you have a few overs where the batters are able to score consistently. So they have to be able to apply more pressure for a longer period of time, and that will cause the batters to make mistakes, and they will pick up more wickets.
Well, 17 overs left in the day's play as Holder making his way in to bowl to Verena, and this one Verena is pushing it out towards mid-off. Yet another dot ball. So Holder in his 17th over, 1 for 39 at the moment. Looks like the sun has left us, Ronnie, so which is good for the fielding team.
Yeah.
Because it's cool conditions, no real breeze blowing. You look at the flags in the flagpole there, just to the right of the pavilion. You could see absolutely no breeze blowing across the scrong at the moment as Holder is into the right-hander, and this time he's playing it, a delivery angled into him, and he's playing it out towards mid-on. Kimar Roach is there to do the fielding. There's no run. So Holder nicely mixing up his deliveries. He's getting some away movement, and then all of a sudden he tries to get that ball to nip back at the right-hander, and he's doing it pretty effectively.
Yeah, he's causing a lot of problems to the batter, in particular Verena. He's not able to really negotiate those balls. That's coming back into him sharply, and he's unable to work it into the onside for an easy single.
Where's Holder? A delivery angled back into the right-hander. He's left it alone. And I tell you what, give him credit, because that ball came back at him. And he judged it well, because it didn't come back sufficiently enough to hit him on the pad or even the off stump. So and you look at him, when you look at him playing that delivery, he's just outside the line of the off stump. So, I think he's judged it well.
Yeah, he left it more on bounce than anything. You're getting a bit of extra bounce from Jason Holder, who's taller than the rest of the guys. So he's left it more on that length rather than line.
A good delivery again from Holder, pitching it up, and Verena in defense, has not much pushing it back out on the offside. We've had another dot ball. So we've had, I think, from memory serves me right, well, the last 2 overs were maidens, and I think before that, about 4 or 5 deliveries were dot balls. So they're really, the scoring has really been, the 2 batsmen have been stifled in terms of the scoring runs. We've not had even a single for at least the last 3 overs and more. And there's another delivery pitched up to Verena, and he's just pushing it out in front of him on the offside, and there is no run. We see the umpires coming to have a chat, because I think there's another ball in the over. I'm not too sure about what the problem is, because umpire Rana There's one ball left in the over,
Yeah.
but there's confusion outside. Umpire Rana, not too sure what the problem is. He's indicating something about the pitch. I'm not sure what is happening. Ronnie, you could decipher any. You speak a foreign language, and if you could decipher what's happening.
Well, Verena is standing in front of the crease. So maybe the umpires tell him because he's so far in front of the crease and he's stepping forward, he's getting into that danger zone. So
Could
maybe
be.
the umpire is having a word with him about that.
Could be. Well, Holder with his final delivery of his 17th over, and yet again defensively played by Verena. Now he's faced 58 deliveries for his 24. Mulder, he's faced 27 deliveries for 14. At one stage, Mulder had 14 off of 12 deliveries.
Yeah.
So he hasn't scored for the last 15 deliveries.
And there you could, we have the play of the
of a
replay,
yeah.
and we can see definitely he's standing outside of his crease. So with the extra step that he's making, he's going into that danger area. So the umpire just had a little chat with him about that. So, well, he has to be wary of it. But just to get back to your point about the maiden overs, the late great Shane Warne always say, 3 maiden overs on the trot and you could get a wicket. There's always a possibility of getting a wicket. So maybe there's an opportunity here for the West Indies to pick a wicket with one of these two. Bowler in particular, he would want to be a bit more aggressive.
Well, here's Moti starting a new over. Round the wicket from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Into Mulder. He can't do very much but defend. He's on the front foot, pushing it out in front of him. There's a slip, a backward point, square cover, short extra cover, long off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a forward short leg and a short fine leg as he's forward in defense again. Well, where is the next run going to come from? Because these two are just defending for their life.
Yeah, definitely they are. And Mulder has to be very careful here.
Forward he goes to the next delivery from Moti. And again, there is no run. So Gudakesh Moti really on a fine spell now. I think these two batsmen, they've allowed the bowler now to get on top of them as Moti is in. And Mulder again. And I'm crediting Mulder because I don't know why, Ronnie. I just think he's going to lose patience sooner or later. But give him credit. He is there. He's fighting it. And he's defending for all it's worth.
Showing great discipline.
He is. Here he is. Forward again. No run. So we've had 5 dot balls thus far. So we've not had a run now for the last 4 overs.
Correct.
Moti with his final delivery. And goes out to forward short leg. It's almost, we've got 15 overs left in the day's play. And the way these guys are playing, you think, well, they've only got about 2 overs left in the day's play. And they're just trying to play out time.
Well, you have to give credit to the bowlers as well. They have been bowling pretty tidy line and length of late. Holder in particular, getting the ball to nip around a bit. And it has been causing problem to the batters. Verena in particular. So you have to give credit to the bowlers for putting the pressure as well as the fielders. We had a couple of excellent fielding in the last couple of overs that prevented those singles or probably more. So you have to give credit to West Indies on the whole, the way that they have really approached this final session here today.
Well, here is Roach replacing Holder. So let's see if a change in bowling will bring luck for which team. As Roach starts his running and as he reaches the umpire, realizing that maybe, hey, something is not right here. Correctly, he aborts the run, turns and is going to go back to the top of his mark. So with Roach now, there's a slip, a backward point, cover, a short mid-off, and then there's the orthodox, well, I would say more of a wideish mid-off, more of an extra cover. And there's a mid-on, a short mid-wicket, the orthodox mid-wicket that's pretty square, and then a man at the long leg position. Roach, replacing Holder, is on his way. Bowls, and this is a bad delivery. Well, there were four runs comes, but not off the bat. So still no runs off the bat, but it was a poor delivery. And you know, you have to, in cases as Ronnie, you feel sorry for the keeper.
Yeah.
He couldn't, there was absolutely no way he could have stopped that. It was wide of the leg stump and going further down the leg side. Da Silva had no chance, and umpire Illingworth signals buys. Those are the little things I have a problem with. That had to be wides and should have gone against the bowler's name.
Yeah.
But then that's just me and my... sometimes I get irritated at these things, Ronnie, and I do apologize. Don't let my irritation bother you.
It's not.
Oh, come on, Ronnie. Yes, Roach into Vernon. He's pushing this one out towards a short mid-wicket. And there is no run. Score remains 294 for 6. So finally, they've moved off that 290 score. As the sun has come back here at the Queen's Park Oval. Well, where was that all the time?
Yeah, it's going to make it a lot difficult for the fielders over there.
It was nice cool conditions before, even though there was no breeze blowing. At least you didn't have the sun on your back. This is Roach. That's a good delivery. May have just come back slightly at Verena, and he was in defense, pushing it back up along the track to the bowler. No run. He's faced 61 deliveries for 24. It's been a real struggle for him, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And he looked solid initially when he came in. He was working the ball around, getting a single, picked up a couple boundaries. But since that, it has been really, really difficult for him.
Well, he settles again and waits for Roach, who runs away from us here and goes past umpire Illingworth, and he bowls outside the line of the off stump. And there was Vernon looking to drive. The ball may have just straightened on him, so it came off the inner part of the bat and goes out to that short mid-off. And Hodge is the man there. Just one slip in place for Roach as the evening is... Well, there's still, 14 overs left after this, or 13, I think, after this. So it's a situation where the West Indies will have to continue. You don't want the game now to slip away. You want to keep the pressure on the South African batsmen as Roach in, and it's played off to no run because he plays it straight towards that Louis. Is it at that squarish mid-wicket? And there is still no run off the bat.
Yeah, that's why this spell here from Roach has to be, is important, I would say, in terms of keeping that pressure on. Because Moti is going really well on the southern end, the Brian Lara Pavilion end. But he needs someone to back him up, to bowl in partnership with him, and to back up the good work that Jason Holder did previously.
Well, here's Roach with his final delivery of this over, and in defense again is Verena. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, Roach 2 for 52 from 19. It's 294 for 6. Mulder is on 14, and Verena, he is on 24. Mulder 14 from 33 deliveries. Verena 24 from 64. 99 overs have been bowled. I'm going to complete the 100th over, my century. I don't often get a century now, Ronnie, so I'm going to complete my century, and I'm going to take my leave after the century is up.
Retire hurt?
100, no, 100 not out.
Oh, yeah, retire hurt.
Well,
Yeah.
no, I wouldn't say that.
Okay.
Don't say retire hurt. You make me wonder. If I may trip up and fall down, and then I may very well have to retire hurt.
We're not calling any of those things on you.
Thank
Come
you.
on,
I really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
So the sun is out. It's a real battle here between bat and ball. Gudakesh Moti is going to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, and long forward goes Mulder. It's amazing. You know what is amazing me with Mulder and Verena? Is that they're not even looking to get the singles. They just seem quite content to block the ball in front of them. Just defensive shots. Here is Moti. Well, he comes down the track and he drives, but still they get no run because he didn't get to the pitch of it. Mulder, you could see him coming. I thought he might have gone straight over the top.
Yeah.
But Moti saw him coming and he sort of held it back. and eventually he was pushing at it towards cover. Here's Moti again, and he finally, a run comes off the bat. He's driving out to long off Mulder, and he picks up a single. He goes to 15, and the total now on to 295 for 6. Or is it? Yeah, it's at 2. I'm just checking the score to see if it's 294, 295. Yes, 295, and Mulder on to 15. Moti, it's going to come in again, and Verena backs away, gets a run, but a good bit of fielding again. Looks like Louis out in that deep point position. Had to move towards a cover. He's more or less, I would say, more of a square cover, but he had to move to his right towards that orthodox cover position, and then he had to throw his body to stop it from going past him, and they only got a single. Forward goes Mulder again. So it's no run. One delivery left to complete over number 100. 296 for 6. Mulder is on 15. As Moti, wrong the wicket. Quicker delivery, and Mulder is going to get a single because he's whipping it to the right of Jaden Seals, who is at mid-on, and he is diving across. Couldn't prevent them from getting the single. He got the ball, he stopped the ball from going past him, but it was just a single in it, and it's the end of the over. 100 overs have been completed. It's 297 for 6. Mulder is on 16. 25 is Verena. And I'm taking my leave now, Ronnie. Wish me good luck going down the stairs and everything, that I don't injure myself and have to retire hurt. And Kadir is going to join you for commentary.
Thank you very much, Colin. I wish you all the best. You reach safe, and hope we see you back here tomorrow to continue your knock. 100 not out. So it's going to be Roach to continue from the media center end. The Willie Rodriguez end, as stated by Mr. Murray. And I also welcome Kadir Mohammed. This one is on that middle stump line, worked away into the onside by Mulder. And there's no run, so the string of dot balls continues. That last over producing, I believe, 3 runs. After a string of maidens, 4 maidens on the trot.
Good tight stuff here from the West Indies Pacers as they continue to toil here in the sunshine at the Queen's Park Oval. Kemar Roach into his 20th over has figures of 2 for 52. Passes the umpire. And Mullah again is solid, he's watchful. Wian Mullah very much capable with the bat. Is Wian Mullah the all-rounder in this South African team?
Yes, Mullah 13 matches in his test career, 342 runs, high score 42, an average of 16. He would want to get that average up. He is the all-rounder in the side, in the South African team. So you know he would be bowling a bit, but he would want that batting average to go up a bit.
Yes, definitely. This time he's playing this one down to mid-on, where Gurukesh Moti is stationed. Just the one slip. There's a backward point. Cover. A short mid-off. Regulation mid-off in Captain Craig Brathwaite. A mid-on Gurukesh Moti. A mid-wicket. Also a short mid-wicket. Straightish mid-wicket. Jamel Warrican is there and a fine leg. Into the third and final session of day 2. Back of a length delivery again, and Mullah is right back and playing right underneath his eyes. It's been a long day, isn't it, Ronnie? You certainly enjoyed your time here.
Yeah, it has been a long day, a good day of cricket. Yes, and definitely enjoyed my time here. Hopefully I'll be around to enjoy more.
Yeah, hopefully we see you back here tomorrow. Here's Roach again. This time a straighter delivery, coming back in slightly to Mullah, who's just squeezing it out onto the leg side. And the He's getting a single after a long spell of dot deliveries.
So this everyone's straying a bit onto the onside. Mulder, he has been bogged down of late, not being able to score, rotate the strike. But in the last over, he was able to rotate the strike a bit. Now he's getting a bit more comfortable, more confidence, and you see him looking to work the ball around rather than just blocking with a dead bat.
Roach again, a loud appeal, a stifle one. And Roach is down on his haunches. It was a good delivery. Again, one coming back into the right-hander. And not out is the call.
Yeah, it looked to be a bit of inside edge there. That's why he didn't get much of an appeal from Roach. That one pitched on a good length, but it's a big inside edge onto the pads. That's why no big appeal from Roach or the close-in fielders. And at the end of an excellent over from Roach, it's 298 for 6. Mulder nicely. He's now starting to find his rhythm in rotating the strike, scoring singles, looking to put away the bad balls. But
yeah, it's been tough work for the South Africans and the West Indians. They've toiled. Current run rate is just at 2.95, so it shows that the West Indian bowlers on their part, they've been disciplined for the most part. 101 overs bowled. Moti to continue into his 27th over, none for 94 from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Mulder is down the track and is turning it out to mid-wicket. Pretty attacking field, a slip, forward short leg, and a silly mid-off together with a short cover. Mulder again is long forward and playing. He has to be careful how he's playing from the front foot here. Kati's in pretty close at that silly mid-off position. This time he's back and slapping this one through cover. This is going to be 4. Mulder putting away that bad delivery from Moti and picks up a boundary.
yeah, that one short and outside the off stump. Mulder, an opportunity here for him to get back and free his arm. Even though we know Kati is close in, he was able to hit down on it, beating that fielder at cover point. Yeah, that's Louis, and he picks up a boundary. So he starts to motor on here. I shouldn't use the word motor on, but starts to get the runs taken over now, Mulder.
Yeah, I think he's seen enough here, William Mulder, and he's looking to score now of those deliveries that previously he was looking to just defend. Up to 21. Mulder, 302 for 6. Moti's getting a good delivery, well flighted and taking the outside edge, running down to third. Warrican is after it, and just a single.
Yeah, just a single there from Mulder. So as you rightly said, he's now finding his rhythm here, his timing, and able to push the scoring rate going. And the partnership again, it's 31. So it's another partnership being built here. And that's you see that consistently for the South Africans.
Verena this time is using his feet, getting down the track, but playing it straight back up to Moti, who completes his over at the end of 102 overs. It's 303 for 6.
Yes, Mulder on 22 and Verena on 25. So it had it just comes back to the point I was making with Colin Murray earlier on. So you had a segment of bowling from the West Indies. They bowled 4 maiden overs on the trot. Excellent bowling. Then all of a sudden we had a wide ball from that's Kima Roach, and then it opened the floodgates. We see runs started to come a little more frequently. The batters they now were able to rotate the strike, push the ball around, find the gaps, and you see Mulder in particular from just going forward and killing the ball or playing forward. He's now looking to actually use his feet, go down the ground, cut the ball, push the ball into the gaps. So it has been a change, and that's been the problem. The West Indies have not been able to maintain that pressure for a long period of time.
Yeah, but Warrican now back into the attack, replacing Kemar Roach from the media center end. Starting his 15th over, Warrican 1 for 43. But sometimes when it's tough as a batting group, sometimes that's the little bit of let-off that you need to just kickstart things again. And for Mulder and Verena, and on the part of the South Africans, they would know that this is sort of the last recognized partnership. You know, just Keshav Maharaj, Kagiso Rabada, and Lungi Ngidi to come. Right back and playing this one, Mulder. It squirts out into the onside. Athanaze is after it. Athanaze is at that forward short leg position. Hodge is at slip. A backward point. Cover. Kati is at short cover. Mid on. Warrican again. And Mulder is watchful, playing from the front foot.
He had an excellent spell prior to this one, and he has to be a little more consistent now.
Yeah. And he's been steady throughout the day. Warrican into his 15th over, just giving up 43, and picked up that wicket of the Zorzi. He's in again, Warrican. Nicely flighted. Slight turn, and Mulder is able to smother it. One delivery to come in this Warrican over. 303 for 6. Getting one angling into the pads, and Mulder is just getting inside the line and tucking it fine. Hodge is after it. I don't think he's going to catch up to it. No, it's touching the ropes, and that is going to be another boundary off the bat of William Mulder. So a loose delivery to end the over from Warrican at the end of 103. South Africa 307 for 6.
Yeah, again, a poor delivery on that leg stump, and Mulder just getting inside the line, deep in his crease as well, and just tickling it round the corner, as they would say, and picking up an easy boundary. Using the pace of Warrican, he pushed that one through, and that's why it ended up down the leg side, and he picks up an easy boundary. So he is moving along nicely now, is Mulder. He seems to be finding the boundary a lot, and if not, rotating the strike. But it just brings back a point that we made early on, Kadir, in terms of the South African batters. They are able to take advantage of those bad deliveries. So if they are bowling, the bowlers are bowling good, they respect them, they play them down. But as soon as they bowl a poor delivery, a bad delivery, they take full advantage.
Yeah, that's excellent batsmanship. Yes, Verena trying to sweep a full delivery from Moti. A stifle appeal went up from the silver, and Hodge behind the stumps. And not outside umpire Hassan Raza.
Well, nothing from in front of the stumps, really. So it did hit the glove and go straight into the ground, but no appeal from in front the bat.
Very nice back and cutting. Can't get it past Warrican at that backward point position.
Only really the Silva and Hodge appeal from behind the wicket.
Yeah, real hopeful appeal from those two. There's Verena again trying to turn this one leg side, but the body of Aten is getting in the way of that, and he, in the end, prevents a single. Brathwaite is at that mid-wicket position, just cleaning up.
Literally taking that one on his chest there for his team.
Yeah. Wearing that one, Zaten is, and Moti again is continuing to vary his pace here, that time a bit quicker. And Verena is well set here. Gonna have to take a good delivery to get rid of him. Sweeping again, and sweeping in the gap forward of Kemar Roach, who was at that deep backward square position, and Verena picks up a 4.
Yes, that's 4 good looking runs for Verena. He tried a sweep shot earlier, was very unsuccessful. This time he got his foot to the pitch of delivery, and he was low to the ground. That's what made this one so good. He was low to the ground, hit it on the full, picked the gap properly, expertly I should say, and he picks up 4 more.
Yeah, Kemar Roach out at deep backward square had no chance. This time Verena is forward and pushing it out into the offside. And can't get a single. So 104 overs have been completed. It's 311 for 6. Mulder is 26. Verena is 29.
Yeah, excellent stuff from the South African here. They absorb a lot of those pressure in the previous 5 or 6 overs, and now they're just slowly releasing that pressure. And that's what you want, to release that pressure. Not just release the pressure, but put the pressure back onto the bowlers. Now the bowlers have to change their tactics. They have to change their line, their lengths, in order to compensate for what the batters are doing at the moment. So it's going to be now to see who will make the change and what change would they make to counteract what the batters are doing. So would it be a strange field placing, a change in line, change in length from the bowlers to change things up a bit?
Yeah, Warrican about to start his 16th over. Starts with a dot delivery. This one just pushed out into the leg side. Mulder is taking strike. And yeah, we could see there's a slip on the forward short leg. Those are the two close-in fielders this time. Mulder is on the front foot, driving this one down to long off, where Roach is doing the fielding, and Mulder is able to get a single.
Yeah, this one too full this time from Warrican, and allowed the bowler to really just get on the front foot and stroke that one nicely. Has to pull his length back a bit here, Warrican.
Warrican again delivers another delivery that is full, and Verena is sweeping, but there is protection out there. A deep backward square. Holder just moves a couple paces to his left and gets the throw back in. One more to Verena, who goes up to 30, 313 for 6.
And the partnership moves to 41 now. 42 actually.
Partnership growing here.
So it's another big partnership here for the South Africans, and we saw that throughout the innings.
Warrican again is in, and forward is Mulder. Solid. It's looking really good here. We are Mulder setting himself for a big one. Kyle Verena on the non-striker's end. He too is looking quite confident. Here's Warrican again into Mulder. Fuller and driving pleasantly through the offside. Roach is not going to catch up with this one. This one has bisected Roach and the extra cover fielder and gone into the boundary for 4 more.
Yeah, again, too full from Warrican there, and Mulder, he got to the pitch of the ball, nice stride and long stride into that one, and not look to hit it hard. Just look at that, just caresses it. A nice straight bat, found the gap expertly through that extra cover, and picks up 4 more. That's an excellent shot from him, and you can see him now growing in confidence here, and that doesn't look good for the West Indies. He's now on to 27, I believe, or is it 31? So he has now passed Verena at the crease. So that shows how he's growing in confidence here.
Yeah, certainly he is. 105 overs bowled, 317 for 6. And we're going to see the introduction of the West Indies captain, Craig Brathwaite, to pick up the attack now from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. So Gudakesh Moti pulled out of the attack, and he's now replaced here by Craig Brathwaite. Bowling from around the wicket to Kyle Verena. Starts with a slow one, tossed up. And Verena is watchful, just pushing it one out to mid-wicket. And really, Craig Brathwaite here looking for something. He's trying to find a wicket from somewhere. He's taken matters into his own hands. This one is very, very slow through the air from Brathwaite. No pace whatsoever to work with.
Oh, Gudakesh Moti get into his century, conceding 100 runs off his 28, and he's immediately pull off the attack.
Again, very slow through the air. Verena is back and punching this one through the offside. Can it get to the boundary? Yes, it can. Hitting the ropes now. And Kyle Verena has pounced on another short delivery, this time from Brathwaite.
Yeah, again, excellent. Brathwaite is not bowling with any pace. He's just tossing it up. It was short, wide, And Verena was into position very quickly, got across, cutting out. He had enough time to place it exactly where he wanted to, just in front of square, and picked up 4 more.
There's Brathwaite again into Verena, who's back again and slapping this one again through the offside. This time it's just going to be a single. Moti is running away to his right where he does the fielding. So Verena taking advantage of those loose deliveries from Brathwaite. Brathwaite into his 4th over.
And that boundary brings up the 50-run partnership as well.
50 between these two. William Mulder and Kyle Verena. Verena, the wicketkeeper batter for the South African team. William Mulder playing as a specialist all-rounder in the South African 11. At the moment, Brathwaite looking to prize out one here. Again, another tossed-up delivery. Very, very slow through the air. Mulder is just touching it out to the onside. And the over is completed. 322 for 6 after 106 overs.
Well, tossing that one up there, trying to entice Mulder to go for a big shot down the ground. But Mulder, he's showing great discipline here. He's not allowing the bowlers to dictate what he's doing. And that one, yes, it was a nice tempter for him in tossing it up. But he showed the discipline and just pushed it back down the ground. So this is excellent for him. He shows that he is more than a capable batter here. And he is looking to settle for a big one. He knows this is as you mentioned earlier, this is the last recognized partnership at the wicket. And they need to take this partnership as deep or as long as they could in order to post a very good total. At this point in time, 322 for 6 is an excellent total. Right, but they would want to push this further, try to see if they can get over 400. But that would all depend on this pair here at the moment.
Yeah, rightly so. I think from this position, they'd be thinking 400. But as you mentioned, these two very, very critical in order for that to happen. So starts all the way through for the South Africans. Aiden Markram being the only one to really miss out on this surface here at the Queen's Park Oval. Well, the sun has just gone away a bit as we head into just past the 5 o'clock mark here in Port of Spain, Trinidad, where you're witnessing live coverage of the first test between West Indies and the touring South Africans. Day 2, final session in progress. Jomel Warrican again to continue from the media center and into Verena, who is solid. Pushes this one up back to Warrican. Slip and Warrican again, and again Verena is pushing this one again back up the pitch. So Atenes has come out from the bat pad position, and now he's just gone a little bit deeper into sort of a short square leg position. Very, very square. Catching position. Down the track is Verena, but can't get a single. Smart work from Kati. Just moving across to his right and cutting off the single.
Another change in field. Louis, he's gone to that deep cover boundary.
Verena again is sweeping, and this one is out into the vacant mid-wicket region, and it's going away for 4 more. Again taking advantage of another full delivery, getting way out in front. Verena and sweeping again for 4.
He has a packed leg side field, but this time it was too full, and it allowed Verena to get forward and just hit down on it. And exactly what he did with his previous 4, where he got low and was able to hit down on the ball, get it on the full, and again placing it in front of square. Jason Holder is behind square on the fine line boundary, so there's no one in front of square. So he hit it in front of square and picked up an easy boundary.
In full control, here's Warrican again. This time just pulling back his length slightly, and Verena is defending. Yeah, previous 4 he hit, it was way behind square. This time he hit it way in front, almost towards mid-wicket this time. So showing his good wares here, Kyle Verena with the sweep shot. Down the track again is Verena, but can't get a single out of Moti at mid-on. The over is completed, 107 overs in the books, 326 for 6.
Yeah, with 6 more overs remaining in the day's play. Yes, we're going to definitely get those 6 overs in because play has extended to 5:30 because of the loss of overs in day 1. They have extended extra half an hour to try and make up some of those overs. So we are going to go that extra half an hour to try and see if we can get in those 6 overs. But I'm sure we're going to get in those 6 overs before, because with the spinners on, they are going to run through those overs pretty quickly.
Yeah. Brathwaite about to start the 93rd over of the day's play. It's William Mulder who's just punching this one out to cover. Carty is doing the fielding. Possible 98 overs in the day's play. So just about 5.5 overs away from the close. Here's Brathwaite again from around the wicket. There's a short mid-on in place. Alec Athanaze is there. He's doing the fielding. Brathwaite really looking to get a wicket here. Looking to buy a wicket. Really, you have to say, Ronnie. Mullah down the track, and Brathwaite is getting a hand to it. Mullah can't get the single. Mid-off is inside the circle. There is a long on in place and a deep mid-wicket. There's also a deep backward square as well. So 3 deep fielders on the leg side.
Well, he's really tossing it up, hoping to entice Mulder into one of those big shots.
Mullah is back and pulling this one powerfully, but straight to Kimar Roach out on the deep backward square boundary, and one more to
Well, Mulder,
Mulder?
the thing about that shot is he got back quickly. It was a short delivery, it was slow. So he got back quickly and was able to hit down, because he know they have those 2 fielders on the leg side waiting for that pull shot.
Yeah.
But this time he hit down on it nicely and picked up a single.
Yeah, so Brathwaite again, this time into Verena. Quicker delivery by Brathwaite standards. And he's doing the feeling of his own bowling.
By his standards, I like that.
Yeah, he's
Yes,
usually very, very slow
slow.
through the air.
Correct. And well, you can hear the Silver and the Stump mic saying, yes, one is coming, skipper. So they're expecting one another wicket soon, the way he's bowling.
Well, over completed. 327 for 6. The latest score here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yes, very well negotiated there by this pair of Verena and Mulder. And it's another over completed. 108 overs completed, 327 for 6. As Verena, he's on 39 from 86. But Mulder, he's really batting well. He started off very, very slowly. I believe he was 12 from 30 odd deliveries. And then he just started to open his arm. And he's not playing any rush shot. He's playing proper cricketing shots. He's taking advantage of the bad deliveries. He's using his feet well, trying to get to the pitch of the delivery in terms of the spinners, trying to put them off their line and length. So this is excellent from this pair. And we see Verena now getting into the act, picking up a couple of boundaries of late. So this is excellent in terms of this partnership.
Yeah, it is. Jamal Warrican again is continuing here from the media center, and this time William Mulder. William Mulder is very, very capable with the bat. This time he's driving away, going for a quick single. It was a slight misfield from Casey Carty at extra cover, and Mulder is able to cross over for the single.
Yeah, Casey Carty did well there to get a hand onto that one. But it eluded him in his grasp, I should say, while he was trying to stop it. And just about 5 meters away from him. But you have to give credit to the batters here. They were aware of that misfield and quickly called through for a single.
Yeah, Warrican again, this time to Verena, who just popped one straight back to Jamal Warrican, who gleefully accepts in his follow-through. And that's the end of Kyle Verena for 39. West Indies striking here late on day 2, 328 for 7.
Yeah, a loose shot there from Verena. He just stood there and looked to punch that one straight back. No foot movement. Just stood there and looking to punch that one down the ground, but didn't time it, didn't get close to it. It was slower in the air, and all he did was just push it straight back to the bowler in Warrican. Warrican was surprised. He wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
And he just stood there, just went forward a bit and took an easy catch. And Verena, he stood there in amazement. He's like, he cannot believe he did that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering for a moment there with that shot. Almost as though it just may have stopped a bit in the surface and he was just playing a little bit early. And hence the reason he just popped that one back to Jamel Warrican, who accepts he has his second wicket, 2 for 58 now, 328 for 7. Keshav Maharaj makes his way out to the crease in his 51st test match. Best score of 84. He has 5 half centuries to his name. And so he too is capable with the bat.
Yeah, an average of 15, which you'd want to improve on, but it's good. It's good stats really for a bowler, which he's known more for. There you can see Warrican taking it low down on the ground, just inches away from the pitch, and that's excellent from him in his follow through. And you can see he's really happy with that one. He worked hard. He really worked hard for that wicket. But again, it's another partnership. Just broke into 50, 56, and it was broken. So again, yes, it's a good partnership, but you want the partnership to really go on for a long period of time. But a tiny wicket here for the West Indies, and that would really give them some encouragement for this last few overs.
So here's Maharaj about to take his first delivery from Warrican, and he's popped one straight back to Jamal Warrican, who takes another catch in his follow through. Keshav Maharaj is standing at the striker's end, bewildered and looking like he's so confused as to what happened. He has to go off the very first delivery. A double strike here for Jamal Warrican and the West Indies. Maharaj gone for no score, 328 for 8. It was a full delivery, it was on the back foot. And Warrican had to move away to his left-hand side, his stronger side, and in the end, hold on to a good catch. Maharaj would be disappointed.
Yeah, definitely you will be disappointed. Again, he just stood there. It was a full delivery, as you rightly said. And instead of him coming forward and looking to play on the front foot, he just stood there on the back foot, with weight transferred onto the back foot and looking to punch it down the ground. But he doesn't know the timing of the wicket, if the wicket is playing slow or fast. And he just happened to push it. Yes, he did push it a bit wider, but you have to give credit to Warrican there for getting across and diving to his left. Yes, it's a stronger side, but taking an excellent catch. And that's the 8th wicket. So 2 wickets in 2 balls. This really changes things here. And, well, you could see, if I can really describe this, Rabada, it seems like he wasn't sure if he was about to come in, because he's walking out to the wicket and now putting on his glove and some of his implements. So he probably was in the dressing room thinking, well, yeah, I can relax. That would be the end of the session. And all of a sudden, he has to quickly get his gears on and run out to the middle.
Well, here he is, out at number 10 for the South Africans, 328 for 8. A double strike by Jamal Warrican in his 18th over. He has figures now of 3 for 58. And again, there was a little bit of evidences there that it just might have held up a touch in the surface. Maharaj again was playing, and it seemed to be playing a little bit too early. Credit to Warrican, who took another fine catch in his follow through. So Warrican on a hat-trick here. The left-handed Rabada is about to take strike. And look at the field set here. There's 2 slips, a silly mid-off, a forward short leg, and a leg slip. Warrican into Rabada. Hat-trick delivery. And Rabada negotiates solidly on the front foot. Confidently keeps it out.
Yeah, that's good. That's all was required there. And that's what Maharaj should have been doing. His first delivery should have got his front foot out, looking to play that ball in front of him.
Here's Warrican again with his tail up. This one taking the outside edge and landing just short of Jason Hole. That second slip, it's beaten him and running down to third man. Brathwaite is giving chase and Rabada is able to complete 2 and get off the mark. So a very, very eventful over comes to an end from Jamel Warrican. A successful one at that. 330 for 8 after 109 overs.
Yeah, definitely. And that last delivery, Rabada pushing out at that one. A bit of the ball didn't really turn. It held its line, and Rabada getting the outside edge, but dropping just short of Holder, who was feeling there at slip. And again, Rabada getting away with that one. Warrican could have had 3 in that over.
Yeah, what a inspired bowling change that is from Craig Brathwaite. Warrican coming there and making a double breakthrough and certainly turning the game on its head. 330 for 8 now looks really, really good as compared to what was previously 320 odd for 6.
Yeah, definitely. Rabada, just to mention his test career thus far, 63 matches, 905 runs, a highest of 47, an average of 11.46.
Well, with that double strike, with 4 overs left in the day's play, Captain Craig Brathwaite has turned to Jaden Seals and asked him to give him one last burst here. Seals to pick up the attack from the Brian Lara Pavilion, and as he runs into us and bowls to Mulder, full delivery that Mulder is just turning leg side. It was lined on the middle and off stump, and Mulder was just playing leg side, turning the bat a bit dangerously. Negotiated well in the end.
Yeah, definitely a good delivery, and he just 2 overs that he would have to bowl here in this spell. So his captain will tell him, I want you to give me all. Full throttle. See what you can do. If he could pick up another wicket here, or even 2, and bowl out the South Africans in this session, that would be excellent.
There's a short delivery from Seals, and Mulder just cutting this one out to Moti, who's at deep point, who does the fielding and brings Rabada on strike. So not a bad single if you're Brathwaite and the West Indians, getting Rabada on strike here. And just looking at the field set now for the left-hander, Athanase is coming back into first slip. Holder is at second. Roach is at a backward point position. And there's a cover in Mikhail Louis, mid-off, mid-on. And a close-in catch on the leg side at a silly mid-wicket. And Casey Carty is going out at that deep backward square position. Moti is also on the fine leg fence. So here's Seals, this time into Rabada. Full delivery, Yorker length delivery, and Rabada getting the bat down in time and keeping it out. Dot delivery.
Yeah, that's a good delivery there. With that fielder out at that deep fine leg boundary, they would expect Seals to be bowling short, and also that fielder at that short mid-wicket there, you're thinking that he's going to bowl that short ball to try and catch Rabada off, but he surprised him with that full-length delivery. So this is smart here from Seals.
Yeah, a bit of a double bluff. What does he come up with here now, Jaden Seals? This one is a short delivery that Rabada is just swaying out of the way and allowing it to go through to be collected by the silver. West Indies here a little bit more chirpy towards the end of the day's play on day 2 here at the Queen's Park Oval. And why not? They would have picked up those 2 wickets out of nowhere, and that would have certainly sparked some energy amongst the group. And now they could feel as though if they could get one, they maybe get another one before the end of the day's play. Who knows? 3.2 overs left in the day's play.
Could see them wrapping up this innings if possible.
Here's Rabada looking to face up to Seals, and this time he's just opening the face on this one, getting it out to vacant third man position. And 2 runs completed. Roaches doing the fielding. It's been a long day for the seamers, Kimar Roach and company, Jaden Seals, Jason Hola. It's been a long day.
Hola in particular had a long spell. He bowled, I believe it's 4 or 5 overs from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, then switched to the media center end and bowled around about 3 overs again. So it was a long spell for him. But they have done pretty well. You must give them credit.
Yeah, so here's Seals again. Passes the umpire. It's a short delivery that Rabada just getting inside the line and helping it really away to fine leg for 4.
Yeah, that's a poor delivery from Jaden Seals there. It's a good short ball, but the line was wrong. It was on the leg stump, and all Rabada had to do was get some bat onto it. The fielder at fine leg was a bit wider, and Rabada just got inside the line and helped it around, and then had a little chat with Seals to tell Seals, what are you bowling? What do you think this is?
Yeah.
Are we playing primary school cricket? What is this?
Yeah,
Come on.
Yeah, Rabada was just looking to take evasive action, but in the midst of that, he was just getting inside the line, and he did well in the end, played it well in the end, kept it down and away from the fielder, and picks up a boundary. So Rabada goes on to 8 after 110 overs. Score is 337 for 8. Mullah is 34. Warrican is about to start his 19th over. Has figures of 3 for 60. Here's Warrican again, another full delivery, this time to the established Wian Mullah, who's faced his 70th delivery of his innings so far. 34 to his name. Leg slip, forward short leg, under slip in place. Sweeping hard, but there is protection out there, deep backward square. Jason Hola himself is doing the fielding, and it's gonna bring the left-handed Rabada on strike.
Yeah, that's a good shot there from Mulder. You know it's going to be full. Just got down nicely. He tried to hit it a bit too hard, so he ended up hitting it behind square where the fielder Jason Holder was. Had he timed it properly, hit it in front of square, he would have picked up an easy boundary.
Yeah. So here goes the attacking field set again for Rabada. Here's Warrican, passes in the umpire, getting a bit of turn and pushed uppishly back to Warrican, who could not take a catch in his follow through, but just slightly uppish from Rabada. Here's Warrican again, tossing in ball from hand to hand, comes in a bit shorter this time, flatter, and Rabada is watchful.
Yeah, he has to be a bit fuller. If it's short, it gives Rabada enough time to get on the back foot and play it in front of him. He has to be fuller.
There's Rabada sweeping this one away into vacant square leg position, and that too is going to get to the boundary. So a second 4 for Kagiso Rabada. 342 for 8.
Yeah, well, most of the fielders are inside that 30-yard circle, putting pressure on the lower order batter in Rabada. So all he has to do is beat that infield, and he's going to pick up runs. Hit it well enough, you get 4. And that's exactly what he did. That's a good, powerful sweep shot. Athens at short leg there was in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, here's Warrican again, this time Fuller outside the off stump, and Rabada is solidly forward to this one. Over completed. 1-1-1 in terms of the overs. Score at the Queen's Park Oval, 342 for 8. Mullah is 35, Rabada is 12.
Well, just the clock on the Brian Lara Pavilion, it's just ticked on to 25 past 5. 5 minutes remaining in the display, but just 2 overs remaining in the display. Right, but just 2 overs remaining in the display, so definitely they're going to get those 2 overs in. There's no doubt about that. And it's definitely going to be Seals to continue. He's going to continue his battle, but not with Rabada this time around.
Yeah, Rabada safely placed on the non-striker's end. Mulder is about to take strike. Seals about to start his 22nd over. It's been a long day for young Jaden Seals, but I'm sure he's happy to be out there playing. Here he is, coming into Wian Mulder. Just the one slip. It's a back of a length delivery that Mulder is just punching out Moti at that deep point position. And Rabada now is back on strike.
This is the battle here, Rabada against Jaden Seals. Is he going to go short? So you have a lot of adjustment to the field now for the left-handed Rabada. So the fielder at mid-wicket is going out to deep mid-wicket. Moti is going to that fine leg boundary. 2 slips in play, backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, and a short mid-wicket.
So here's Seals again into Rabada. He's going full this time, and Rabada is equal to the task, pushing this one out to mid-off, where Hodge is doing the fielding. And Seals is going to have to be careful as to what he dishes out to Carissa Rabada, because he's going to have to bat when the West Indies get their chance. And you don't want to rage up Carissa Rabada. One of the quickest bowlers is when he's in full flight. Wonderful bowler. We'd see him a bit later on as this test match grows. Here's Seals again. And yeah, he's looking solid. Rabada.
Yes, well forward to that delivery. Full face of the bat. Immediately shout of no. He wants to be in the thick of things here, Rabada. He wants to take on the big fast bowler from that pavilion end, Brandara pavilion end. So it's 2 full deliveries. Are we going to see the short delivery now?
Well, Wian Mulder, who's the more established batter, he's where I think he would want to be on the non-striker's end. Rabada has got to negotiate things here. As Seals again is into him, and this time he again is nicely behind this one. Can't get a run though. Score remains at 343 for 8. Just the one over after this to come on what has been a really wonderful day of Test cricket. It's been cricket, lovely cricket. West Indies have toiled. Craig Brathwaite and company, they've kept their energy up. They're always here, Joshua De Silva and Jason Holder G'ing up the bunch. Seals would want to get a wicket here, one before the close. Oh, short delivery, and he's just dug it in. And Rabada can't get out of the way. It's cocked somewhere on the shoulder. And Seals, in typical fast bowler's reaction, just turned and walked back to his mark. Rabada is coming down and just tapping where that ball pitched, and they're just wearing that one on the shoulder. A big fast bowler. He's a strong boy, Kagisa Rabada.
Yeah, Mulder just coming down to have a word with him, just asking him if he's okay. Also the umpire just had a chat to see if he's okay, need any medical treatment, need a physio to come out. But as you rightly said, he's a strong guy. He has been in the wars before, and he's able to wear that one, shake it off, and go again. So is it going to be short, or is it going to be the double bluff and the full Yorker length delivery?
See what Seals is thinking here. Well, it is a back of a length delivery, a good length delivery that Rabada is just playing and missing to finish the over. An eventful one, just a single coming from it. At the end of 112 overs, the South Africans 343 for 8. 1 over to come.
Yeah, that one just, as you said, back of a length, but shaping away from the left-handed Rabada. Looking to play that one in front of him. So an excellent end to the over. The last couple of deliveries there to Rabada. But at the end of that, it's 343 for 8. Comes down to the last over, the final over here of the day's play. It's going to be Warrican to finish the day's proceedings.
Jamel Joey Warrican, born in St. Vincent, but represented Barbados in regional first-class cricket, about to start the final over on day 2 into Wian Mulder. And Mulder is just not happy with something, as he pulls out of his batting stance. There's a one slip, a leg slip, and a forward short leg as Warrican a bit flatter, and Mullah, as we would expect, he would be solid. He would not be looking to play any rash shot at this point in time. He'd just be looking to preserve his wicket and come back out tomorrow morning. And Mullah is getting a full delivery, which he's just turning leg side. Can't get a single.
Yeah, he knows he missed out there. That one should have been put away. It was a full-length delivery on leg stump, but just hit it too well and straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Change in field now. It's going to be Casey Carty. That's silly point position. Two fielders in front the bat now.
Yeah, two in the eye line of Wian Mullah. And this one is a full delivery that Mullah is just squirting out into the offside. Can't get a run. Slip still in place. Here's Warrican again. Another full delivery. This time Mullah is able to get it past Brathwaite at mid-wicket, and they're able to go through for the single. So two deliveries for Kagiso Rabada to negotiate here.
Yes, there would be a lot of pressure on him to really see out this last two deliveries. Let's see what Warrican would have in store for him. Well, there's same two fielder in front of the bat. Leg slip, normal slip, short cover, short mid-wicket.
Well, nothing really to lose. There's Warrican, a nice tossed-up delivery, but Rabada is well forward, playing well on the front foot. Last delivery, I'd like to get in a couple catches. Nothing to lose for Captain Craig Brathwaite, but here's Warrican for the final delivery of the day's play. A quicker one. And again, Rabada is playing well on the front foot. The bails have been lifted by umpire Richard Illingworth, which signals the end of play on day 2. After 113 overs, the South Africans, after having won the toss and chose to bat first after day 2, 344 for 8. Wian Mullah and Kagiso Rabada, the not-out batters for the South Africans. Mullah on 37 and Rabada on 12. What an enticing day of Test cricket, Ronnie. Your thoughts?
Yes, this session play 100 runs scored, 4 wickets at a rate of 3.03. 299 runs scoring in the day's play. And I believe, if my math is correct, 7 wickets going down. So it has been a very intriguing day's play. And you must give credit to both teams here. The batters were never allowed to really run away with the game in terms of scoring quickly. And the bowlers, the West Indies fast bowlers, have really toiled well. And in terms of reducing the scoring rate, not allowing the batters to score freely. So it has been really good Test cricket today. As we just run through the scorecard. Batting scorecard: Markram, he was bowled holder for 9. Tony Dezonzi, he was caught Hodge bowl Warrican for 78, an excellent knock from him. Tristan Stubs, he was caught holder bowl Roach for 20. Temba Bavuma, he was LBW Seals for 86, a well played knock by him, the captain. David Bedingham, he was caught Carty bowl Seal for 29. Ryan Rickerton, he was LBW Roach for 19. Kyle Burney, he was he was caught on bowl Warrican for 39. Mulder, he's not out on 37. Keshav Maharaj, he was caught on bowl Warrican for 1. He was the second wicket to fall back-to-back for Warrican in that over. Warrican was on a hat-trick, but it was negotiated nicely by Rabada. He remained not out on 12. So at the end, it's 344 for 8. Just to look at the bowling, Kimar Roach, 20 overs, 2 for 53. Jaden Seals, 22 overs, 2 for 57. Gudakesh Moti, 28 overs, none for 103. Jason Holder to pick up the bowlers, 17 overs, 1 for 39. Jamel Warrican, he picked up 3 for 66 in his 20 overs. Craig Brathwaite, he bowled just 5 overs for 13, didn't pick a wicket. Alec Attorney just had that 1 over to change, to switch ends for Jason Holder. He 1 over for 5 runs. Just the extras, 15 extras, which is, I think it's a lot for the West Indies. That included 4 byes, 4 leg byes, and 6 no balls. I think that's something they need to look at.
Well, 344 for 8 after 113 overs. 98 overs have been completed on day 2, and it's been interesting, it's been exciting for the most part, and the good thing is that we've had good sunshine. So, this has been a production of 360 Radio, and do join us back here tomorrow for day 3 action of the first test between South Africa and the West Indies, live from the Queen's Park Oval. Until then, it's bye for now.
You've just heard commentaries of the West Indies South Africa series, a production of 360 Radio. Join us again for more on the 360 Radio Network.